Chapter 301. Future frowned and began to think about other countermeasures. If this continues, regardless of whether they can wear the opponent to death, the four of them will definitely be worn to death by the opponent. So it must not go on like this. Thinking of this, he suddenly asked in a low voice, "Can your acupoints control him?" Hearing this, Hyagarika narrowed her eyes and looked at Toranashuk carefully. Quickly shook her head, "No, this guy's skin has hardened, and my chakra can't penetrate his body at all. Then if I force him to harden other parts and reduce his torso defense, can it work?" Hyagarika thought for a while and still shook her head. "This person is different from others. You saw it just now. He has a lot of combat experience. He easily saw through your attack direction just now. I think he will definitely see through your method." After hearing what Rika said, Future was a little annoyed. This guy is like a tank, right? He has high defense and powerful attack power. The reason why they were fine after being hit by several punches in the future, and even caused an explosion, is because the opponent did not have time to form a seal. The attack power generated was not very strong, and they all had their own ways to defend, so they could barely withstand it. Just as they were thinking about countermeasures, suddenly, a huge change happened on the battlefield. Roar! A roar like a beast suddenly came from the center of the battlefield. Along with the roar, there was a monstrous momentum that spread from the center of the battlefield to the surroundings. This momentum was extremely terrifying. Even the future couldn't help but tremble the moment it came into contact with this momentum. Minato and Rope Tree didn't care about Toranashuk anymore. The two quickly came to the future. Their expressions were even uglier than the future. Their faces were even paler. Their bodies began to shake. Gudong! Naoki looked at the battlefield, the red chakra wave rising into the sky, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva in fear. As if this could alleviate his fear. "Is this the power of the tailed beast?" Minato murmured. His face was very pale, but the figure of another girl appeared in his mind. Is such a terrifying power sealed in her body? How did she get through these days? Just feeling this momentum, he felt extremely scared, his calves were trembling, and his heart was afraid. But after thinking of the girl, he was not so scared. Toranashuk laughed wildly. Although there was some fear on his face. "Ha ha ha! Konoha is finished, this is Han releasing the tailed beast, this terrifying momentum, you feel it, do you think Konoha can resist it? Ha ha ha! Naoki and Minato are ready to take out the scroll." When they got the scroll, Tsunade said that they had to wait for the tailed beast to come out first. Only in this way, Konoha's morale would not be hit too hard. It can also effectively fight against the tailed beast, and the summoned beast will not be sent back early due to time constraints. Rope Tree didn't know it at first, and Minato told him about it on the way. But Mirai stopped them and retracted his gaze towards the battlefield. There is a great terror there, so it is better not to look too much, otherwise, he doesn't know how much courage he can have left. Deal with this person first. Without waiting for Minato and the others to ask, Mirai looked at Ling Hua. The latter also nodded at him. Now is not the time to hide. If this person is not solved, they can't get away. Even when Minato and the others summoned the summoned beast, he and Mirai could block the other party. Because the reason why they can hold on for so long is because of Rope Tree's brute force and Toranashuk's resistance. And Minato harassed him from the side, making it impossible for him to cast a seal. Without Rope Tree, the three of them would not be able to stop the other party from making hand seals and releasing truly explosive attacks. "Okay." She responded, then put her hands on her chest and made a hand seal. "The same will be true in the future. Minato, don't worry, the battle can definitely end within 10 seconds, provided that you have to ensure that you have a sure kill." After hearing this, Minato was stunned for a moment, and then he nodded seriously. "Yes, just give me 3 seconds. Okay." The ecstasy on Toranashuk's face disappeared, replaced by a solemn look. "It seems that they are ready to fight to the death. Although I don't know what it is, it will definitely not be easy." So he also made a hand seal. This is one of the few hand seals he has made since the battle. In the first battle, Naoki and Minato were frightened by his explosive attack power, so in the subsequent battles, they tried every means to interrupt his seal. That's why these four guys dragged on for so long. Yes, Senju Naoki did not disgrace this surname. Mirai and Rika had already accumulated chakra, and they both closed their eyes. Then he glared fiercely. "Bun pressure. Sharingan illusion." Since Mirai had never shown Sharingan in front of Toranaschuk, and he was still so young, Toranaschuk knew that his surname was Uchiha, but he never thought about whether the other party would open his eyes. Because that was even more unrealistic. So he didn't guard against Mirai's sight. Just as he was about to release the ninjutsu, he suddenly felt a shock. He didn't know what he was afraid of, but he couldn't get his body up at all. He was even more scared to death in his bones, and even his heart didn't beat. There were only those white pupils in his eyes. It seemed to be getting bigger and taller. Gradually, it flew to the sky. A huge figure, whose gender could not be seen, was looking down at him. The figure was blurry, but the white pupils were unusually large. One eyeball occupied the entire sky. His eyes were full of indifference. "Is this God?" he murmured. There was a voice in his heart telling him that this was God, and he had to kneel down, otherwise it would be blasphemy. His thoughts were very chaotic at the moment, like touching a high-voltage wire. His mind was full of paste. When he shouted Sharingan, Minato moved. He already knew the fact that the eyes would be opened in the future, but he didn't expect that Hygarika. "But I haven't heard that Bun also has the ability to coerce. But now is not the time to think about this." He has noticed Toranaschuk's wrist and began to pinch his thigh tremblingly. Obviously, his instinct was prompting him to break free from the illusion of the future. But he couldn't let him break free. He accelerated suddenly, and in just a blink of an eye, he rushed to a few steps in front of the opponent. He pushed the ground with his right foot and jumped onto Toranaschuk's shoulder. He quickly covered Toranaschuk's mouth with both hands, and at the same time, the chakra in his body rushed into his palms frantically. "Since the appearance can't break you, then I will break you directly from the inside." The future is still trying to maintain the illusion. But he also saw Minato's actions and immediately understood. He couldn't help but admire in his heart, "Awesome, this is the plan." Minato still used the raise nan. It's just that he put the raise nan in Toranaschuk's mouth. People have many weaknesses, such as eyes, temples, heart, life force, etc. The heart is easy to say, it is protected by ribs outside. But the rest of the place has little protection. Ordinary people will die immediately if they are attacked in these places. The head is the most vulnerable part, and therefore, it is the most difficult to attack. Therefore, Minato's method requires someone to restrict Toranaschuk's actions. And Toranaschuk hashardined his whole body and eyelids. He was hit by 2 explosions of explosive talismans, but he was not hurt at all. After that, he wanted to use this method, but he couldn't find a chance. Although Toranaschuk hardened his whole body and hair. But the human body has gaps, such as the mouth and the nasal cavity. Minato used the opponent's mouth. Even if Toranaschuk closed his mouth tightly, he was not afraid. He could input chakra through the gap in the mouth. Then he condensed the raise nan in his mouth. All this took only 3 seconds, and Minato quickly evacuated from Toranaschuk. At the moment he left, Mirai and Rika saw another dazzling blue light burst out from Toranaschuk's mouth. Suddenly, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. "It's done." Without saying anything, they immediately closed their eyes and retracted their mysterious powers. Although they had been exposed twice on the battlefield, there were almost no people around them both times, so they both thought that if they could hide, they should hide. Toranaschuk looked at the huge figure like a planet and just realized that he should have been under an illusion. He just wanted to break free from the illusion, but suddenly fell into darkness. "Ah, what's wrong with me?" Unfortunately, no one could answer him. Maybe the second generation Tsuchikage can answer. Chapter 302. 1 minute ago. Han, the rock ninja, had been beaten by Tsunade. Whether it was his own strength or the strange power generated by steam, the opponent was no match for Tsunade. Moreover, Tsunade almost relied on strange power to fight, and rarely made hand seals. With the fast attack and fast fight, Han did not have much time to make hand seals. So he was dragged by Tsunade and fell into her fighting style. In this situation, Han finally released the chakra of the tailed beast 5 tails directly. This chakra was full of ominous aura, like a horse-shaped chakra coat, draped over his body. Through the translucent red coat, you can see that his expression is quite hideous and painful. The corners of his mouth were grinning, like a beast. There was madness in his eyes, and a trace of human nature left. Han actually didn't want to use this power. Although the power of the 5 tails can increase his attack power, speed, and defense, it will also erode his body, so that he can't hold on for long. When the crimson chakra burst out, his consciousness began to become a little confused. But he still knew what he had to do, which was to defeat the woman in front of him. Roar! He let out an angry howl again, declaring the anger in his heart. Tsunade, who saw this scene, became serious. Although she knew that the rock ninja would send tailed beasts to fight, she had never seen it and had no specific concept, but at this moment, when she felt it up close, she only felt her scalp tingling. So strong, so scary. But she was not too afraid. Because she had also felt the power of the nine tails, when her grandmother transferred the nine tails to Kushina's body. If the momentum of the man in front of her was like a blizzard, then the momentum of the nine tails was the despair when the world was about to be destroyed. There was still no comparison between the two. So she was not very panicked. She immediately looked around. The old Zabihan who fought against Orochimaru was stronger than Han, and he could barely block Orochimaru's attack, and Orochimaru couldn't take him down for a while. But it was Jiraiya. Onoki didn't dare to confront Jiraiya who was firing at full power. But he was invincible. As long as Jiraiya's fairy chakra was used up, he would be in trouble. He immediately made seals with both hands without hesitation. Finally, he bit his finger and pressed it on the ground, spirit summoning technique. Bang! In an instant, a slug that was a circle larger than the one summoned by Kushina suddenly appeared. Through the clone that had appeared, the slug already knew what was going on. Without waiting for Tsunade to say anything, it directly spit out a mouthful of old phlegm. Tongue and teeth sticky acid. This is its rare offensive means. Because it contains the ability of fairy arts, this move can also cause a blow to the soul. Even Orochimaru was very afraid of the power of this move. Hai Tui. Its body was so big that just a mouthful of old spit almost covered an area of about 1 acre. And Han was still roaring on the spot. He didn't react to the slug's saliva for a while and was soaked. Logically speaking, he had a layer of red chakra coat to protect him, so he shouldn't be corroded by sticky acid. But this is not ordinary sticky acid, it is the sticky acid of the slug sage. Moreover, this move also has the word sticky. Even energy bodies such as chakra are stuck by the saliva of the slug sage. For a while, countless pungent sour smells emanated from him. It should be said that it is worthy of the old spit of the slug sage. Even the chakra coat of the five-tailed King Mu in Han's body can be corroded. However, it was also because of this that Han finally recovered from the negative emotions of the tailed beast's chakra. He looked at Tsunade, and his expression became more and more ferocious. Roar! I want you to die! Steal! Kick! In an instant, a large amount of burning jets were generated from his legs, making his speed several times faster. He kicked directly at Tsunade. When the other party shouted the name of the move, Tsunade sensed the danger. She immediately dodged and avoided the original position. Boom! In an instant, the place where she was collapsed immediately, and countless pieces of rubble and mud were all shaken away and shot out in all directions. Tsunade's face changed slightly, the destructive power has increased by more than 50%. The acid attack from the slug just now couldn't break through his appearance, it just corroded half of the chakra coat. When the sticky acid adhered to the chakra coat and corroded it, Han's tailed beast chakra coat had been corroded by more than half. But there was a constant supply of tailed beast chakra to replenish the coat. It returned to its original state. Before she could think carefully, a loud shout came from the other side. Get out! Orochimaru had just trapped Lao Zi with a snake cage, and was about to take the opportunity to kill him, but before he could get close, he was interrupted by Lao Zi's loud shout. He also used the chakra of the tailed beast. Another scarlet chakra aura burst out. The faces of the people around him changed drastically, and they retreated again and again. Tsunade, who saw this scene, looked more solemn. The two tailed beasts came out, and the real battle was about to begin. The moment Orochimaru landed, he hurriedly summoned the 10,000 snakes, and Jiraiya did the same. He felt that he still had half of his fairy chakra and could hold on, but the opponent had taken out two tailed beasts, and their strength was very difficult, so he planned to summon Gamabunta to help. The moods of Konoha and Uegakure on the battlefield were ups and downs. When the rock ninja saw Master Zihan use the tailed beast, they thought they had a sure win and were about to taunt the other side of Konoha. But unexpectedly, a huge slug appeared on the field. They may not have known about this slug before, but now they know it. It is a slug with extremely strong recovery ability. Now almost all Konoha ninjas have a slug to assist in treatment, or transmit information and assist in attack. This led to a scene where they were almost defeated. Before they could feel disappointed, Master Lao Ziyi also released his tailed beast. In an instant, the rock ninja was excited again. But what a guy! 2 more behemoths appeared on the opposite side. Everyone who knew them knew that they were the summoned beasts of the 3 holy places. Their strength may not be as good as the perfect tailed beasts, but they did not dare to release the perfect tailed beasts. For a while, many people fell into silence. Counting just now, this is the 5th giant beast summoned by Konoha. Each giant beast caused a lot of damage to them. The first giant beast, the red snake, is still rampant, and has attracted many explosive ninjas and flying ninjas to surround it. The second giant slug made the people of Konoha almost not afraid of being hurt. As long as the wound is not too big, the slug can heal it in a very short time. How can we fight this? The future few people looked at Toranashuk, who had become a headless corpse, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Hey! This is the hardest fight I have ever had in my life. Nawaka said with fear. Just now, he almost faced this guy head-on. Although Minato and others harassed him from the side, the pressure he was under was quite large. Brother Nawaki, it's not time to rest now. Minato took out the scroll and said hurriedly. Seeing his appearance, Shang Shu didn't care about his tired body, and he hurriedly took out the scroll. The 2 of them made a seal and shouted together, "Spiritual art!" The next moment, 2 more huge monsters appeared from the smoke. A huge toad with a shield that looked like a dip saucer on its back, a steel fork in its hand, and eyes. A huge dark blue snake. The green snake was a little confused. It was just a big snake guarding the gate. I don't know why someone would summon it. Shang Shu also knew what the other party was confused about. He explained with a serious look, "Green snake, please help us win this battle." The green snake was stunned for a moment, then nodded, "No problem, but..." It hesitated and looked at the center of the battlefield. There was a very terrible momentum erupting there. As long as it felt that momentum, it felt the snakeskin numb. "I won't join the battle over there, they are too dangerous." Nangsha didn't care, "You don't need to go over there, my teacher and the others are there, you just need to deal with the rock ninjas here." "Okay, that's no problem." The green snake breathed a sigh of relief. Minato didn't say much, he said to the big toad under his feet, "Gamaken, please." When he and Jiraiya went to Miyaboka Mountain, he had already made an agreement with the big toad. The other party also knew what to do. It nodded and said, "No problem, although I am stupid, I will try my best." After seeing Minato finished speaking, Ropeshu nodded with him, and immediately jumped off the heads of the 2 beasts, letting them play freely. Chapter 303. When Rope Tree and the others summoned the beast, Mirai happily ran to the body of the rock ninja and began to touch the corpse. As for Toranashuk, ugh! Even his pants were burned, how could there be a ninja tool bag? However, the 2 did not check on the spot, but followed the dead genin bodies around and touched them all the way. Soon, the 2 had many ninja tool bags in their hands. The quality of these ninja tool bags was not very good. But they could also store more items. When seeing Toranashuk's body, Mirai thought for a while, spit out the sealing scroll, and took him away. Orochimaru teacher might be interested in this body. Unfortunately, without the brain, the value is reduced by more than half. After they did all this, Rope Tree and the others also came down, and the 4 of them immediately withdrew in a hurry. Now their mission has been completed. And with the presence of Gamaken and Green Snake here, they will soon attract more firepower. If they stayed here, it would be no different from the light in the toilet. Fortunately, Minato and Nawaka did not get too close to the rear of the rock ninja. They were a little far away, so if they evacuated at this moment, they would not encounter any decent resistance. Soon, the 4 of them circled the edge of the battlefield and returned to the rear of Konoha. At this time, Kushina was already waiting here. Seeing the worried look of the red girl, Minato showed a touch of joy on his face, and directly passed everyone and quickly came to Kushina. He scratched his head and smiled a little silly. "We are back." Kushina hurriedly looked him up and down, and soon breathed a sigh of relief. "Hey, are you all right?" Although in her opinion, Minato and the others were all fine, she still asked this question. "It's okay, I'm fine." After seeing them come back, Abarame Ryoma ran towards where Danzo was without looking back. Now Uchiha Mirai and the others are back. He wouldn't have to stay with Kushina as a babysitter. And Uchiha Mirai and the others didn't want anything to happen to Uzumaki Kushina more than he did. What's more, Danzo-sama needed his strength. Rope Tree looked at the departing Aberame Ryoma and was a little surprised. Don't look at this man's cold face, he's still a good person. Mirai glanced at him and didn't say anything. He looked at the battlefield and subconsciously avoided the center of the battlefield. The scarlet chakra there was more concentrated, and the ominous aura was getting stronger. He was afraid that if he looked at it a few more times, he would not be able to help but have timid thoughts. And when they came back, they found one thing, that is, the scope of the battlefield had expanded several times. There were almost no people outside the wall that the rock ninja had used before. But it had also become a battlefield at this moment. Many ninjas were fighting on the wall. He suggested, let's stay away from here. This place will probably become a battlefield soon. Minato and the others all nodded, and even Rope Tree was not stubborn and insisted on fighting. He consumed a lot of energy, and his chakra was less than 30% now. This 30% was assisted by the slug on his shoulder to recover. Okay. So, Mirai and his friends evacuated about 2 kilometers towards the Konoha camp again. They came to a depression and began to divide the spoils. Ninja tools, silver bills, scrolls, and miscellaneous gadgets. For silver bills and ninja tools, the 4 people in the future were not interested, and gave them all to Ling Hua. As for the scrolls, most of them were popular. Sukulung Gun, Touch Avatar, these 2 alone occupied 4 scrolls. Rope Tree wanted hardening technique, but it was a pity that it was not in the pile of spoils. Even Fist Blast Kill was not there. Torin Ashok's hardening technique was still fresh in his memory, that kind of defense that was like fine steel and stone. But he suffered a lot. This made Rope Tree look at the future and the others in confusion. Didn't you touch it clean? Why didn't Torin Ashok have any scrolls? Hearing this, Future was also a little confused. He searched again and found nothing. Could it be that he missed it? Thinking of this possibility, he spit out the sealing scroll and released Torin Ashok's headless body. He was naked and had nothing on him. At this time, Hyagarika said, "We didn't find a ninja tool bag from this guy. Did you forget?" Future was stunned when he heard this. Did we? Future was not sure whether there was any. Just now, he just wanted to evacuate quickly, so he didn't look carefully at all. The 2 of them just quickly touched the corpse from the left and right, and he went down after he touched it. I thought I had touched him. Hinata Reka rolled her eyes and said speechlessly, the explosion of the detonating talisman blew away all his clothes, and even his pants fell off quickly. Do you think the ninja bag can be stronger than his body? Kushina looked at them and shook her head slightly, don't you know? Many ninjas will not carry scrolls with them after learning ninjutsu. The purpose is to fear that the ninjutsu scrolls will be obtained by the opponent after they are killed. She had wandered in the ninja world before, and she knew this very well. After hearing this, Minato and Nawake were stunned for a moment, and then smiled bitterly. We really don't know this. The teacher didn't teach us, and the parents didn't tell us. They really don't know this. As for the future, he thought it was just like the novels he read in his previous life, where the protagonist could get rich by touching corpses. In fact, think about it, ninjas are not that noble. As long as they become ninjas, everyone will know that they will kill people and be killed in the future. Since they think they will be killed, why should they give their wealth to their enemies? So it is normal that there is no ninjutsu in the ninja tool bag. Thinking like this, the future looked at the remaining scrolls. 2 mission scrolls, 3 training experiences. That's all. This amount of supplies is not as rich as Kangda's. But I thought of Kangda. Mirai looked at Naoki. This guy doesn't seem to have any defensive ability yet. His hair defense is almost done, I believe it won't be long before I can harden my hair and protect myself. So. Thinking, he spit out 2 scrolls. One is hardening technique, and the other is light and heavy rock technique. The former strengthens the body's defense, and the latter can change gravity. Both are earth-attributed ninjutsu. He, Minato, Reka, and Kushina don't have earth-attributed chakra. It's more suitable for Naoki, his chakra attribute is just water and earth. Yes, this is the ninjutsu scroll I found from Kangda. After you copy one, remember to return it to me. If I remember correctly, my mother also has earth attribute chakra. That's why he accepted the scroll, he wanted to take it back for his mother to practice. Naoki was stunned. He took the 2 scrolls blankly, his expression a little stunned. The scroll he had been thinking about appeared in front of him just like that. After coming to his senses, Naoki immediately looked at the future, his eyes full of gratitude. Thank you, future. In the Hokage tent. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the information in his hand, he was stunned. He read it over and over again 2 or 3 times, and there was only one content on it. With the consent of all, unanimously launch a general attack on the rock ninja. Damn, didn't they see my instructions? I clearly wrote that they should defend first. In order to highlight the importance, he also marked it in red, even a fool can understand it. He has guessed that the rock ninja will definitely launch a large-scale attack this time. As long as they defend this attack, it will inevitably cause a great blow to the morale of the rock ninja. Because the rock ninjas will feel that the attack that is bound to win was actually defended by Konoha. This will give rise to an idea without any basis. I and others have tried their best, but still failed to break Konoha. Maybe they are stronger than us. Although these ideas are ridiculous, every rock ninja will think of this after being defeated. As long as Orochimaru and his team seize this opportunity, they can defeat the rock ninja in one fell swoop. This is why he transferred Jiraiya and Tsunade over. But the result is good, these guys actually let go and gave it a try. If they succeed, it will be fine, but what if they fail? He stared at the information, then turned his head and looked at the Anbu kneeling in front of him, and asked, didn't Danzo stop all this? Orochimaru and the others are young, and it is understandable that they are a little radical, but Danzo is this age. He shouldn't be so hot-blooded. The Anbu immediately replied, no, on the contrary, Elder Danzo is quite supportive of this proposal. 3rd generation. Damn it, it's fine if your own disciples don't obey, the worst that can happen is that they will be beaten up afterwards. Are you really not going to do this, old man? You actually dared to agree to such a thrilling battle. Chapter 304. On the battlefield. Onoki looked at the 6 rampaging summoned beasts in the field. His face became extremely ugly. He flew into the air, avoiding Jiraiya's attack, and said to himself coldly, so that's how it is. It turns out that the ninjas who were driven into Konoha's position by the explosion a few days ago actually have such an effect. I was careless and didn't think of this. At that time, the 5 people were covered by cloaks, so their faces could not be seen clearly. Their rock ninja spies thought that this was a group of graduates on a mission. Unexpectedly, they turned out to be disciples of Orochimaru and his group. Only in this way can they summon summoned beasts. This turned out that their rock ninjas not only had to fight Konoha, but also the 3 holy places. This is simply a hell-level battle. Thinking of this, he subconsciously looked around. The battle situation was just as he thought. Ordinary rock ninjas were no match for Konoha at this time. The explosive ninjas and flying ninjas were already dealing with the 2 big snakes, red and navy blue. And the big toad that kept saying I'm stupid and I'm sorry. He said the most cowardly words and fought the most fiercely. It's not finished yet. Hold on a little longer. As long as the blasting team completes the deployment, the victory will still belong to us rock ninjas. Thinking in his heart, he rushed towards Jiraiya again. Jiraiya's perception was greatly improved at this time. He had already noticed something about Onoki's idea just now. Watching the other party swooping down, Jiraiya responded with a move Senjutsu Majin Kyanben without hesitation. Forced him back. In his heart, Shima Sage suddenly said, little Jiraiya, it's about time. Okay. Jiraiya responded without saying a word. Then one of them and 2 toads quickly formed seals with their hands. They shouted together, Shadow Clone Technique. The next moment, 2 figures that looked exactly like him suddenly appeared. Similarly, 2 toads stood on their shoulders. Although Shadow Clone Technique was created by the 2nd generation, after these years of development, ninjas from many countries also know this trick. And it is not surprising that Shima Sennin and Fukasaku Sennin know this trick after being with Jiraiya for so long. Just now, they performed shadow clones together, otherwise, without the 2 sages to balance and control the Senjutsu chakra in their bodies, Jiraiya could not perform shadow clones at all. Even if he performed it, he would not be able to control the Senjutsu chakra in his body, causing the shadow clone to become a stone frog. But now it is different. The shadow clone has the shadow clones of 2 sages, balancing the Senjutsu chakra in his body, so he is not afraid of these. The moment they appeared, they knew what to do without Jiraiya's instructions, and rushed to the left and right. In the sky, Onoki had just avoided the attack of the hair needles and had just stabilized his body when he saw this scene. His face changed drastically. Did this guy notice it? The group of blasting troops were holding a barrier treasure that could effectively prevent the prying of the white eyes. It was one of the treasures that had been looted from the land of whirlpools. Logically speaking, he should not be able to sense it. Although he did not know the specific location of the blasting troops, he knew their direction. Unfortunately, the direction in which Jiraiya's shadow clone left was exactly the direction in which the blasting troops might be. Although he guessed, he did not dare to bet that the other party was just a coincidence, and he did not dare to bet that the other party just had too much chakra and split into two shadow clones for fun. Thinking of this, he raised his hand and used a dust escape to attack his shadow clone. The shadow clone did not dodge at all, because he believed that the main body would stop Onoki. As expected, Jiraiya immediately shouted, "Senjutsu random lion hair technique." His hair grew long and big in an instant. The top of his hair opened wide like a snake, biting towards Onoki with his fangs and claws. At this moment, Onoki's hand had just finished the seal and was ready to spread it out to perform dust release. He saw a white thing like a snake's mouth rushing towards him. Now, Jiraiya only gave him two choices. One is to prepare to resist his technique. The result is that his dust release broke the shadow clone, but the consequence is that he will be restricted. The second is to give up attacking the shadow clone so that he has time to dodge. The consequence is that the shadow clone is fine, he is also fine, but the blasting team is in trouble. This is mainly because Jiraiya discovered that once Onoki performs dust release, his body must stop to maintain a stable output of chakra in his body. Being able to float in the air is his best ability to do two things at once. Looking at the shadow clone that was about to leave, Onoki looked at the long hair that was so close. So fast. Jiraiya's hair was so fast, the two were at least 100 meters apart. He just thought about the plan, and in the blink of an eye, the hair was about to break through the 100 meters and approached him. After noticing this scene, he made up his mind and immediately wanted to destroy the shadow clone regardless of anything. This would not only make Jiraiya lose half of his chakra, but also ensure the safety of the blasting team. And even if he was tied up, he would have a way to get out. Don't forget, he is the Tsuchikage, and as you can see from his name, he is very good at earth escape techniques. Unlike a certain cage, he doesn't know fire at all. So, he also knows hardening technique. Seeing that the seal on Onoki's hand did not change, there was a dazzling white light in the palm of his hand. Jiraiya's face sank. Is this guy going to kill his shadow clone at the cost of his life? Little Jiraiya, we must not let him succeed, otherwise we will suffer a great loss. Although after the shadow clone technique is released, all of his will return to the user, including chakra. Of course, the chakra that has been consumed will not. After all, Naruto used this feature to come up with a fighting method where the shadow clone absorbs natural chakra. Improve his endurance. Instantly open Sage mode in disguise. But Jiraiya has already split a shadow clone. Sage chakra is very unstable. It is easy to completely dissipate when the shadow clone disappears. So for Jiraiya, this is quite uneconomical. Naruto also uses the shadow clone to accumulate natural chakra, and after the clone is released, the natural chakra follows the chakra of his shadow clone, and only after returning to the main body will he open Sage mode. I know. Jiraiya responded, and then controlled his hair to shift the target. This time he didn't plan to tie up Onoki, but aimed at his hand. Onoki didn't react until he realized that his hands were tied, and then he realized Jiraiya's idea. Sure enough. When Jiraiya saw that Onoki's hands had been tied, he immediately shook them hard. Onoki only felt a great force coming from his hair. The direction he aimed at was also forced to shift 2 degrees. A ray of white light burst out from his palm and passed through the distance of the shadow clone. Seeing this scene, Onoki's face turned black. Damn it, he missed. Not only did he fail to break the shadow clone, he also wasted a dust escape in vain, and most importantly, his hand was still controlled by Jiraiya. Next, you don't have to think about it to know that he definitely wants to pull himself into the ground. You can see it from his body shape. He is not good at physical skills at all. Jiraiya and the other two looked at the mist dust release, and a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. Fortunately, there was no one there, otherwise, it would be a disaster. Said Shima Sage. There were not only no IWA ninjas but also no Konoha ninjas in the place where the dust release passed. Of course, if Onoki did not withdraw the dust release in time, then some ninjas would turn into atoms and disappear. Fukasaku sage has been paying attention to the sky. He hurriedly said, "Little Jiraiya, take this opportunity to pull him down." Jiraiya planned to do so. Without saying a word, he changed a seal on his palm. He shouted, "Come down." In the sky, Onoki's hand was trapped, and he did not seem to be panicked. He just felt sorry that he missed the target just now. After realizing the force on his wrist, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "You thought you caught me, but you didn't know that catching me comes at a price." Without giving Jiraiya and the others time to react, he only made a seal and shouted, "Earth Escape, Super Heavy Rock Technique." This is a technique that changes the properties of Earth attributes. It can add extremely strong gravity to the objects it touches. But there is a prerequisite. That is, it is necessary to touch the target object. Jiraiya's hair tied himself up. Isn't this a good touch? In just a moment, Jiraiya knelt down. Chapter 305. Weighted rock technique is a technique that changes the properties of Earth attributes. It can instantly increase the weight of oneself or the object being touched, and can also increase the Earth attribute chakra, thereby petrifying the opponent. The former is easy, but the latter is more difficult. The quality and quantity of the chakra required by the operator are much higher than those of the person being treated. As for super weighted rock technique, it is not difficult to see from the name that this is an upgraded version of weighted rock technique. It is more powerful and can exert more gravity. For example, super weighted rock technique can instantly increase the weight of a 1 kg stone to 100 kg. If the operator has more chakra, the weight can be increased further. It is also matched with light and heavy rock technique. Its function is to reduce the weight of oneself or the target object, and even enable oneself and others to achieve the ability to fly. In the Hidden Rock Village, Onoki asked many people to learn the light and heavy rock technique, wanting to create their own Sky Overlord. Of course, it also has an upgraded version, called Super Light Heavy Rock Technique. Let's get back to the point. Jiraiya only felt that he suddenly became many times heavier. So much so that he couldn't stand steadily and was completely pressed to his knees. Even the seal in his hand was subconsciously loosened. For a moment, his hair lost control and fell rapidly from the air. Before it hit the ground, his hair quickly dissipated, became smaller, and finally returned to Jiraiya. "It's so heavy, we've been hit by the opponent's technique." Fukasaku sage looked ugly. They used 2 life techniques with Jiraiya, so their senses were shared. They could also feel how much gravity Jiraiya was bearing. "You buy me some time, I'll remove the influence of this technique." Shima sage hurriedly put his hands together and said. The 3 of them had the same mind, and Jiraiya and Fukasaku sage had already noticed what it wanted to do. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and managed to stand up with the help of gravity. He looked up at Onoki above him and managed to force a smile on his face. "Hee. I heard that you have been strengthening the military strength of Rock Ninja in recent years, especially the establishment of a flying ninja unit and a blasting unit. But why do I feel that these ninjas are not only few in number, but also a little unworthy of their name?" Onoki dived down, his mouth corners raised, and a trace of mockery flashed across his face. While making a seal, he said, "You just want to delay time, but I won't let you do what you want." Seeing this scene, Jiraiya's face changed. It seemed that the other party was about to perform dust release. But he was so heavy that he even had difficulty walking at this moment, let alone dodge. And Onoki's dust release can only be used for dodge, and there is no way to fight or defend. At least Jiraiya has not thought of any defensive moves these days. Even the stomach of the Senjuku toad, which is known as the strongest defense in Myaboku Mountain, is the same. Dust release is too unsolvable. This is the only move he knows, the only one in the ninja world called blood elimination. Unmatched, undefended, and fatal if hit. It is a ninjutsu with full attack power. Of course, there is no perfect jutsu in this world, and the same is true for dust release. The caster is one of its weaknesses. Jiraiya has been entangled with Onoki until now by avoiding the attack route of the caster and thus avoiding this jutsu. Or like just now, he controlled the opponent's hand to change the direction of attack. He could think of blood elimination to deal with Onoki. As the caster, Onoki naturally knew the weakness of this move and took targeted measures. For example, aggravated rock jutsu. Look, Jiraiya was caught off guard and suffered a big loss. Watching the dazzling white light on the opponent's palm. Another incident happened. Ninjutsu, Evil Snake Arm Explosion. Jiraiya was very familiar with this voice. Even if Onoki was not familiar with it, he could think of who it was after hearing the name of the technique. He turned his head and saw Orochimaru making a seal with one hand, while the other hand was pointed at his direction. 2 huge rat snakes were ejected from his hands. They opened their mouths wide, and countless mucus on their sharp teeth turned into silk threads, fluttering in the wind. In just a blink of an eye, they were about to rush to him. At the same time, the 2 snakes also emitted chakra fluctuations that he was very familiar with. It immediately made his face change. Is this the unstable state of earth attribute chakra? Orochimaru smiled when he heard his words. Yes, this is all thanks to the help I got from you explosion ninjas. These days, he has been fighting with Onoki. His subordinates, especially those from the root, often send him some ninja corpses for dissection to obtain information. The root and he look down on ordinary hostile ninjas, so the explosion and special ninjas who can fly have become one of their targets. After these days of research, he found that the so-called explosion of this group of rock ninjas is ultimately a kind of earth escape technique. The real explosion is blood limit, which is much more powerful than the pseudo-explosion of these ninjas. These people are all rare in number, and they have mastered extremely strong strengths and are difficult to kill. So for him, in more than a month, he has not obtained a ninja with explosion blood limit. Out of boredom, he also studied the pseudo-explosion chakra. It is not very difficult. After a few days of exploration, countless experiments, and research, he finally developed a technique comparable to the explosion ninja. Evil Snake Wrist Explosion. It is based on Shadow Snake Hand, and a large amount of unstable earth attribute chakra is injected into the snake's body, so that when it binds the opponent, it will explode immediately. And it is double damage. The power of the explosion, mixed with the venom in the flesh and blood. As long as the target is injured and invaded by the snake venom, then this person can wait for death. Onoki's face is a little ugly. I didn't expect that the secret technique of his village would be cracked by Orochimaru. And he also noticed that Orochimaru was not connected with the snake. Obviously he had discovered the trick he had used to trap Jiraiya just now. At this moment, Orochimaru also gave him only 2 choices. Either he insisted on attacking Jiraiya, but he would definitely be entangled by the snake. And what would greet him in the next second was an explosion. Or he gave up attacking Jiraiya and dodged his attack. Damn, at this time. Onoki cursed inwardly, this Orochimaru grasped the timing too well. He attacked when he was in a dilemma while performing dust release. That was the critical moment when he was performing light and heavy rock technique to fly, and he had to concentrate on dust release, and he could no longer perform other techniques. This time, he did not choose to bear it head-on. The reason why he could withstand Jiraiya's hair attack just now was mainly because he was sure that he could immediately follow up with heavy rock technique after performing dust release, so as to immediately counterattack the opponent. And he could not be killed in a short time. But at this moment, if he used the same method, the big snakes would directly wrap around him, and the gravity on them would harm him instead. When they exploded, even if he didn't die, he would be disabled. So, he chose aimed dust release at Orochimaru. And the big snake between them. Dust release, original world peeling technique. Instantly, a very dazzling beam of light suddenly appeared and rushed towards Orochimaru at an extremely fast speed. In addition to turning the object's hit into molecules, dust release can also produce explosions, causing secondary damage. The 2 flying snakes were just flashed by the white light, and then turned into molecules and disappeared without even a wave, revealing Orochimaru behind them. When Orochimaru saw this scene, his face did not change. Although he only gave Onoki 2 choices, with Jiraiya's previous experience, he guessed that Onoki would not choose 1 or 2. He would definitely choose 3. This 3 can include many types, one of which is to attack him as the caster. When the white light was about to approach him, he raised his sword. Earth Release, Earth Substitute Technique. Chapter 306. After a burst of explosions, Onoki looked to the other side with an ugly face. There, Orochimaru was looking at him intact. He had intended to kill 2 birds with 1 stone with his attack just now. Not only could he resolve his own crisis, but he could also attack Orochimaru. And from Orochimaru's look just now, he was obviously a little complacent, which made him think that this move would definitely work. But the result was different. His attack was in vain. He only killed 2 short-lived snakes. Unstable chakra form, and earth substitute. Orochimaru, I have to admire you for studying our Iwagakure's technique so thoroughly. Orochimaru laughed and said, thank you for the compliment. He glanced at Jiraiya and found that he had recovered his ability to move, so he immediately flashed back to Manabu. Jiraiya, don't expect me to save you a second time. Jiraiya glanced at him and apologized awkwardly, I accidentally fell into his trap. Don't worry, there won't be a second time. To be honest, if it weren't for Manja holding back Old Purple, Orochimaru would have no time to save him. But Manja's I'm a young dad character must have cost Orochimaru a lot to let it hold Old Purple for a while. After saying that, he looked at Onoki with an unprecedented serious expression. Lord Tsuchikage, let's do it again. His sage mode can be said to be the most perfect, or it can be said to be imperfect. The perfect thing is that he can cooperate with two sages, and as sages of Myaboku Mountain, they can obviously absorb natural chakra and control Jiraiya's chakra, and merge them into sage chakra. Greatly improved Jiraiya's endurance. But the imperfection is that Jiraiya's chakra after fusion is not pure enough, so that he has some frog-like characteristics. Now, he has little chakra left. A quick battle must be decided. With this in mind, both sides started a new round of offensive and defensive battles. The battle on the battlefield was fierce, but it was not easy for the future. Because just 3 minutes ago, they were confused to find that a ninja came out from under their feet. Originally, they were all dividing the spoils. In addition to the things in the ninja tool bag, the ninja tool bag is also a kind of wealth. The future took 2, and the rest were divided by Minato and others. Then a rock ninja suddenly came out from the center of the ground where they were surrounded. The latter, with a ninja tool bag on his head, popped his head and looked at them in astonishment. The future and others also had the same expression, looking at this guy who suddenly appeared blankly. The two sides just stared at each other for a few breaths. It was Minato who reacted first. He jumped up suddenly and shouted loudly, enemy attack. Not only that, he also grabbed the two people beside him, Kushina and Mirai. He hurriedly retreated. Hyagarika and Nawaki reacted a beat slower. But it was obvious that the rock ninja under their feet did not react either. After they were far away from their original positions, the rock ninja curled his lips and retracted his neck in a whoosh. Like a turtle, his head never showed. It was as if what they saw just now was just an illusion. Hyagarika subconsciously shouted, Bun, open. They were all behind Konoha just now, and what they thought before was that the rock ninja would touch the back of Konoha did not happen. Kushina's failure to participate in the battle is the best example. They thought that the back of Konoha was safe, and their initial guess was just groundless worry. But now it seems that this idea is somewhat ridiculous. She herself was deceived by this idea, so when she came back, she closed the bin and followed Mirai and the others to happily divide the spoils. However, when she saw the ground, her face suddenly became ugly. He disappeared. What? Mirai and the others were a little surprised. Gone again. And the bin can't see it. Damn, this familiar scene seems to have been used by the Sand Ninja once. They relied on treasures to deceive the perception ability users of Konoha. Could this rock ninja in front of him be the same? Minato's face changed, he looked at Rika and asked, is there no trace of rock ninja underground? Hearing this, Hyagarika did not answer immediately, but looked at the entire battlefield, her face became uglier. No, from the perspective of Bun, everything underground is normal. Hearing Hyagarika's answer, the faces of Mirai and the others became even uglier. Even Rope Tree, who had lost his IQ recently, noticed something was wrong. His face was solemn, and he said to himself, Grandma once said that when you find a cockroach, it proves that there are too many cockroaches in the dark to squeeze in. The rock ninja just now was obviously a genin level. His strength was not very strong, but he was cautious enough. Even when facing these children, he did not think of killing them, but hid back underground. This means he, or they, have important tasks to do, so they don't think of killing us, but continue to perform their tasks. Rope Tree cursed when he heard this. Damn, how come these rock ninjas are just like sand ninjas, with all kinds of conspiracies and tricks, and a bunch of backup plans. Annoying. Omega, V. Kushina ignored his complaints and asked the key question, what should we do now? After this, there was silence for a moment, and they were all thinking about what to do. It was Rope Tree who was silent for a moment, then said in a deep voice, find them and stop their plot. With his opening, Minato also said, yes, although our mission has been completed, this battle is not over yet, we can't dawdle anymore. Just now they actually sat on the ground to divide the spoils, while other Konoha ninjas were still fighting, which was a bit unkind. Kushina had the same expression, and it was obvious that she also agreed with Minato's plan. And even the Bun could not be seen. Does it mean that Konoha has no countermeasures at all? If this is the case, Konoha will definitely be caught off guard and failure is possible. Mirai looked at Linghua and asked, "Can you find their location?" His words made Kushina, Rope Tree, and Minato look at her. Mirai was right. If they couldn't find them, wouldn't they be like blind cats, scratching everywhere? And Linghua's pupil technique was a little different. Maybe. Hinata Reka did not answer immediately, but asked silently in her heart, "Tongzi, if I use that power, can I see the hidden Uegakuer?" Since she planned to follow Uchiha Mirai and use him as a tool to earn sign-ins. She had to show her value, otherwise, this guy might kick her away ruthlessly after getting tired of her like other scumbags. Moreover, Minato, Noeki, and Mirai already knew that she had special abilities, but they never asked, which made her feel a lot more relaxed. Now among the 5 people, only Kushina didn't know about this. As a good girlfriend, this was a little inappropriate. And there was no need to hide it from her. Of course, this matter was only known to the 5 of them. Tongzi replied, "The power of the Rinnegan is beyond your imagination. If you use this power, you can see them. Even if you can't see them, you can detect the subtle differences that ordinary Bun can't see." Tongzi's words were not absolute. First, Linghua's eyes were still in the early stages of evolution and could not fully exert their full power. Second, the treasures of this group of rock ninjas were obviously the products of the Uzumaki clan. As a ninja clan that was unique in sealing techniques, it was not very sure. Hearing this, Hyuga Linghua withdrew from her mind. "Okay, but I need a quiet environment and time." Tongzi's words made her hear its underlying meaning, that is, it was not sure whether it could see it, but it could definitely perceive the details. "Okay." The future agreed without saying anything. The 4 of them immediately moved and came to a place surrounded by rocks. This rock was formed naturally, surrounded by 2 or 3 meters high stone walls, and there was only one exit. Hyuga Linghua immediately walked in and began to use that power with peace of mind. Mirai stood directly in the direction of the rock ninja. Coincidentally, the cave entrance was in that direction. He drew out the mad sword and said coldly, "Leave the dangerous places to me, you pay attention to check for gaps." "Okay. No problem." The friends responded immediately. Minato and Noeki consumed a lot of energy, after all, they fought with Toranaschuk for such a long time. Especially Noeki, whose chakra has not yet recovered to 50%. This is still with the help of the slug. So Mirai took the initiative to take on all this. Chapter 307. The rock ninja who had just emerged from the ground shrank back with a gloomy face. After returning to the tunnel dug by the underground rock ninja team, he quickly put on a smiling expression, trotted to a person, and reported, "Captain Tinjia, we have reached the end of Konoha. There are no ninjas there, only a group of little brats dividing the spoils. The man named Tinjia is the captain of an action team of rock ninja. He has the strength and position of a jonin and is in charge of 10 people. Unlike other teams, 9 of these 10 ninjas are chunin. The person who just reported the news is a genin who joined them recently. The main reason is that the last Pathfinder ninja who knew underground submarine accidentally killed himself. So he found someone who knew the same ninjutsu to join his team. Of course, this is just a temporary transition. If he can become a chunin, let him stay. If not, kick him out and pull the right person in. Their mission is to send 5 blasting ninjas to the rear of Konoha. They can quietly bury trap bombs. Once the Konoha ninjas fail and want to retreat, they can rely on the explosions to catch Konoha off guard. At that time, even an orderly retreat will turn into a panic-stricken rout. Then they, the rock ninjas, can achieve the greatest results at the lowest cost. It is even possible to directly drive the Konoha ninjas back to the border of the Land of Fire. Upon hearing this, the face of the was a little strange. A group of children, divide the spoils. But thinking that they were hiding behind Konoha, they were obviously taking advantage of the chaos to loot the property of the dead ninjas. He sneered in his heart. He hated people who only dared to sneak around the most in his life. And these were a group of children. They had such bad habits at such a young age, and they would definitely harm others in the future. For example, now, the people of Konoha are fighting desperately on the front line, while they are just hiding in the back, sharing the spoils of the enemies killed by the frontline ninjas with their lives. They don't care about the situation of the frontline ninjas at all. It will definitely get worse in the future. He turned to the 5 people behind him and said, "Bomb traps can be set here, you stay here." After hearing this, the people of the blasting team also recalled the map in their minds and found that this location was already behind Konoha, which was very suitable for placing explosives. He nodded, and didn't say anything else, but waved his hand to let the 4 teammates behind him move. Then they took out Detonating Talisman. Detonating Talisman. The messenger was a little confused. The legendary blasting team seemed to be different from what he thought. Shouldn't they have the property of exploding when they touch something? It seems that they are doing this too. Captain glanced at him, and seeing that he had just explored the road without regrets, he kindly explained, "As long as you have the ability to explode, you can apply to join the demolition team." That's it. The person who reported the news was even more confused. In other words, as long as he has a detonating tag, he can also become a member of the demolition team. Captain rolled his eyes at him. "Don't you think about it, there are so few ninjas with explosive escape, and we don't have many rock ninjas. How can they become a team just by relying on them?" After listening to the captain's explanation, the ninja who reported the news suddenly had no feelings for the demolition team. Originally thought that it was a team of tall, rich, and handsome people, and joining them would be glorious. But now I find out that they are just packaged. After looking at him, Jia waved to the 9 people behind him, "Let's go, we have been digging underground for so long, it's time to go out and kill 2 Konoha ninjas and earn credit." Although they sent all the members of the blasting team to the rear of Konoha, it was a great achievement, but he was not satisfied with this. The people behind him were the same. After hearing his words, they all smiled and continued to dig deeper in the direction of the messenger. Because there was a wall in front of them, the messenger ninja relied on the underground submarine ninjutsu to merge into the ground and explore the way ahead. In the future, they have already noticed something unusual. The originally flat ground suddenly began to bulge. At first, the bulge was not large, but as it approached, the height of the bulge became larger and larger. It was like something was walking up from underground to the ground. Seeing this change, Walai's face darkened. "Here it comes." It immediately attracted the attention of the friends who were guarding the stone wall. The raised ground was 10 meters away from Walai, and then stopped. The next moment, 11 ninjas emerged from the ground. They all half squatted on the ground, with the same seals on their hands. The leader was a rock ninja, who was tall and strong with a beard. He made a seal with one hand and held a talisman with the other. This talisman looked like a detonating talisman, but it was more than twice as big as a detonating talisman. It was emitting a faint glow. No need to ask, this must be a treasure that blocks perception. Minato and the other 3 were all on the COL, so they could naturally see the scene. When Kushina saw this talisman, her face suddenly became extremely ugly. She said with some anger, "So you relied on K-Fang barrier to block our perception?" "K-Fang barrier? What is that?" Noeki asked puzzled. Kushina's face was very ugly, because this talisman was one of the treasures of their Uzumaki clan. She took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart, and said in a deep voice, "This is one of the treasures of our Uzumaki clan. It is said that during the Warring States period, our Uzumaki clan had a conflict with the Hyuga clan." When she said this, she subconsciously glanced at Hyuga Rika, who didn't say anything, still forming a seal and looking forward. She retracted her gaze and continued, "In order to guard against Hinata's ability, the elders of the clan developed a treasure specifically for perception. After countless clansmen spent a lot of materials, they finally developed a treasure that even Bun could not see through, which is the talisman in his hand. It can expand the size of the barrier space according to the amount of chakra injected. As long as it is in the space, even Bun can't see through it. It is one of the treasures that my clan is most proud of." Mirai asked, "Are there many such treasures?" Kushina thought about it and said uncertainly, "It is said that 20 sheets were studied, but it was too long ago, so I am not sure." "Is that so?" Mirai nodded, and then looked at the 11 people opposite. Minato looked at Kushina worriedly, but he did not comfort her because he knew that Kushina was very strong. And now, she doesn't need her comfort. When just appeared, he heard the little girl's words, which made him stunned for a moment. After hearing the other party's words and seeing the other party's bright red hair like the morning sun, he immediately understood. He laughed out loud like a barbell. He. It turns out that the talisman that Lord Tsuchikage gave me is actually the treasure of your Uzumaki clan. He. Isn't this a coincidence? Little girl, look, the treasures of your clan are all in our hands, do you want to join us, Rock Ninja? Don't worry, as a woman, we won't let you go to such a dangerous battlefield. After saying that, he showed a weird smile on his face. It was so disgusting. Uzumaki Kushina's face had turned red, and her breathing had become several points heavier. Not only him, but even Minato, Mirai, and Nawaken knew what he meant by his words. Just want to treat Kushina as a sow, and create the Whirlpool clan for them. The future did not make much movement, he snorted coldly, and the mad knife in his hand immediately showed the state of Fang Blade. This group of rock ninjas are all quite strong, especially the leader. The future can feel that he seems to know the hardening technique. The last person who knew the hardening technique made Minato and his friends suffer. This one will obviously not be much worse. When the knife in the future suddenly changed its shape, his eyes lit up. He. I didn't expect it. God is really good to me. I actually let me meet such a good ninja tool. The future did not say much nonsense. When dealing with such a person, he felt that he would feel sick if he said a word to him. He immediately raised his hand and waved it, 3-sword chi, vertically brushing the ground, slashing towards them. For a moment, his attack actually had the sense of déjà vu of Wind Wound. The faces of Yanin and others suddenly changed. They quickly dodged and left. This move was very powerful, and they would definitely die if they were hit. The same was true for the Jiri, but this move was aimed at him, leaving him with no place to hide in a short period of time. The ecstasy on his face turned into solemnity. I underestimated you. Earth Escape Hardening Technique. Chapter 308. Sword Chi swept through. Not only did it leave a mess on the ground, but it also stirred up gusts of wind, blinding everyone's eyes. Mirai looked at the smoke and dust, and his eyes narrowed. In his previous life, he had heard a saying called the law of smoke and no injury. It is a law that applies to all the heavens and the worlds, and is no less than the law of true fragrance. Ha ha ha. This guy is dead, he actually dared to take Mirai's attack. Rope Tree laughed heartily. As someone who often accompanies Mirai in training, he has the most say. Mirai's strength is terrifying. Although he is not as good as Minato, his attack power is the first in their team. And he also released the ninja sword, which increased its power a lot. He absolutely does not believe that the captain of the rock ninja can survive intact. That's true. He is a member of the Senju clan, not a Hyuga or Uchiha. His eyesight is not as sharp as theirs. And he was blinded by 3 bright sword chi just now, so he didn't see the other party at the last moment. That is, the other party's skin became very dark, which is the performance after the hardening technique was activated. Future glanced at him, curled his lips and said, since you said so, then this guy is definitely fine, get ready and face a tough battle later. Rope Tree, ha ha ha. Future's words made him unable to do anything at once. What does this mean? Forgive him for not having enough IQ and not being able to figure out what Future's words meant. But he has one advantage, that is, he is not ashamed to ask questions. Hey! What do you mean? Am I wrong? Before Future can answer, a playful laugh came out from the smoke. Ha ha ha! You guessed right, kid, I am indeed fine. As he said this, he waved his hand, and a strong wind appeared out of thin air, immediately blowing away all the smoke and dust surrounding him, revealing his tattered clothes and dark skin. This kind of black, Rope Tree has a very deep impression. His happy face froze immediately, and after a moment he showed a bitter look. No way, it's here again. How come I have recently poked the nest of hardening technique? Anyone I meet can use this trick. And they have practiced it very deeply. This. Can't every rock ninja know this trick? Jia ignored Rope Tree and looked at Wei Lai. When his eyes noticed the thick, big, hairy, and curved machete in his hand, a greedy look instantly appeared in his eyes. Boy, hand over your weapon, I can be merciful and spare your life. Wei Lai snorted lightly. Then let's see if you have the ability to get it. Hearing Uchiha Mirai say this, Jia was not polite at all and rushed towards him immediately. Well, I'll take it myself. Future watched him approach him quickly with a coquettish posture like a snake skin. He was unmoved and even lowered his body very low. His eyes were fixed on the other party. He was fully focused and forced himself not to be distracted. When the other party rushed to a distance of 3 meters from him, he moved. Holding the handle of the knife, he swung the knife in an instant and chopped it towards the waist of the armor. Originally, he wanted to aim at his head, but he was afraid that he would miss. After all, once in danger, the most instinctive reaction of a person is to hold the head with both hands. Or dodge the head first to avoid a fatal blow. Tessaigan moved. Its curved blade was like a half-moon under the night sky. It was also like the blade reflected in the night sky, which swayed up and down with the shaking of the water waves. Future once measured. I have tried the sharpness of the fang blade. Blowing hair and cutting hair, this is the basic ability. Breaking gold and breaking stone is no problem. With the Future's horizontal slash, immediately realized that this knife was not simple, and immediately made a seal. Just when he had just finished all this, the iron tooth had already chopped into his kidney. In an instant, S face froze. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth was wide open, as if he had encountered something unbelievable. But the strange thing was that there was no blood flowing from his wound. Similarly, the Future's face changed. It became extremely ugly. He had already felt an unusual force from the blade, which was not the touch of the blade slicing into the flesh. It was like slicing into the wet soil. Earth substitution technique. A voice came from the other side. It attracted the attention of Rope Tree and others at once. The knife is extremely sharp. 10 meters away, the armor appeared intact, the smile on his face disappeared, and he returned to calm. The person that the Future cut had completely faded and returned to the appearance of mud. At this time, the armor did not dare to be careless. Although Uchiha Future was just a naughty child in his eyes. But he held the big knife in his hand, just like an ordinary child holding a stack of detonating talismans. Any normal person would be scared to death when seeing this scene. Therefore, when he faced Uchiha Future, he had already restrained some of his contempt. And this kid has a deep understanding of the knife. So deep that every movement is natural, and he knows the trajectory of the blade like the back of his hand. He can easily swing the knife and cut where he wants to cut. And it is accurate. Come to think of it, if I have such a treasure, I will naturally practice more. But is this child in front of me too young? Aren't kids this old busy picking up girls? How could they have the mentality to practice swordsmanship for years and months in a boring way? Come on! He waved his hand and immediately ordered his men to rush forward. As long as he could seize the opportunity and grab the sword, even if these people died, it would be a profit for him. Suddenly, those rock ninjas rushed towards the Future. The rock ninjas were different from Konoha. They implemented military management and required obedience to the orders of their superiors. So they moved without hesitation when they heard the sound. Most people planned to attack with ninja tools, and some planned to use ninjutsu. Facing their ferocious appearance, the Future turned around and looked behind him. Linghua was still standing there, with her hands still forming a seal on her chest. She didn't move at all. But her brows were tightly locked. It's not done yet. She immediately turned her head and looked in front of her. The group of rock ninjas had already rushed to a position less than 10 meters from him. It only took a breath to hit him and hurt him. But Mirai was not panicked at all. He immediately waved his hand and threw out a big snake. Shadow Snake Hand. The snake was thick and strong, with dense scales all over its body and bulging veins. It was so bulging that even the wriggling blood vessels could be seen on the skin. Mirai did not use it to tie people up, but to whip people. In fact, he could also use sword chi to force them back. But thinking that this group of rock ninjas had seen it before, they should have been mentally prepared. So he planned to use another way of attack. In addition to catching the opponent off guard, he also wanted to make them use the means against Tessaigan. Sure enough, when they saw the long snake whipping towards them, several of them were still struggling, but more people used their own means, either rushing forward or falling back. Or jumping up. When these people moved, the hesitant people also moved. In short, they all chose to avoid it instead of taking out their shields to block the attack. For a moment, the position of the Future's horizontal slash separated the positions of the 10 people. Seeing this scene, Future narrowed his eyes slightly. These guys are indeed prepared. So his move had no effect at all. While avoiding the slash, they immediately stood up and approached the Future again. For them, the first choice to deal with the bear kid with heavy weapons is to avoid his heavy weapons and then rush to his side. Grab his neck, take off his pants, and whip his butt hard. Let him dare to disobey. At this time, the armor also rushed up. He also felt that Uchiha Future was at his wit's end. He didn't use a knife, but made such a big snake. How could such a straightforward attack hurt them? Hey, that's right, this is just a child. Why am I so cautious? The other party must have trained hard in winter and summer to have such strength. Every day when he wakes up and takes the first shit in the morning. He then practices swordsmanship. He practices all day, and then it's night. He goes home to take a shower and go to bed. Then he waits until the next day to start the same boring and tasteless practice. So, all the nutrients are used for the body, so where are the nutrients for brain development? Seeing the 11 of them rushing at the same time, Wei La's face darkened. Then he looked at his friends who were just watching behind him, and said unhappily, I asked you to leave the dangerous places to me, but I didn't ask you to leave all the dangers to me. Really, he was facing the attack of 11 people alone, and they actually had the leisure to watch. Hey! Shenshu! Blinked twice and said Future, number. Hey you, hurry up and do it. Chapter 309. As it turned out, Torin Ashok was an exception. With the joint efforts of the Future and the others, the battle was finally over in 3 minutes. Nawaka sat down on the ground with a wry smile. Alas, I feel like everything has gone wrong recently. I have encountered all kinds of bad luck. What do you think? Should I find a temple abbot to take a look? Mirai retracted the form of Tessaigan. Since the last Konoha defense battle, some progress has been made. With more than a month of practice and adaptation, he can finally make Tessaigan materialize for 5 minutes. Congratulations! He looked at Nawaki and joked, I think it's purely a matter of character. Look at me and Rika. We have such good luck. Just by hitting an empty big move, they were able to obtain the ninjutsu scroll they coveted. Unfortunately, among them, only Nawaki could practice. But at this point, Walai stood up, put away his sword, and came to the front of Jiri. After taking out his ninja tool bag, he threw out everything in front of everyone. A talisman, 4 books, 2 scrolls, 100,000 taels of silver notes, and various ninja tools. And then it was gone. Tisk tisk tisk, so poor. Walai smacked his lips. This little bit of supplies doesn't match his title as the captain of the action team. When he saw the book, Shenshu's heart was a little throbbing, as if the book had some magic. He picked it up curiously and took a look. Just seeing the cover, his eyes suddenly lit up. It was like a mouse seeing rice, it was so excited. He immediately pressed the book down, his eyes were a little evasive, and he explained stutteringly, ahem, well, Uncle Jiraiya might need it, I just keep it for him first. Ahem. He explained dryly. Let the Future and others look at him speechlessly. This guy is typical of being both a boss and a jerk. Everyone present knows his perverted little habit. Looking at the contemptuous eyes of everyone, he shamelessly put all 4 books into his ninja tool bag. Seeing this scene, the Future exclaimed, what a guy! Is this guy not going to cover it up? He is so shameless. In order to prevent them from staring at him again, Nawaka handed the talisman to Minato and signaled with his eyes that he should pass it to Kushina. This barrier talisman should be returned to its original owner, and none of us can operate it. Sure enough, his action diverted the attention of Minato and Kushina. Minato quickly took it, turned his head to look at Kushina and comforted her softly, don't worry, when I become Hokage, I will definitely let other ninja villages return the treasures of the Uzumaki clan. Kushina took the barrier talisman handed by Minato, she nodded silently, and said nothing. Seeing this, Rope Tree on the side curled his lips in silence and whispered, the 5th generation Hokage is mine. Minato and Mirai heard it, but just smiled and said nothing. The position of Hokage is not something that you can become Hokage just by saying that you can become Hokage. In addition to the positive election, there are countless conflicts of interest behind it. It can be said that it is more complicated than the ball of wool messed up by a cat. Thinking of this, they looked at the spoils again. This time, all silver was given to Minato. The reason why it was given to Rika the last few times was because Minato was slightly richer than her. Now Hyuga Rika is richer than Mirai and Minato. But Mirai is not interested in money, or rather, he is not yet at the age where he needs a lot of money. So the money was given to Minato first. But 100,000 taels, poor bastard. Minato didn't say anything and took it first. As for Nawaki and Kushina, they are the real rich lowly and rich young masters. As for the scrolls, one mission scroll and one underground submarine. Seeing this ninjutsu scroll, Noeki pouted in disdain. Damn, how can there be such a popular ninjutsu? There are countless similar scrolls in his family's storage room, and they are all improved by his second grandfather. The power is even better than these scrolls without even thinking about it. Found it. At this moment, Hyagarika suddenly spoke. Everyone came back to their senses at once, and all looked at her. Kushina was the first to rush to her and asked, "Found it? Where is it?" Hyagarika knew the priorities and said directly, 58 meters below us, there are 5 ninjas setting up detonating traps. As she spoke, she stretched out her chubby index finger and pointed to all directions of the battlefield. But most of them were on the Konoha side. Here. There. And underground over there, there are similar explosion ninjas setting traps, and they are hiding too deep, even the Bun can't see through such a deep ground. And the ninjas there are holding the treasure barrier of Kushina's clan. I guess they are the core personnel of the explosion. Hearing this, the faces of the future and the others became serious. Even the single-celled organism rope tree obviously realized the seriousness of the problem. Now the rock ninjas are quietly setting traps underground, obviously wanting to catch all of them in Konoha. If they really succeed, Konoha will suffer heavy losses in the case of deliberate calculations. Thinking of this, Rope Tree became a little anxious. Everyone, the situation is urgent now. Let's go kill the rock ninjas and stop all this. Hearing this, the future reached out to comfort him and signaled him not to get excited. I know you are very excited, but don't get excited first. First we need to solve a problem. Hearing what he said, Minato and the other 4 looked at him. What's the problem? Mirai stared at them and said seriously, they are all underground, how can we get there? Friends, Sigma, Mirai's words stunned all the friends. Yes, they don't know how to escape underground, how can they sneak into the ground? This is a problem, and a tricky one. Everyone was silent for a long time, thinking hard, but couldn't think of how to go underground and stop their conspiracy. Looking at them like this, Mirai couldn't help but smile. You guys still like to get stuck in a rut. You have to learn to be like an old sow and change your mind. He didn't have any hope for Noeka's IQ. But Minato, Kushina, and Rika's IQ, they are not much younger than me. What they lack is the accumulation of time and experience. That is, they lack divergent thinking. Do you have a solution? Linghua looked at him curiously. Mirai nodded and smiled at his friends. Why do we have to do it ourselves? Just announce this news, and someone will naturally solve these problems. How to announce it? Rope Tree asked confusedly. The battlefield is so big, it's impossible to tell everyone one by one. Or stand on a high place and shout loudly. Mirai didn't even look at him, but continued, I remember that the Yamanaka clan has a secret technique that can realize the transmission of ideas. We just need to find a person from the Yamanaka clan and let him tell this news to our own people, especially Chief Danzo. Old them, they will naturally arrange people to solve it. Hearing the words of the future, the friends' eyes lit up. That's right. They don't know any skills to sneak into the ground, but it doesn't mean that others can't. Nawaki was the first to agree, I think this method works. Minato had no opinion, but Kushina was a little hesitant. She took Linghua's hand, thought about it and asked, then how can we tell this to others without exposing Linghua's ability? From Linghua's character of hiding since she was a child, she has reasons not to expose. So she doesn't want her to expose her details because of the thoughts of herself and others. Linghua couldn't help but look at her when she heard it, with complicated eyes. She didn't expect that at this time, Kushina would think of her concerns first. If Kushina hadn't said it just now, she would have said it herself. Good girlfriend, next time there is a boy, let you go first. After hearing what Kushina said, everyone present was silent. Noeki and Minato looked at Linghua apologetically. They really didn't consider her thoughts just now. Mirai thought about it, he turned his head and looked at the cold armor. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. We can completely blame him. Anyway, he is dead, why not let us use him again? After hearing what Mirai said, Minato and the others looked at each other and immediately understood Mirai's idea. They were immediately happy. This is a good idea. Okay. Let's do it. Minato said, the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter, we can say that we defeated this man, and then this man wanted to use the secret he knew to save his life. So we know his arrangement underground. To this, Mirai smiled and said nothing. Don't think these kids are outrageous. Minato is stronger than himself, Kushina has a cheat, and Rika is a cheat. Laolu, Shangshu he has brute force. But the battlefield is a magic mirror, and anyone who comes to the battlefield will be exposed. So, they often can't think straight. Now that they have a future proposal, they began to gradually improve the future proposal bit by bit. Chapter 310. Right wing of the battlefield. Abarame Ryoma and the others were slightly stunned, and then they all looked at Elder Danzo. Just now, they all received information from the Yamanaka clan. There was also a picture of a mission scroll and a map in their minds. This scroll was forged by the future, and the font was written by the future with the Sharingan, imitating the handwriting of the ninja. And the original mission scroll of the ninja was just a mission scroll that had been completed but not submitted. It had nothing to do with what he was doing now. Now the future can boldly use the Sharingan without fear of being discovered, because Kushina has the treasure of their clan in her hands. And with the chakra of the Uzumaki clan, the effect of the square barrier has increased by several %. The future saw the handwriting of the ninja scroll. Where did this guy copy this ninja scroll from? I planned to practice by myself, but I didn't expect that I would die before I could practice the technique. If someone compares the handwriting of the task scroll with the real ninjutsu scroll, they may notice subtle differences and something wrong. But this picture is in their minds. This difference will be perfectly filtered out. No one can find the abnormality. Even if the ninjas of the Yamanaka clan invade their consciousness and watch this memory repeatedly, it will be the same. After doing all this in the future, I will take my friends to the edge of the battlefield and happily touch the corpse. Now they are still young and can't help at all. Especially the core of the battlefield. The battle there is extremely fierce. If they are stubborn and go in, let's not talk about whether they can help, they probably can't even get close. There is a difference between ninjas, jonins and jonins. For example, Torin Ashok and Nagia, who both know hardening technique. If the former had not been as careless as Suda, Mirai and the others would have taken the opportunity to control him. Finally, Minato found an opportunity and fed him a raised nan into his mouth. Only then did he kill him with difficulty. As for the man named, Mirai and Rika did not use the pupil technique, and the 5 of them killed him together, and also killed the people around them. And with the help of the slug, their chakra began to recover rapidly. Danzo narrowed his eyes, and after a moment of silence, he said, "All routes, go underground to deal with these explosives." Yes. Behind him, the root ninjas who were kneeling and waiting for orders all responded in a deep voice. Without waiting for them to take action, Danzo spoke again. "One more thing. I found that some of the ninjas in the demolition team used earth escape technique seals. If you use lightning escape technique, you may be able to control these explosives." Yes. One more thing, send someone to check on the rock ninja named to see if he is dead and how he died. He doubted the authenticity of this information. The rock ninja is one of the 5 major ninjas, and there are very few ninjas who sell out their own country's intelligence. Even if there are, why did Uchiha Mirai and the others just happen to meet them? Yes. And Danzo hesitated. Finally, he shook his head. He wanted to ask someone to bring Uchiha Mirai and the others here. But when he thought of the complexity of this team, he gave up. "Forget it, you guys go ahead." Yes. Seeing that his boss had nothing to order, Abarame Ryoma waved his hand and said coldly, "If you can capture them alive, capture them alive. If you can't capture them alive, kill them without mercy." They have been kidnapping people on the battlefield these days. In addition to the people in their own research department, they will also give a few to Orochimaru to help with the research. And the ninjas they will face next are all from the blasting unit. Most of these people are pseudo-explosion ninjas who are selling dog meat under the guise of sheep, and among the remaining 10, there should be 1 or 2 real blasting blood ninjas. Their existence will be of great help to themselves and others. Yes. Disperse. With Ryoma's order, all the root ninjas turned into black shadows and disappeared behind Danzo. They all rushed to various locations in their minds. They started their mission. Only Abarame Ryoma and Danzo were left at the original place. Looking at the guard behind him, Danzo frowned slightly. It's really a bit stretched with only Ryoma. He has a lot of things to do, and it's impossible for him to do them all by himself. For example, he sent Abarame Ryoma to protect Kushina. At that time, he had no right-hand man around him, and he had to rely on himself. Now Abarame Ryoma has to protect himself, so there is no ninja to do it. Leading the team mission. It seems that I must recruit another ninja to be my assistant. He thought about it, and then said, Ryoma, you should go too. The strength of the Rock Ninja's blasting team is not bad. I can feel more at ease if you coordinate and command the route. After hearing this, Abarame Ryoma pursed his lips and said nothing. Instead, he nodded and said, Okay, Elder Danzo. As he said that, he also turned into a black shadow and disappeared. Soon, he caught up with the route's main force. He quickly ordered, we will be divided into 2 teams, one will take the rear of Konoha as the route, and the other will pass through the center of the battlefield. The explosion point arranged by the Rock Ninja's blasting team happened to be roughly semicircular, right at the foot of Konoha. Attention, we don't need to care about the place where Jiraiya's shadow clone attacks. We must eliminate the threat of explosion as soon as possible, and we must not expose our actions and let them notice it. Did you hear that clearly? Yes. Very good, Jiri, you will lead the team to clear this line behind Konoha, and by the way, find out the specific situation of that Jiri. This Jia is not Yamato. Captain Yamato is still a cell at this moment. Let's get back to the point. The center of the battlefield is the most dangerous. There is Jiraiya and his team fighting there, and there are 3 huge summoned beasts and 2 Jinkriki. Their fighting is extremely loud. And every time Tsunade and Han fight, the sky collapses and the earth cracks. If you don't pay attention, the ninjas under the ground may be buried alive. Okay. After giving the order, they immediately parted ways, each with a team, and with the help of the Earth Escape Route Ninja, they quickly sneaked into the ground. The center of the battlefield. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that Danzo's route has taken action. Just now, he also realized that his idea of using shadow clones to eliminate explosives was a bit risky. He can indeed stop the large explosion team of Rock Ninja, but there are still many small teams, and he really can't split himself. He has Sage Chakra on him, and Tsunade's slug is completely useless to him. Because his chakra carries a trace of the breath of Myaboku Mountain, and the slug carries the breath of the wet bone forest. The Sage Chakra of both contains the characteristics of their respective sages. For example, Myaboku Mountain's Sage Mode, in addition to increasing hard power in terms of combat effectiveness, also greatly improves perception. The square barrier of the Uzumaki clan is useless to him. The wet bone forest increases the recovery and vitality of the sutra user. The Sage Mode of Ryokai Cave has a great increase in sutras. These 3 Sage Sutras have all been transformed by the sages of the 3 holy places. Practicing their magic will naturally be contaminated by their aura. He looked at Onoki with his eyes slightly narrowed, and he must not let him notice the movement of the roots. So he rushed and attacked again. The cooperation between Orochimaru and Manja was barely able to suppress Lao Zi. But Lao Zi's chakra coat was too tricky. Once the contact time was too long, he would also be eroded. The 2 big snakes before were the best examples. The same is true for Tsunade. Her strange power needs to attack the target to cause the greatest damage. But Han's chakra coat is like a hedgehog. He can hurt him, but his fist will also suffer corresponding damage. It's simply a battle of killing 1,000 enemies and hurting 800 of himself. Fortunately, she also found a way to deal with it, which is to concentrate the chakra on the fist and make it into something similar to a glove. It can avoid being eroded. But once her power exceeds the tolerance limit of the glove's chakra, it will also disperse. She punched Han again, knocking him away, and her brows knitted in pain. Her eyes fell on her fist. She saw that the cross-section of her fist had been corroded by most of the wound. Damn, did you use too much strength? Seeing this, the slug hurriedly said, Tsunade-sama. I will treat you immediately. There was a hint of urgency in the soft voice. Tsunade ignored it, but frowned at Han, who fell to the ground and slid far away. It's strange, the tailed beast chakra coat alone has the ability to corrode, which is not the same as ordinary Jinkriki. Orochimaru also landed beside her, frowning. I also found out about this. By the way, did your grandmother tell you about this? From the battle to now, he didn't know how many times he had shed his skin. The original body has turned into dust and merged into the earth. Tsunade shook her head, no. Hearing this, Orochimaru frowned even more. We can't fight them, and we can't take it head-on. It seems that we can only force them to release the perfect-tailed beasts. Hearing this, Tsunade was stunned for a moment, and she looked at Orochimaru in astonishment. She asked in disbelief, "Are you crazy? If they are perfect, the three of us, plus our own summoning beasts, may not be able to defeat a single four-tailed or five-tailed beast. Their strength is still a little lacking." Hearing this, Orochimaru sneered. "We don't have to fight against the perfect beasts ourselves. Tsunade is not a rope tree." When she heard what Orochimaru said, she understood it immediately. Her beautiful eyes lit up immediately. This is completely feasible. Orochimaru didn't say anything, he turned around and rushed towards Lao Zi. Chapter 311. Sand Ninja Position. Sarutobi Hiruzen kept pacing in front of the table. He has been like this since he returned to his tent from the battlefield. Not to mention him, even Kato Dan saw him, he became nervous. He hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Hokage, how about I lead the team to support you?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became even uglier when he heard this. He couldn't help but look at Kato Dan and complained, attack and defense are two completely different concepts. As long as Orochimaru and the others defend, they can completely defeat the rock ninja based on the favorable terrain. Now, they actually took the initiative to attack, and the two sides even encountered each other. How can I feel at ease? After saying that, he couldn't help pacing again. The whole person seemed a little impatient again. He looked at the door while walking, and he didn't know how many times he looked at the door. Alas, it's been so long, and there's still no battle report. Kato Dan. He was a little speechless. How long has it been? If it weren't for the fact that the Sand Ninja's fighting spirit was just a castle in the sky, it was just an illusion. So much so that they couldn't see the hope of victory and gave up very simply, I'm afraid they would still be fighting now. Maybe now is the climax of the battle. But then again, he seemed to be a little restless after being messed up by the third generation. Especially he learned from the intelligence that in addition to the third generation Tsuchikage leading the team himself, there were also two Jinkriki. Two ace troops. Even he had to shake his head when he saw this kind of strength. But there were only 3 ninjas on the battlefield, and Elder Danzo could no longer keep up with the rhythm of the battle. Moreover, the third generation Tsuchikage Onoki was known as the strongest Tsuchikage of all generations, and only the third generation Hokage could compete with him. Now that the third generation is not there, who will resist Onoki? You know, a month ago, Tsunade and the other 3 were bullied to death by Hanzo. They were even given the most shameful title, the 3 ninjas of Konoha. Perhaps this title was an honor to outsiders, or even to him at the time, but after talking with Tsunade, he already knew that it was not an honor at all for the 3 of them, but a shame. But this title soon spread throughout the ninja world, and they had no place to refuse even if they wanted to. Thinking about it, he said again, "Lord Hokage, how about letting me lead the team to support us?" This is the 3rd time he has said this. The sentence just now was the 2nd sentence. Listening to his words, the third generation's face became even uglier. But fortunately, he finally listened. "No, our defense force here is just enough. If we divide our troops, even if the Sand Ninja has lost their fighting spirit, they can easily eat up the rest. But we can't not support them." For a while, he was in a dilemma. Damn it, if they were all more obedient, I wouldn't have to worry so much. Should I lead all the people to support? No, with Ebizo's wisdom, he will definitely seize the opportunity and take the opportunity to chase us. By then, our losses will be even more severe. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt, and the more it hurt, the more he couldn't help thinking about it. Damn, I just want to cry. Finally, he made up his mind. He directly ordered, "Everyone, gather." Yes. Immediately, a ninja from the Anbu went out to convey the order. Seeing this scene, Kato Dan thought that the third generation wanted him to lead the team to gather, and he hurriedly said, "Third generation, please rest assured, I will complete the task." The third generation was stunned for a moment, looking at him in confusion. Task? What task? Kato Dan. No, you have called people to gather, what else can it be? Isn't it just a task for you to lead the team to support? The third generation looked at his confused expression and was too lazy to think about what he meant. He fastened his combat gear and said in a cold voice, "If we want to provide support, these sand ninjas will definitely chase us. So instead of waiting for death, we might as well take the initiative and take care of them first. Just drive them all out of the rain country, and then we won't have so many worries whether we divide our troops or provide full support." Kato Dan. Fuck, this. He was shocked. What a cool operation. I would like to call you the strongest. He immediately said, yes, I understand, I will go and get everyone ready now. Well, go. As he said, he turned his head and looked in the direction of the kitchen. Guja, I need your strength now. Maraboshi Guja, this is a very talented ninja, and also has a firm and unshakable will of fire. Maraboshi Kasuke in his middle age. He was valued by the second generation Hokage and taught him 2 water escape techniques. Water Array Wall, Water Dragon Bullet. Originally, with his strength and ability, he was enough to serve as an elite jonin. However, because of his improper command during the Chunin period, he killed 2 companions. At that time, he swore in extreme grief that he would only be a genin for the rest of his life. In fact, before leaving, he had talked to Kasuke and wanted him to become a jonin and lead the genin to perform tasks, but he refused. Later, he learned that he was going to the battlefield as the Hokage, so he followed him despite his newly injured eye. In fact, the third generation planned to keep him and Sakumo in Konoha together. One bright and one dark, they can definitely protect Konoha. Later, Sakumo said that he could be left alone, so he agreed to Kasuke's request. However, he had agreed with the other party that he would only use him as a last resort, and he could also take the opportunity to let the other party recover from his injuries. The latter did not have any dissatisfaction. For him, as long as he could do his part for Konoha, his life would be enough. Thinking of this, he immediately walked towards the material storage camp. Go find Maraboshi Kasuke and let him use his true power. At this moment, they were surrounded by a group of rock ninjas in the future. The 5 of them formed a circle and left their backs to their companions. All of them faced the outside in unison. In the future, they looked at the 20 rock ninjas, one of whom was a Chunin and one Jonin. He looked at Nawaka speechlessly. Dude, you are poisonous. Why can't I meet Jonin everywhere? You know, every Jonin is the most precious treasure of the ninja village. Naturally, they also have corresponding strength. And because a ninja wants to become a Jonin, character, opportunity, talent, and blood are all indispensable. For civilians, becoming a Jonin is not much easier than ascending to heaven. That's why Jonins become an important force in a village. As long as you become a Jonin, you are qualified to attend the village's high-level meetings. Therefore, they also hold huge power. The battlefield is so chaotic now. And I don't believe that the Rock Ninja will be rich enough to replace all the Rock Ninja troops with Jonin in the future. Otherwise, Konoha doesn't need to fight, and everyone can just wash their butts and wait for the Rock Ninja to have sex. Therefore, there won't be many Jonins. On the battlefield, it can be said that there is only 1 in 500 people. But counting on your fingers, since they joined the battlefield, they have encountered several Jonins. First, there was the pseudo-explosion ninja Toranishuk. His explosion is just an unstable change of chakra, not a blood limit ninja, so the word pseudo was used. The arrogant flying ninja, Kanda, if he hadn't made a mistake first, he would have been forced to make mistakes step by the future and finally split apart. He was also recruited by Shenshu. Then there was. This was the leader of the special operations team, and his strength was not bad. But he met a group of wall hangers. It was a very painful death. Because he died, he was used by the future and the others. Maybe when the rock ninjas knew the information that the future and the others had spread, he would definitely be nailed to the shame stake. The problem is that he didn't leak the secret at all. But he had to take the blame for this. Including the one in front of him, there are a total of 5 Jonins. How could they attract Jonins wherever they go? Shenshu rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily, "Don't make a fuss, this is a battlefield, anything can happen, and we have gone around most of the battlefield, it's not surprising that we can meet Jonin." The future's face was tangled. His intuition told him that this was Rope Tree's fault. But his reason told him that Rope Tree's words made sense. "Oh, I didn't expect to meet such a young child on the battlefield." The leader laughed cruelly. He had the illusion that he wanted to eat them alive in the future. "Baby, listen to your uncle's advice, go home and drink milk." His words made his men burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. That's right. They were sent to the battlefield at such a young age. Do you have no one left in Konoha? Don't say that. What if they are geniuses and the elders of the family want them to come to the battlefield for training? Ha ha ha. I'm laughing to death. I can't make it up anymore." They are so young that they may not even be weaned. How could they be sent to the battlefield by the elders of the family? Even if they want to train, they have to wait until they grow up. And among these 5 children, only 2 girls look special. One has red hair, and the other has black hair and white eyes. But they are so fat. Could it be that the Akimichi family cheated, or the Hyuga clan cheated? Chapter 312. This time, the opponent's main attacker was Minato. Mirai and the others assisted from the side. They quickly dealt with this ordinary jonin. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Noeka happily touched them all over. To be honest, if Toranashuk's strength is the same as his, you don't have to do anything at all, just watch how I beat him alone. Upon hearing this, Mirai rolled his eyes at him unhappily. Don't talk, get to work. It's Noeka brother, my chakra is almost exhausted. Minato said with a wry smile. Although he has the raised nan to make up for his lack of attack power, he is still a child. Chakra is naturally at a disadvantage. In fact, it's not just him, Mirai, Kushina, Rika, and Noeki all have little chakra. Although Kushina's chakra is high, she also consumes a lot. It's still with the help of the slug that they can last so long. As Minato spoke, he could not help but glance at Noeki, which made the latter look puzzled. What are you looking at? Look at you, cough cough. Minato's face froze, and he almost said what he was thinking, what's wrong with looking at you? His intuition told him that if he said it, the situation would be very bad. After touching the corpse, the 5 little ones immediately retreated. This time they walked back. Because they were almost out of space. Because the ninja tool bag contained secrets, it could not be taken away in the sealing scroll, nor could it be collected by the snake swallowing technique. At this moment, each of them had at least 8 ninja tool bags on their bodies. Most of them were genin. Although the owners of these ninja tool bags may not have much wealth, the ninja tool bags themselves were worth a lot. Soon, they returned to where the ninja was. But when they saw that the corpse had disappeared, they all changed their faces. Someone has been here. Who has been here? Could it be someone from our Konoha? Faced with Noeka's question, Kushina shook her head. I don't think it's possible. We're in a war now. The teachers and the others are all out of their minds. Both sides are angry. They definitely don't have time to collect the bodies. Hinata Reka opened her bun and looked carefully inside and out. Her face showed an expression of enlightenment. It should be done by our Konoha ninja. Look at these footprints. Judging from the direction of the footprints, it is very likely that they are ninjas from our Konoha. And these steps are not at all panicked, obviously heading straight for the body of the armor. Before, Mirai had asked the Yamanaka clan to send a message. Obviously, someone came here and took the body away. After listening to Reka's explanation, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Since it was their own people who collected the body, they had nothing to worry about. After all, there could be no treasures on the armor. Because they had all been looted. Even if the forged mission scroll was in the future's stomach, they would not be able to find any useful or unfavorable information. Several people hurriedly entered the mountain's mouth. Kushina took out the talisman directly and injected a few chakras. Fortunately, this square barrier was the product of the Uzumaki clan, and Kushina only needed to maintain the unnoticed within a radius of 10 meters, so the consumption was very small. And Linghua also opened the bun and was always on guard against the periphery to prevent sneak attacks. So, everyone started in round of division. As for money, Minato and Linghua divided it equally. The same is true for ninja tools. This time, after killing so many people, there was not even a ninjutsu scroll. Looking at the pitiful property, the future and others were silent. This is unscientific. After hesitating for a moment, Noeka said in a very tangled tone, something is wrong, very wrong, our luck seems to be getting worse and worse. His words made Mirai and Linghua agree deeply. But Mirai corrected him, it's your bad luck, not ours. You know, after they killed Kanda together, they obtained several very practical high-level techniques such as hardening technique and light and heavy rock technique. But after that, Toranashuk didn't count, his things were all blown up. Something can still be touched on the body of the armor, and the treasure in Kushina's hand can match the one that Mirai and the others had. Then there was the last nameless Jonin, and there was nothing in his ninja tool bag except silver and ninja tools. This is simply wrong. It feels like their luck is continuing to decline. Mirai looked at him straight and suddenly said, in fact, I have said it a long time ago, Noeki, your luck seems to be very bad, wherever we go, we can meet Jonan. This time, Shenshu did not answer, because he also felt that he had a lot of strange things to do. For example, from Konoha to here, he was remembered by the god of death for no reason. Grandpa finally solved it, but he didn't wait for long to be happy, and he encountered this strange thing of wherever we go, we can meet Jonan. With the previous experience of being stared at by the god of death, Ling Hua suddenly looked at Shenshu suspiciously. Brother Shenshu, you are not being stared at by some god again, such as the god of misfortune. Shangshu Sigma, a. Ah. Shangshu stood up suddenly in shock, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. The weakness on his face was replaced by a deep fear. Big sister, don't scare me, I'm naturally timid and can't stand being scared. When Shangshu moved, the others also stood up and hurriedly avoided him. All of them stayed away from Shangshu's position. Luck is a thing. In short, no one wants to be affected by bad luck. Ling Hua looked at their big move and shrank her neck a little embarrassedly. Don't get excited. I'm just talking casually. But even if she explained, no one dared to let go. Kushina reached out and pulled Ling Hua up with great effort. She said solemnly, don't take it lightly, I feel that there is something wrong with brother Shenshu. Being targeted by the god of death is fine. After all, there are many people in this world who are targeted by the god of death, not just Shenshu, and her grandmother is also followed by a god of death. But the god of death just died this morning, and now there is a great possibility that a god of misfortune will emerge. This matter is really wrong. Nine Tails, can you see if there is anything abnormal about my brother Shenshu? She decided to ask the old man in her body. As a fox spirit who has lived for thousands of years, she is definitely much more knowledgeable than a little girl of 7 or 8 years old like her. I don't know, don't ask me. Nine Tails snorted coldly and responded in a very cold attitude. Say it seemed to be still not satisfied, and immediately sneezed, blasting Kushina out of the sealed space. In reality, Kushina was speechless. Why is this stinky fox so angry recently? It seems as if she has done something to it. Just as they were thinking about their own things, Hyaga Rika looked at Shenshu in astonishment. Her eyes were full of disbelief. Shenshu was stunned. He suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, and he hurriedly asked, Rika, did you find anything? Tell me quickly. He had already prepared himself to be targeted by other gods. But he was a little panicked, but it didn't matter, Grandpa would take action. Since I saw Grandpa's veiled body last night, the sky blocked out the sun, and the 1,000-armed Buddha was as dazzling as the sun. Nawake was very sure that Grandpa had surpassed the scope of humans. Even if a god came, Grandpa would let him use one hand, and the god would not be able to touch a hair of his own and would perish. At worst, Grandpa would just do it again this time and it would be over. Ling Hua's strange expression naturally made the future and the others very curious, and they all looked at her in unison. Kushina pursed her lips and asked, Ling Hua-chan, didn't you see something? Ling Hua's pupil power was something she had never seen before. The nine-tailed fox once praised this child for having the appearance of their ancestors. But as far as she knew, the most famous ninja in Hyaga seemed to be only one, a ninja named Hyaga Tenon in the late Warring States period. It is said that his Bun can see 100 kilometers away. Many ninjas who wanted to bury and kill him had nowhere to hide. Could it be that Hyaga Ling Hua will be able to see that far in the future? Hinata Reka turned to look at the four of them, her expression was too complicated. One good news and one bad news, which one do you want to hear? Future gave her a strange look, this little fat guy was actually playing dumb with them. Good news. The good news is that I am 50% sure that Brother Rope Tree is being targeted by a certain god. The most likely one is the god of misfortune. Rope Tree, _? Hey! The probability is so high? If you round it off, doesn't it mean that he is being targeted by the god again? Without giving him time to ask, Rika continued, the bad news is that a team of rock ninjas are coming towards us. Judging from the momentum of the leading ninja, it is another Jonan. And it's a muscular girl. Everyone, ____. So poisonous. You might as well change your name to Poisonous Rope Tree. Chapter 313. 10 minutes ago. The time period in the future when they had just dealt with the nameless Jonan. Yahweh Zirgui looked at the information in his hand, and his strong arm slightly moved twice, and then crushed a piece of rock. She was a little puzzled. What's going on? The fluctuation of K-Fang barrier disappeared. This was not what she sensed, and she was not a sensing ninja. But she learned about this from the information in her hand. It seems to be like this. A subordinate replied. Hearing this, a trace of mockery flashed in Yahweh Zirgui's eyes. At the beginning, I said that this treasure should be handed over to me for safekeeping, but the third generation valued the man named more. Now it's good, I don't know whether I am dead or alive, and even this treasure has been lost. Her voice is very sweet. If you only listen to the voice, you will immediately think of a weak, cute, and a little confused loli who can cry for a long time after being punched. Probably like this little Zha Zha. Indeed, her head grows like this, which fits her voice very well. Her facial features are very cute, especially her big eyes, which are watery and sparkling, like a black grape. Her mouth is also, the so-called cherry mouth is used to describe her. But when you really see her figure, you will find it. The so-called one punch can make you cry for a long time, which means that if she punches you, you will cry for a long time, because she is so strong. It is not a problem to run a horse on her arm. Master Xiang, what should we do? Should we do it? Yahweh Zirgui was born in a commoner family. Her parents originally hoped that she would be a boy, and they planned to spend a lot of money to support her to become a ninja. But they didn't expect to give birth to a girl. However, the parents who have struggled at the bottom for most of their lives did not want their daughter to live their lives. So they made up their minds and raised her as a boy, and gave her such a strong name. They spent a lot of effort to teach her how to become a ninja since she was a child. But I didn't expect it. Yahweh Zirgui is not very proficient in ninjutsu, but she has a special liking for taijutsu and is also very talented. When she was 5 years old, she could punch a newly graduated ninja and make him cry. From then on, she entered the sight of the top leaders. Finally, with her step-by-step efforts, she became a flower in the Hidden Rock village. After all, the Hidden Rock ninja, like the Cloud ninja, worships strong beauty. And a girl with a body stronger than her own, but with a baby face and a natural lowly voice. For the Hidden Rock ninja, this is double the happiness. The ninjas who pursue her can circle the Hidden Earth village 2.5 times. But just like her name, she is only interested in girls. Especially those pretentious girls. Every night, she holds Jiraiya's pornographic book for comfort. So much so that many Hidden Rock ninjas swear that they must let her experience the happiness of a woman. But no matter which one, they all failed in the end, especially those who wanted to use force, who were beaten by her and cried for their parents. She lost all her face and had no face to stay in the village. Her father was very worried about his daughter's marriage recently, and even came up with a strange operation of using aphrodisiac to knock Yue Zirgui unconscious. Hey. Don't think wrongly, he didn't use it himself, he's not that beastly. It was to fulfill the best son-in-law he had selected through dozens of factors such as family, wealth, and boyfriend power. Unfortunately, Yue Zirgui saw through it at a glance. In a rage, she followed Onoki to the battlefield. Because of her personality, she asked her subordinates and even other people to call her only Xiang, or Xiang-sama. Because the other characters in the name are too feminine. Go, this is the treasure of the Hidden Rock village after all, we can't lose it. As she said that, she brought 5 genin and 5 chunin to the intelligence, which was the place where the last appearance of the armor was. Naturally, they found nothing. So one person suggested that she take a rest in the valley, and they went underground to see if there were any clues. For these delicate tasks, Yahweh Zirgui was very averse from the bottom of his heart, so he agreed to the suggestion of his subordinates. Just ask the other party not to let himself wait too long. Kushina and others looked at Naoki very strangely. Even Kushina almost couldn't maintain the K-Fang barrier. But fortunately, she was just stunned for a moment, and didn't let the K-Fang barrier dissipate. K-Fang barrier is a barrier that blocks perception, because it is used to target the ability of Bun, so that it can only exert half of its strength and cannot block both sound and body shape. So they didn't say anything, just for fear that the strong woman 10 meters away would hear any noise. And they all hid inside a void. This valley is very small, not even as big as a house. If they are discovered, they will be trapped. Because they don't have much chakra, if they face an ordinary jonin. Mirai and Linghua really need to use their trump cards again. Although people can't speak, they can simply communicate with their eyes. Rope tree, we are all going to be killed by you, Mirai stared at him speechlessly. Even Minato, who has the best personality, is the same. He also stared at him speechlessly, wanting to say something, but finally shut up. Rope tree, oh. What can I do? I am also desperate, okay. Woo woo woo. I should not have come to the battlefield if I had known earlier. If I hadn't come to the battlefield, I wouldn't have been blown up by the detonating talisman. If I hadn't been blown up by the detonating talisman, I wouldn't have known that the god of death was staring at me. Although the god of death staring at him died, who knows where another god will appear from. This seems to be a bad luck god, and his luck is almost negative. I am afraid that when I go out in the future, I will really fall into dog shit and suffocate to death, as the White Snake Immortal said. Wait. God of death, luck. At this moment, he was stunned. The White Snake Immortal said that you must never have any contact with the god of death, otherwise, the ominous aura on them will be transmitted to you, thereby reducing your own luck. Could it be that I didn't know when I had contact with the god of death, but I didn't know it? Thinking of this, he wanted to cry even more. It's better not to think of it. At first, he just suspected that there was a bad luck god around him. But he didn't panic. He planned to ask the White Snake Immortal to run another trip for him after the battle. Let Grandpa kill him. Now, even the dead god of death is suspected. And the suspicion is even greater. But the problem is, he is already dead. Then how to solve this? Sister. I want to go home. Mirai did not look outside at this time. After a moment of silence, he suddenly stared at the chest of Nawaki. He had seen Nawaki wearing a necklace before, although it was now covered by clothes and he could not see it. And he also knew that this necklace had gone through 5 generations of owners. The first one was Hashirama Senju, the second was Tsunade, then Nawaki, Kato Dan, and finally Naruto. In addition to Tsunade and the protagonist Naruto, these 3 people died more miserably than each other. Hashirama Senju's affairs can be ignored, but what about Nawaki and Kato Dan? One of them has mastered the spiritualization technique, so he must know the weakness of the technique. They would definitely be prepared, at least they would set up a few traps to protect themselves. One of them followed Orochimaru, and with Orochimaru's strength, he would definitely be able to find the trap, or pull Rope Tree out in the first time before the trap exploded. But the 2 of them died just like that, and they died too miserably. One was killed by the detonating talisman, and the other was killed by someone who had his internal organs ripped out, a wound that even Tsunade could not treat. And under the layers of attacks, Tsunade also suffered from hemophobia. Thinking about it, he seemed to have discovered a blind life. Rope Tree was already crying without tears, and suddenly saw the staring eyes of the future. This look made him tremble a little. That was the look of wanting to tear off his clothes. What does he want to do? Is he going to tear off his clothes and lick his saliva? Thinking of this terrible idea, he was so scared that his whole body trembled. She immediately hugged her chest tightly with both hands, with a chaste expression of "I will never let you go even if I die." Minato and the other 3 also noticed Mirai's gaze. They all looked at each other involuntarily. Could this guy be thinking? Hiss. What a perverted idea. Rika was right next to Mirai, she kept one eye on the outside world and the other eye on Mirai. After she looked for a while, she saw that Mirai was still staring at Nawaki, so she reached out and gently touched Mirai. Let the latter shift his attention to her. After seeing him looking at her, Rika gave him a look that she thought was very obvious. What are you looking at? Mirai was still thinking about something and didn't see clearly what she meant. So she returned the look. Surprised face, what do you mean? Chapter 314. The situation was no longer able to allow them to say anything. Because the group of people had already noticed that someone was hiding in the valley. Although they could not feel anything. One of the subordinates quietly wrote a few words on the ground with his hand and showed it to Yahweh Zirgui. Sir, we found the footprints of 5 children who entered the valley behind you and did not come out. And thinking that Kai Fang barrier can block the function of perception, he wrote again, and we suspect that the barrier is on these children. Seeing this, Zirgui was stunned. Then he narrowed his eyes and looked into the valley. This valley was in the shape of a C. From her perspective, she could not see anything, but she found that it seemed too quiet inside. She did not pay attention just now, so she did not notice it, but now when she focused all her attention on the valley, this calmness made her realize that something was wrong. There was not even the sound of mosquitoes. Although this place was on the edge of the battlefield. But they had been fighting for half an hour, and even the most timid bugs should have adapted to it by now. In other words, there was something really unusual in this valley. Thinking of this, she raised her hand slightly, signaling her men to prepare to take action. And she began to accumulate strength. Although her men said that the people inside might be children. But what kind of children could walk around on the battlefield? She would rather believe that this was a group of people with dwarfism like the third generation, or the result of a ninja using the transformation technique. Therefore, she did not rush in rashly, but asked her men to prepare ninjutsu to force them out. Seeing her gesture, not only the rock ninjas understood, but even Linghua in the valley understood. Her face was very ugly, and she quickly said in spoken language, "They found us and are ready to take action." After the four people understood this, Nawakin no longer cared about her chastity. Rather than waiting to die, it is better to kill directly. Just when he was about to make a move, Minato stopped him by the shoulder, shook his head at him, and then rushed out first. He was the fastest among the 5 people, and he was sure that he would not be hurt. And he could also use his speed advantage to ensure his own safety. But if Nawaki and the others went out, they would be surrounded by 11 people at a glance. Even the Future, who was known for his offensive power, was the same. Although this guy didn't say it, Minato was keenly aware of something. This guy consumed too much chakra, and used the ability of the Sharingan twice, no, 3 times. Especially when dealing with Toranaschuk, Future used all the power of the one Megatama without reservation to restrict the opponent's actions. Even with the help of the slug now, his chakra amount can't be restored much. The most important thing is that the power in Future's body is not enough for him to perform the giant sword form again. He can be sure of this from the fact that the sword was a little erratic last time. After watching Minato rush out, the Future few people also understood his thoughts instantly. He stopped Kushina who wanted to rush out with Minato and shook his head. Then he motioned her and Linghua to follow him. Many rock ninjas have formed several seals together, half of them just maintain the seals and do not release them, they are holding offensive ninjutsu. And half of them have already slapped their hands on the ground. They have already shouted in advance. Earth Escape Earth Prison Technique. The function of this technique is to lift up the rock and soil on the ground and wrap oneself or the target in it. It can not only defend oneself, but also turn into a cage to control the target. And because this move uses one's own chakra to cast an earth prison, the trapped people cannot cast the earth escape technique to leave. What they have to do is to control the people in the COL. Just when their chakras all poured into the edge of the COL. Suddenly, a yellow flash appeared at the entrance of the cave. It was so yellow that even with Yue Ziergui's eyesight, he could barely see that it was just the figure of a child. Under the yellow flash, there was also a bright blue light. That blue light gave Yue Ziergui a great sense of oppression. As if that light would hurt her. After noticing this, she immediately dodged and retreated. In just a moment, she protected her subordinates in front of her chest. The moment Minato rushed out of the cave, he saw the situation of the rock ninja. 11 people, the one with the Lolita head and the brother body, should be the leader of the team, 5 of them have already clapped their hands on the ground, they should be performing the people who used the earth escape technique, while the remaining 5 maintained the seal, they should be the second group of attackers. One team will perform the technique first, either to control or force them out. The rest of the people will release the second technique depending on the situation. This kind of combat experience. It is obvious that they are professionals. So his top priority is to deal with the second group of people first. Only if they are unable to attack, they will not be caught off guard in the future when they appear. Although Higaraika may have seen this, but he still insisted on his own approach. Raise Nan. At the moment of attack, he injected all his few chakras into the ball in his hand and blasted it towards the second group of rock ninjas. Although he can also rely on extreme speed to instantly eliminate 1 or 2 genin in this group. But in order to absolutely attract their attention, he still plans to use the Raise Nan. Because its momentum is more powerful. Sure enough. When Minato fired a Raise Nan and blasted a genin away, the remaining 10 people looked at him in amazement. They didn't expect that a child like him could master such a powerful technique. Judging from its power, it must be at least A level. 9 of the remaining 10 people looked at him immediately. The 5 people who had already released the ninjutsu left without hesitation. And the 4 people who were still holding the technique pointed the technique directly in his direction. Earth Escape Rock Cannon Technique. Hey Tui! In an instant, countless rocks that looked like saliva, all like sharp arrows, pierced the air and shot towards Minato rapidly. This ninjutsu is fast, has high attack power, can be fired continuously, and is easy to practice. Almost 1 out of every 3 rock ninjas can use this move. The most important thing is that as more people perform it, its power will increase exponentially. Make the enemy unable to escape. It is the most practical offensive ninjutsu of the hidden rock village after Earth Wall. Minato looked at the finger-sized stone that was spit out, and at the moment of flying, it suddenly became a rock bigger than his own. His face suddenly became solemn. He did not choose to resist, but dodged and ran. The battle here is not good for him. He must divide this group of rock ninjas so that he can be sure to eliminate them one by one. What a pity, if there is still enough chakra, I am sure to eliminate most of these rock ninjas. It's all because of Brother Rope Tree. Since the last defense battle, he has deliberately worked hard on chakra control. Finally, he can use the minimum chakra consumption to maintain the power of Raise Nan. So this time, even with the help of the slug, he can still hold on for so long. The rock ninja was unhappy when he saw that the other party actually ran away. Yahweh Zirgui waved his hand and ordered, "Go 7 people and bring him back." The reason why she didn't let everyone go was because she felt that there were still people hiding here. The footprints on the ground were the best evidence. Sure enough, just when she gave the order, 4 black shadows rushed out from the valley. Their figures were very small, almost like children. The moment they appeared, they immediately threw dozens of kunao. Although the accuracy of these kunao was aimed at their direction. But the tails of the kunao were all emitting white smoke. In addition to the sound of the kunao breaking through the air, there was also the unique hissing sound of the detonating talisman. Seeing this scene, all the rock ninjas subconsciously dodged. These kunao can't be caught, whoever catches them will die. Speaking of these children, where did they get so many detonating talismans? Chapter 315. It turns out that the detonating talisman really can't kill people, and those people all avoided it. Walai and others left quickly. But Yahweh Zirgui didn't intend to let them go. He immediately raised his fist as big as a human head and rushed towards him. But there was a flash of excitement in his eyes. Didn't someone with long black hair run over just now? And there was also a little loli with red hair. You know, she likes little loli the most. Especially the little loli with red and white hair that splashes out when she punches. Among them, the one with long black hair is her favorite. Little girl, don't run, I'm not a big bad guy. By the way, I have a big treasure that can do a backflip. Do you want to see it? The voice is very sweet, but the content is full of gangster atmosphere. Only 2 rock ninja subordinates are left on the spot. They watched the sturdy captain run away step by step, especially when they heard the captain's words, they were all silent. Alas! The captain's love affair has come back again. What should we do? What can we do? Chase them. Someone has to help the captain hold down the 4 little brats. Let the captain have fun first. After saying that, the 2 sighed again. Then they set out to chase Yahweh Zirgui. On the way, a rock ninja subordinate couldn't help asking again, actually, I'm very curious. The captain has no tools to commit crimes. It seems that he can't do anything except licking their saliva. Let's not think too much about the captain's affairs. The most important thing now is to get back our rock ninja's treasure. That's right. The 4 of the future soon joined Minato. Minato looked at the future and the others, and then looked at the rumbling sound of pursuit behind him. Especially in this sound of pursuit, there was also a sweet girl's voice. He couldn't help but ask, is this guy a woman? But thinking of the other party's sturdy body, he was a little uncertain. He asked hesitantly, it should be a woman, what does she want Kushina and Linghua for? There are only these 2 girls in their team. If a man yelled and teased like Xianggui, he would fight on the spot without saying a word. No matter who it is, he is not allowed to think about Kushina. She is the girl he loves most now, his future girlfriend, his future wife, and his partner at the end of his life. If any male dares to think about his own wife, he will dare to dig up the ancestral grave of that rival. But the other party is a woman, at least her voice and head are women. He only felt weird for a while, and had no such thoughts at all. Thinking so. While moving forward quickly, he turned his head and comforted Kushina with a serious face. Don't worry, I'm here, and I will never let anything happen to you. Kushina heard this, and her heart was a little sweet for a while. She nodded heavily and smiled at Minato. Yet, She could sense the emotions coming from Minato, and she couldn't help but feel touched. I believe you. Rika and the others were expressionless. They just focused on getting on their way, and they turned a deaf ear to the fact that Minato and Kushina were showing off their affection, because they were used to it. Yeah, used to it. At this time, Yue Zirgui, who was following them from a distance, spoke again. Don't run, that black-haired girl, I really have a big treasure for you to see. Really, it can spit, it's white. Minato, who was running in the front, was stunned, black-haired. The next moment, he turned his head suddenly and looked at the future at the back. In the team, he was the only one with black-haired hair, but not a little girl. He subconsciously excluded Rika, who made him think that the future represented black-haired hair. But none of this matters. What matters is what the girl said. As a little picture book that has read a bed of love stories, he immediately recognized the dirty words of the female hooligan. He couldn't help but think of indescribable scenes in his mind. The future was wearing a cute Lolita outfit, looking scared, pitiful, helpless, and curled up in the corner with tears in her eyes. And the female hooligan approached him with a smirk on her face. She was even more foul-mouthed. And her figure was so strong. As long as she pounced lightly, with the future's small body. I can't describe it anymore, this is a serious novel. In an instant, he felt anger rising, and a burning flame ignited in his heart. Bullshit, I'm going to kill you. After saying that, the moment he landed, he turned around and directly pinched the raised nan and smashed it at the girl. The four future people who are running away. He was still wondering who the other party was talking about, and did not notice Minato's mood change. They all looked at Rika. Hyuga Rika was also a black and straight girl. Naturally, Rika thought so too. She looked at everyone with a depressed face, and said nothing more, just hurried on her own. What kind of aesthetics does this muscular woman have? She looks like a kitten seeing a drowned fish even though she looks like this. So excited. Family, who understands? Before Mirai could say a few jokes, a yellow flash passed by his eyes. He was so shocked that he subconsciously looked at the front of the team. There was no trace of Minato there. Sensing something, he hurriedly stopped and looked back quickly. At this time, he heard Minato's angry shout. He was so scared that he turned around and chased after her, shouting at the same time, "Oh my god, Minato, come back quickly, don't let her anger you." The other friends just stopped and looked behind them in surprise. Seeing Mirai anxiously chasing after Minato, and hearing his worried voice, Rope Tree couldn't help but sigh. Mirai is really deeply in love with Minato. Kushina. _ She glared at Rope Tree unhappily, and said unhappily, "Brother Rope Tree, this is not how you say you are deeply in love." And it seems that Minato is the one who is deeply in love. While thinking this, Rika had already passed them and chased after Mirai. "Stop making trouble, go and help." Looking at Rika's hurried back, Kushina pouted at Rope Tree. Yes, this is the correct way to use the word love. After saying that, she ignored Rope Tree and chased after Ling Hua. At the same time, she was holding a blue ball with a hint of gold in her hand. Yes, she also learned the Raise Nan, which took her a month and 3 days. Rope Tree, searched to death. Without saying anything, he rushed behind him, and at the same time concentrated his few chakras on his fists. Minato, who rushed back at the beginning, had already fought with Yue Zirgui. However, the opponent broke his Raise Nan with just his fists, and used the remaining strength to punch Minato in the chest. There was no shadow of the little boy in front of her eyes at all. She shouted impatiently, "Stinky brother, don't block the way, I'm not interested in you." Minato's reaction was extremely outstanding. When he realized with horror that his A-level ninjutsu was actually shattered by the opponent's punch, he immediately put his hands together in front of his chest. He withstood the opponent's straight punch. At the same time, his excellent nerve reflexes allowed him to react quickly. He pushed his feet backwards with force, allowing himself to use the backward movement to dissolve the opponent's force. However, even though he was well prepared, he was still knocked back by the opponent's fist. How fast he rushed, how fast he was knocked away at this moment. Fortunately, there was Mirai behind him. Seeing Minato being knocked away by a punch, Mirai didn't think twice and immediately reached out to hug his waist. However, the force on Minato was too strong, so strong that even he couldn't completely remove it for a while. Mirai could only nail his legs to the ground and let his body slide backwards without any movement. In fact, he could use the opponent's force to quickly get away. But how can I say it, seeing Minato being beaten into this state, even though it was just one punch? Mirai was also furious. Toranaschuk was different that time, because Nawaki was taken special care of by the other party. Rika and Kushina quickly joined together. When Hyuga Rika saw that Mirai had two different ways of dealing with the same blow, she was so angry that her mouth twitched. Tongzi, are you really sure that he is obsessed with me? Why do I feel that he likes Minato more than me? Tongzi, host, don't worry. He is definitely obsessed with you, right? Tongzi was also a little unsure. These days, it also noticed the relationship between Uchiha Mirai and Namikaze Minato, which seemed to be more than pure friendship. Mirai took a look at the Minato in his arms and found that he was not seriously injured, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But he still asked, "Are you okay?" Minato stood up from his arms with a wry smile, looked at them apologetically, shook his head and said, "I'm fine, I just got carried away for a moment and got you into trouble." Mirai shook his head. For more novels, 109,274, join, https://discord.gg/xxtgastch, face was a little cold. He slowly drew out the mad sword, took out a high-quality military pill from the ninja tool bag and swallowed it. "This is not blame it on you, Ling Hua is our companion, we can only feel happy if you can stand up for her." As he said, he took a deep breath, and rushed towards Yue Ziragui with a mad knife. Minato was confused, and subconsciously looked at Shenchu and the others. Ask in astonishment, "Ling Hua? Didn't she just talk about the future?" Kushina and the other three. Omega dash, dash omega dash, dash omega dash. Especially Kushina, her mouth was pouting so much that a sesame oil bucket could be hung. "Damn Minato, give me back my touch. It seems that you are so excited because the other party is talking about the future," Shenchu said in a faint tone, looking at Minato with a strange face. Hearing this, Minato's face froze. When he noticed Kushina's expression, his heart immediately skipped a beat, and he secretly said that it was not good. He hurriedly argued, Yes, that's right, I was excited because of what she said about Ling Hua, not because of the future." Nangshu didn't know whether Kushina and the others believed his words, but he didn't believe them anyway. Chapter 316. When she saw Uchiha Mirai coming with a mad sword, Yue Ziragui was stunned for a moment. At this time, she finally saw the appearance of Mirai clearly. She frowned immediately. Male? How could it be? He clearly had long black hair and such a stylish figure, how could he be a man? But the other party's voice was in the voice change period, and his handsome face was in his facial features. Finally, the unusually flat chest and abdomen, and the slightly protruding indescribable parts, all told her. She had made a mistake just now. So she turned her head and looked behind him. When she saw the red-haired girl, she was immediately happy. Fortunately, that one was a girl, and she was her favorite lowly type. Hee. "Little girl with red hair, come to me quickly, I'll take you to see something good." Swish. Her words made everyone stop delving into Minato's affairs. Minato's face darkened, and he stood directly in front of Kushina, protecting her behind him. Kushina also dispersed the raised nan at this moment. She didn't bother to understand why Minato didn't get angry like he did for Mirai just now. Instead, she frowned and looked at the people around her. Just now, she wanted to rush forward to finish off the opponent, but the opponent could even disperse Minato's raised nan. It seems that the raised nan she just learned can't withstand a punch from the opponent. And the people around her were on guard against her, so she couldn't hit her with one blow. Mirai took a deep breath and suppressed all the distracting thoughts in his heart. Before the battle, a calm mentality is the most important thing. This is the truth taught to him by his sister. So before every battle, he would take a deep breath to calm himself down. The physique of this person in front of me is very strange. He is so strong, no wonder he has such a strong strange power. In terms of pure strength, I'm afraid that even Rope Tree can't compare to her. I was able to break up Minato's raised nan with one punch, although this was due to Minato's declining spirit, which caused the raised nan to be much less condensed, so it was no longer powerful. But just for this reason, I must be very alert to deal with it. Then, it seems that I have to be exposed. Because he has seen that the brother in front of him is at least an elite Jonin level, even stronger than Toranaschuk. Thinking of this, he said without turning his head, "Kushina, activate the opening barrier talisman. I have some tricks that cannot be known to outsiders. And even if you want to use the pupil technique to catch them off guard, I am afraid the effect will not be ideal. Because they have been surrounded by 5 Chunins and 4 Genins. And looking at their appearance and the cooperation between them, they are definitely not comparable to the rotten fish and shrimp action team like the one in the armor. The Hidden Rock Village is managed militarily. Unlike Konoha, a Jonin led 3 newly graduated Genins to carry out missions. Even if there weren't so many Jonin, elite Chunin would be used instead. Of course, the talents of the teams led by elite Chunin might not be so valued. It's almost a treatment that only the last ones can get. Obito and Naruto are not included. One is Uchiha, and there are no useless people among Uchiha. Even if they are called useless by their clansmen, they are still middle-class ninjas in the outside world. Naruto is quite special. Whether it's the Nine Tails or the son of the 4th generation, they are enough for the Konoha high level to treat them with caution. And what about the Uegakure village? Once you become a Jonin, you can form 10 confidants. Whether it's carrying out missions or participating in battles, these 10 people are their most capable assistants. And if there are 11 people in a team, even if they are carrying out B-level missions, if they encounter Konoha's ninjas, they can completely crush them with the advantage of numbers. It can be said that the emergence of this model is aimed at Konoha. Upon hearing this, Kushina took out the talisman without saying a word and directly injected her chakra into it. In the blink of an eye, an area of nearly 1,000 square meters was covered. As long as no one can see it with the naked eye, then no one can detect the movement here. Do you feel that it is a bit useless and does not deserve the title of being developed by the whole clan? That is because the fundamental function of this talisman has not been fully demonstrated. While injecting chakra, Kushina also stretched out her hand to make a few seals. These days, she has pulled Linghua to make up a lot of knowledge about sealing techniques. Although the main focus is still 5 elements seal, she has also read a lot about the foundation of the Uzumaki clan. Among them is the talisman for the Hyuga clan's Pyun, square barrier talisman. Naturally, they also know how to activate its core ability. The rock ninjas only got the talisman. It's a complete waste to only use its fur. As she used the seal, she transformed her vortex chakra into a strange energy and injected it into the barrier. The entire shrouded space changed. It's not that they were pulled into a different space, but that they were naturally cut off and separated from this world. Although the environment is still the same, it's just that this time even human eyes can't see them. It's also impossible to get close. It's like they are already in another space, but the surrounding environment is a replica. After doing all this, Uzumaki Kushina exhaled a breath of turbid air and said with a slight wheeze, "Hey! Don't worry and do it boldly, people outside can't see inside and can't get in. And people inside can't get out. Unless she removes the barrier." Future looked around in surprise. A thought popped up in his mind. Meta field. Although the environment is completely different, the effect is the same. They are all independent combat spaces. Of course, this is not a Guang's world, so there is no situation of increasing the number of people on one side. Yue Zirgui looked at the surrounding environment and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Tisk tisk tisk. I've learned a lot. I said it, this talisman was once a treasure of the Uzumaki clan, how could it have only this little effect?" As she said, she looked at Kushina, and her eyes were full of brilliance. "Slurp. He. You are an orphan of the Uzumaki clan, come to me quickly, I will take you to see the little goldfish." I don't know what she thought of, but on her delicate and cute face, she actually showed a lewd smile. Future's face twitched, and he couldn't help but directly blocked her sight. He even dared to tease his own brother and sister-in-law, "This man is dead." He said that even Jesus couldn't save her. Yue Zirgui looked at Uchiha Mirai, who blocked her view, frowning deeply. Since she found out that he was a boy, her interest in Mirai has directly become negative. For her, all males are the most disgusting. How can females make people happy physically and mentally? Besides, although she didn't have the tools to commit the crime, she could use the earth escape technique to pinch a two-headed one on the spot. In short, as long as the mind does not slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Thinking of this, she said coldly, "Get out of the way, stinky boy, don't force me to use violence." The group of rock ninjas also recovered from the changes in the surrounding environment. They immediately took a big step towards the middle, and for a moment, they showed a sense of oppression. They were naturally surprised by the changes in the surrounding environment, but how to say it, they were not panicked. As long as they caught the red-haired little girl, they had plenty of ways to force her to let them out. Future no longer waited. His chakra had been restored by the Hyoaliang pills, and the slug on his shoulder was still silently restoring his strength and chakra. Since the two summons of the slugs, the clones of these slugs have not spoken much. It seems that their collective consciousness is used to transmit battlefield intelligence, and they don't care too much about the small fights of Future and others. If it weren't for the continuous feeling of changes in the body, I'm afraid Future would ignore their existence like you. He injected chakra into the handle in the sea of consciousness, and the next moment, the mad knife in his hand immediately turned into the blade form of Tessaigan. Looking at the slightly reduced rust, Future was a little happy. After these few battles, it has been unsealed a little more, and there are not many points away from 20%. Once it is unsealed to 20%, I'm afraid he can use the ability of Tessaigan like Inuyasha. Instead of using it as a machete. Yahweh Zirgui's eyes lit up immediately, and he couldn't help but said in surprise, "What a domineering knife, I like it. It's thick, long, big, shiny, and hairy. It just suits her aesthetic taste. Ah! Oh my god! How can there be such a beautiful knife in the world?" Future sneered, "Don't worry, there will be more surprises later." Chapter 317. The Future moved. The Future went up to A. The Future was hit back by Yue Zirgui with one punch. But the Future and her friends were relieved. Judging from her attack just now, her strength is not exaggerated to the point that she can smash an A-level ninjutsu with one punch. Minato smiled bitterly and apologized, "I didn't expect that. I was so angry before that I didn't even condense the Raise Nan properly, so she broke it apart with one punch." He had already noticed the change in the situation just now. The power of Raise Nan is mainly reflected in condensation and turbulence. As long as condensation is guaranteed, then as long as the turbulence is more and faster, its power will naturally be stronger. Otherwise, it will be a larger ball. If it is just this step, I am afraid that even the Future can break it up with bare hands. Don't watch it, let's deal with the surrounding rock ninjas first, and then attack her together. Rope Tree called out, clenched his fists, and rushed towards the group of rock ninjas. Minato and the other three followed closely. However, the difference is that Minato and the Waka have started taking drugs. Although the Hyorio pill has great side effects on their growing bodies, it is better than surrendering. And these side effects can be cured after the war, although it will be complicated. But who told them to have Tsunade? Her existence gave Nawaki and the others the capital to spend money. This is why they did not stop Mirai from swallowing the Hyorio pill. Mirai saw that his friends had moved, but they were not here to help him, so he immediately understood their combat strategy. Is this to deal with the small fish first, prevent interference, and finally join forces to deal with this brotherly perverted woman? It's a good plan. Yahweh Zirgui naturally noticed this scene. When she saw a loyal genin being strangled by the four people, her face became solemn. Awesome! If this kind of strength was placed on an adult, she would not be surprised. But these four are children. Moreover, the strength of the boy in front of him was not bad. His punch just now did not kill him. Even the ordinary jonin in the village could not match his strength. At this moment, she finally took it seriously. "Boy, I admit that I misjudged you. How about this, you defect to Ariwagakur? With your talent, you will soon become the most important person in Ariwagakur. By then, you will not only be able to command 10 loyal people like me, but also obtain supreme power." The militarized management of Iwagakur has instilled the idea of firmly obeying the orders of superiors in the hearts of Iwagakur since childhood. Even if they are asked to die, they will most likely not refuse. Mirai sneered and ignored him, but went up with a knife. "Maybe after a few more battles, I can use Wind Wound." For some reason, he suddenly had this idea in his mind. In the center of the battlefield, when Kushina raised the barrier, Jiraiya's face changed slightly. You know, when he sensed the cold chakra coming from the eyes of the Future, even if his heart was extremely shocked, he was as calm as an old dog on the surface. But this time, his face changed for a moment. It is conceivable how shocked he was. He subconsciously glanced over there, and couldn't help but pray with worry in his heart. "Little guys, don't get into trouble." Most of Onoki's attention was on Jiraiya, and he naturally noticed that something was wrong with him. "Boy, your heart is in turmoil." Jiraiya heard this, looked around calmly, pretending to scan the battlefield. He also noticed that his actions just now were somewhat unreasonable. He replied calmly, "Because you are going to lose." Hearing this, Onoki frowned fiercely. Because what the kid said was right. Since the other side suddenly had 7 giant summoned beasts, and each of them was very powerful, their rock ninja was now retreating step by step. The most uncomfortable thing was that this kid also split his shadow clones to go to the blasting teams on both sides. The most likely thing was that he had stopped the blasting team's mission. Thinking of this, he felt very uncomfortable. Konoha is still so strong. The old guy Hokage didn't come, and the 3 ninjas alone successfully stopped him. But soon, this mentality disappeared immediately. Instead, there was an indescribable murderous intent. We must not let these 3 people walk out of the battlefield alive, otherwise Konoha in the future will be a mountain that suppresses them tightly. At that time, if we want to overthrow Konoha, we can only rely on the efforts of the next generation. But the civilians of Konoha seemed to be blessed by something. The probability of strong people appearing among them was much higher than that of other ninja villages. For example, the boy in front of him. For example, Orochimaru. It was not known whether there would be more strong civilians in the future. So in his opinion, fighting for the village was the worst strategy. In fact, the people of the 4 major ninja villages had secretly discussed this point. That was definitely the change brought about by the ordinary members of the Senju clan who married and had children with the villagers. Although there was no evidence to prove it. But the ordinary people of the Senju clan, no matter how ordinary they were far superior to the real civilians. No matter how thin their blood was, they could improve the potential of the descendants of ordinary villagers. So, they all knew that in the future, the people of their 4 major villages would definitely not be able to fight against Konoha. So they often harassed the border of Konoha. Basically, they wanted to delay the development of Konoha through war. Thinking of this, he immediately shouted in a deep voice, "Second unit, all troops attack." Iwagakure has many ninjas. In order to resist Uchiha Madara, his teacher, the 2nd generation Memu, encouraged the ninjas in the village to have more children. Until now, the ninjas of other ninja villages can only take out 15,000 full combat forces at most. This is still counting the ninjas who guard the border, guard the village, and maintain daily. But their Iwagakure village can easily take out more than 25,000 ninja troops. So in this battle, he had secretly asked Iwagakure village to send troops into the battlefield many times. The purpose is to let these ninjas who have been resting and recuperating rush to kill immediately after the blasting troops succeed. With the full strength of the Iwagakure ninjas, chasing the exhausted Konoha's defeated army, they can definitely kill them all. The flying ninjas and blasting ninjas did not appear on the front battlefield, which was also a preparation for this plan. Because the demolition team is very important, they don't have to do the critical tasks of direct combat for the time being, such as sneaking into Konoha's position from underground and burying a large amount of explosives under their feet. The flying ninjas just need to wait with the Pipa if the 2nd team. When Jiraiya and the other 2 heard what Onoki said, their faces all changed. Tsunade and Orochimaru temporarily abandoned the 2 Jinchuriki and gathered together. Damn, Onoki is still so insidious, and he really used a backup plan. Tsunade's face was so ugly. But Orochimaru smiled. Didn't Jiraiya tell you about me just now? There's nothing to be angry about. Act according to the plan. After Jiraiya entered the sage mode, he sensed that there were a large number of troops behind the rock ninja, but they did not move, and even their own fluctuations were covered by the barrier talisman, making it difficult for the Bun to detect abnormalities. Then he quietly told Orochimaru and the others about this. So Orochimaru and the others couldn't help but hold back some of their strength, just holding the 2 Jinchuriki back, not letting them run away further. It was to play a role at this critical moment. Okay. Tsunade responded. At this time, they could already see a lot of dust splashing behind the rock ninja. The ground was shaking slightly, as if there were thousands of troops rushing towards them. The 2 no longer hesitated and showed their real skills. Tsuyoshi made a seal with both hands and shouted in a delicate voice, "Chakra mode. Open." How could she not know the moves that her brother Nawake knew? Moreover, this was a move developed by the 2nd grandfather, which could play an absolute role at the critical moment. For a moment, her momentum boiled up. The ground began to tremble slightly, although not as much as the group of rock ninja. The rocks and gravels on the ground around her all violated gravity and were all slightly suspended. Seeing this, Orochimaru immediately returned to Mansa. He told Jiraiya, "Jiraiya, you can handle Nokia's attack without worry. Tsunade and I will take care of this group of rock ninjas." After saying that, he looked at Lao Zi. There was a hint of sneer on his face. "In my opinion, the existence of Jinchuriki is extremely unreasonable. Although the tailed beasts have chakra and destructive power far beyond that of ordinary people, they want to use the power of the tailed beasts with human wisdom. The consequence is that people become beasts. Lao Zi, you have been fighting with me for so long, don't you realize that your sanity has been reduced a lot?" As he said that, he quickly formed seals with both hands. Ninjutsu, Evil Snake Coil. This is a technique he rarely uses, mainly because it is very difficult to train a giant snake that is obedient and powerful. But when it comes to the critical moment, he will not hide it. As he bit his finger, he slammed it on the ground. A huge cauliflower snake, only slightly smaller than Wan Shi, suddenly appeared under his feet. It carried him and rushed towards Lao Zi. Chapter 318. Looking at the huge snake head that suddenly rushed towards him, Lao Zi was stunned for a moment. He was just thinking about what Orochimaru said. He said that his rationality had declined a little, and he admitted that his emotions were indeed eroded by the chakra of the tailed beast. He is currently at a stage where he has some intelligence, but not much. Then he saw Orochimaru stepping on a huge snake and rushing towards him. Because the snake head was too big and too fast. And in the previous battles, he relied on the tailed beast coat to block all of Orochimaru's attacks, and habitually did not dodge. So he directly took the power of this move head-on. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru chuckled, "See, I said that the existence of Jinchuriki is not reasonable." Of course, Orochimaru now doesn't know that if Jinchuriki can reconcile with the tailed beast, they will exert far more power than each other. In his opinion now, this method has the worst utilization rate of power. Why can't we make a few ninja tools that store the chakra of the tailed beast? For example, it will explode if thrown out. That is to say, the tailed beast is used as a battery energy source. Because the energy of the tailed beast can be continuously restored, as long as the survival of the tailed beast is guaranteed, then this energy is almost inexhaustible. Of course, this is just his superficial idea. With his status, he could not touch the tailed beast before. Moreover, the Nine Tails was in Mito's grandmother before, and now in Kushina's body. Kushina is still Tsunade's disciple, so he didn't want to do anything. Thinking of this, the giant snake has already rushed into the rock ninja position with Lao Zi's body. Along the way, most of the Konoha ninjas survived due to Orochimaru's deliberate avoidance. On the contrary, the ninjas of Rock Ninja were almost all crushed by the snake. The anger on Lao Zi's face became stronger. "Damn guy, are you going to give up your snake?" Although he didn't have much reason because of the chakra of the tailed beast, he could still speak human words. At this time, the corners of the snake's mouth had been corroded by the tailed beast coat. Almost all the teeth and bones were exposed. But the snake seemed to be unaware of the pain, and its speed was even faster. In order to prevent Lao Zi from falling or escaping, Orochimaru also used Hiding Shadow Snake Hand to bind his body tightly. Although I don't know why you can only have the corrosion ability in the second state when you are in the first state of the tailed beast, this corrosion ability seems to be inferior to the second state. During the first battle, although they were still young and had never been on the battlefield, since following the third generation of Hokage, he has been able to come into contact with more things. For example, the tailed beast that was shining at the time. That is Lao Zi in front of him. His whole body is wrapped in red chakra. As long as he touches a person, the part of the person's body that is in contact will be corroded. He was stunned at the time. Later, he and the third generation did experiments in the laboratory, and naturally asked this question. The teacher told him that it was the second state of the tailed beast. It is the result of using a large amount of tailed beast chakra when people still have some will. This chakra can not only erode the emotions of the Jinchuriki, but also cause deep damage to their bodies. It is said that when the rock ninja found Lao Zi, he had been burned beyond recognition, and the skin in many places disappeared, revealing scarlet muscle fibers. Later, he was almost not rescued. Tsunade also felt the boiling chakra in her body and clenched her fists with satisfaction. Her whole body was moving without wind at this moment, and her two golden ponytails were all flying. For a moment, she looked like a Valkyrie. As her mind moved, a large amount of chakra immediately condensed on her wrist. For a moment, it almost formed a substantial boxing glove. In this way, we won't be afraid of the corrosive ability of his tailed beast coat. Although Han also entered the stat of Tailed Beast 1, Tailed Beast coat also brought corrosive ability, although it didn't know how it was used, but it was far less terrifying than Laozi I. In her current state, it was enough to knock Han to the second rock ninja unit. Without hesitation, she quickly formed a complex seal with both hands. In less than 3 seconds, the chakras she gathered in her hands changed immediately. It was no longer a simple chakra, but became an electronic pulse energy that could disrupt the enemy's body. As long as it hits the opponent's body, it can disrupt the opponent's nervous system and make it unable to control the body. Han just rushed up with a howl, and Tsunade took the initiative to attack. She rushed forward with a punch, and the force carried by her fist not only hit Han, the attack bounced off and hit his body. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. It was visible to the naked eye that Han's tailed beast coat was pierced by Tsunade's punch. Han was a little stunned at this moment. He looked at the extra fist on his chest and was a little unbelievable. How is this possible? Because of the bright red background of the tailed beast coat, it can be clearly seen that Tsunade's hand is wrapped in a layer of transparent chakra. They protect Tsunade's wrist from being eroded by the chakra of the tailed beast. Ninjutsu Ranshin Rush. After she said this, Han instantly felt an irresistible force bursting out from his fist. In an instant, he flew backwards, with the sound of the wind in his ears and the picture of rapid progress in his eyes. How can she be okay? At this moment, there was only this thought in his mind. Tsunade did not let go, and her fist was still imprinted on his chest. Together they rushed towards the direction of the second unit. But her brows knitted slightly. The effect of Ran Shenchong was much worse, and it didn't make him lose all his resistance at once. She could clearly sense that her electronic pulse energy only had 50% effect. But soon, her brows relaxed. No matter what, as long as the goal was achieved, it was fine. She didn't rush to the second rock ninja unit from the ground like Orochimaru. She could cause damage to the rock ninja. Instead, she rushed from the air. If she walked on the ground, she might also cause damage to the rock ninja, but Han would definitely be able to break free from her restraints. As long as he increased the tailed beast chakra. Perhaps because of the erosion of the tailed beast chakra, Han and Laozi I could no longer see the intention of Orikai's move, but Onoki, who was flying in the sky, immediately saw their thoughts. His face changed drastically. He hurried to chase after him. Han, Laozi I, Orochimaru and the others want to kill you. Before he finished speaking, a burst of air-breaking sound came immediately. Senjutsu Big Ball Rasengan. That's right, after so much practice, Jiraiya was finally able to increase the size of the Rasengan. The power was also greater. The difficulty of the Big Ball Rasengan lies in how to control the cohesion while increasing the number of chakra turbulence. These 2 points are not very difficult for him who is at the peak of his rise. Moreover, the balls made by Senjutsu are dozens of times more powerful than ordinary balls. Onoki turned his head in horror and looked behind him, only to see Jiraiya holding a blue big ball with a diameter of almost 3 meters, rushing towards him. The distance between him and the big ball was almost 10 meters. And with a distance of 10 meters, plus the speed and area of the big ball, he definitely had no escape. Tsuchikage, how can you be distracted while fighting with me? Hearing Jiraiya's words, Onoki's face turned ugly. He had just said this to the boy in front of him last time. You want to slap him in the face, right? But now is not the time to talk nonsense. If he says one more word, he will be beaten. He immediately made a seal with both hands. Earth Escape Super Heavy Rock Technique. He has always prepared this technique, either to ambush someone or to save lives, so he can use it instantly. As someone who has participated in the First World War and faced Madara, he has rich combat experience. This Earth Escape technique can allow him to quickly offset buoyancy and let himself descend quickly. And because of gravity, the speed of descent can become very fast. After all, he has been using ninjutsu to fight in the air. If there is an attack that endangers his life, it must be from the ground. Then he descended rapidly, and there is a high probability that he can avoid this fatal attack. If he is facing a physical ninja, or a fatal crisis in close combat, when the enemy rushes from the ground, he can use this method to dodge and instantly exchange advantages. He can attack from a blind spot in the enemy's sight. And the attack at this time has a great probability of hitting the target. Because the enemy rushed up from the ground, it is naturally impossible for him to fly. And if he can't fly, he will become a living target. Just like now. He successfully avoided Jiraiya's attack by relying on gravity. He immediately made a seal with his hands, clapped them, and spread them, aiming at Jiraiya's back, and shouted in a deep voice, "Dust release, original realm peeling technique." The next moment, a dazzling white light blinded Jiraiya's eyes. Chapter 319. A flash of white light came instantly. Fortunately, Jiraiya was not fighting alone. There were two powerful sages on his shoulders to help. Jiraiya did not react, or he reacted but had no time to respond. Shima Sage immediately opened his mouth and spurted. Sage technique wind style big blowing wind. The cheeks on both sides of its frog mouth suddenly bulged. It was like a raging river bag. The next moment, when the white light was about to hit Jiraiya's head, a lateral thrust made Jiraiya move about 10 meters in the air. He barely missed the white light. He saved Jiraiya's life by a narrow margin. Tisk. Onoki's face became even uglier. He dodged the attack that he was sure to win. This sage mode is really fucking tricky. But now is not the time to complain. He immediately turned around and rushed towards the second rock ninja unit without looking back. There was about to be a catastrophe there, and he couldn't just sit there and watch. Besides, Jiraiya was now protected by two toad sages, and he couldn't do anything to him for a while. But it was too late. Tsunade and Orochimaru had already rushed to the second rock ninja unit against Han and Lao Zi. The strength of this unit was not much worse than the first one. And because of the flying ninjas, their overall strength might be higher than the first unit. In the second unit, someone immediately shouted loudly, "Be careful, Konoha's Orochimaru, Tsunade-sama has bumped into the two Jinchuriki." In fact, without the reminder of this perception ninja, many people had already noticed the movement off Snake when it rushed forward. And the unique ominous chakra on Lao Zi and the others also made all of them shudder. Although they had felt this pressure before, they were far away and did not face to face with the tailed beasts, so they did not have much knowledge of their strength. Now, many of them were so scared that they stopped walking and fell to the ground, and were trampled by their companions behind them. In the process, they also dragged down the figures of other companions, making them fall to the ground like him. For a while, there was a slight commotion in the huge team. Orochimaru stood high, so he could see farther. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "It seems that as fellow rock ninjas, they are very afraid of you. Old Purple." He did not reply, nor did he want to say anything, but struggled hard. It was just that the snakes wrapped around him, even if they were corroded and had no breath, their muscle fibers were still exerting strength and tightly wrapped around him. On his huge snake head, there was no scale armor at this moment, only the blood-red skin and snow-white bones were exposed. But it felt no pain at all, just loyally carrying out Orochimaru's orders. Even if it died and lost its head, it would push this man to the rock ninja core. What's more, the snake's eyeballs could still move, obviously it had not died yet. Seeing that he did not answer, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly and turned his head to look at the sky. There was a short old man approaching rapidly. At the same time, his wrist turned quickly, and he formed seals one by one, and then constantly changed to the next seal. Earth-style rock rain technique. This is a move that condenses rock fragments like raindrops in the sky. Then it quickly strikes downward. The advantage is that there are many of them, the range is very large, and the attack area is wide. In the past, this move was his special ninjutsu for clearing miscellaneous soldiers. At this moment, in order to stop Orochimaru, he used this move again. Orochimaru looked at the fist-sized raindrops in the sky, frowning. Although Jiraiya has activated the Sage mode, he can fight Onoki on equal terms for a short time, but it is borrowed power after all, like Mugen Shisui, it will soon be exhausted. By then, he will be forced to exit the Sage mode. And I think Jiraiya at this time should not have much chakra. We must find a way to end this battle as soon as possible. Thinking of this, he did not have any idea of dodging, and directly chose to bear this raindrop ninjutsu. This is the confidence given to him by the software transformation technique. There is also the Orochimaru-style substitute technique to back him up. So he has the capital to waste. Tsunade also noticed the raindrops in the sky. Onoki's move is not only to attack Orochimaru, but also to include her. What a way of fighting that kills two birds with one stone. From the battle till now, she didn't know how many times has Mew killed two birds with one stone? Because he only needs to exert one effort each time to get two effects. But now is not the time to think about this. Orochimaru is ready to take this move, and he has the confidence to do so. I am not like him, my recovery ability is not that abnormal. But she also has her own way. Immediately, she did not say anything and used all her strength. The next moment, the force of her fist on Han's chest immediately changed. With one hand, she lifted Han's 200-pound body and made it a shield to block the arrows above her head. And she can also anger Han through pain. Kill two birds with one stone. It's just killing two birds with one stone, I can do it too. Oh, oh. In just a few breaths, the raindrops fell on their heads. Tsunade only felt a violent vibration in her arm. Ah, oh, it hurts so much. Tsunade shuddered slightly. Just by listening to Han's voice, she knew how painful it was. According to her estimation, the impact force of this raindrop was equivalent to the impact force of an adult jumping from a 3-meter-high roof. If an ordinary person was hit by a raindrop, he would probably get a bruise. As for Orochimaru, he did not dodge or avoid, and let the snake under his feet move like crazy. If he could dodge, he would dodge, if he couldn't, he would forget it. When the raindrops hit him, his body sank strangely, as if he had no bones. But it would soon return to its original state. Like a rubber man, without any damage. As for the snake under his feet, well, it didn't hum, so Orochimaru guessed that it shouldn't hurt, right? The face of Onoki, who flew in quickly from Tien Shan, was as ugly as it could be. To be honest, he regretted his battle plan. If he didn't divide into one team and two teams, but pressed all of them, although he couldn't wipe out all the Konoha ninjas, he could still make Konoha bleed a lot. In the future, he would have more bargaining chips at the negotiation table and cut off a lot of wealth from Konoha. But what can he do now? It has already happened, and it's useless for him to regret it. In his annoyed eyes, Tsunade and Orochimaru, with Lao Ziai and Han, rushed into the second team's rock ninja position. In an instant, countless screams wailed throughout the world. Most of them were eroded by the chakra of the tailed beast coat on Lao Ziai and others. After rushing into the rock ninja position, Orochimaru and Tsunade let go of their hands at the same time. Let them fly backwards, and the two of them quickly stabilized their steps and squatted in front of the second rock ninja team. They are not so stubborn. Tsunade's eyes flashed with joy. The first stage is completed, now is the second stage, which is to anger these two Jinchuriki and let them release more tailed beast chakra. Or release the tailed beast directly. Lao Ziai, Han, don't let your anger control your emotions. You are surrounded by rock ninjas. Once you release the tailed beasts, the second rock ninja unit will suffer heavy losses. Do you want to become Konoha's accomplices and let your hands be stained with the blood of your companions? Onoki's high-pitched voice came from the sky. He wanted to use words to stabilize the emotions of the two people, but he couldn't release the tailed beasts in this place. Sure enough, his words still worked. The anger in Lao Zi's eyes was slightly deadlocked for a moment, and then slowly dissipated, replaced by a touch of clarity. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru frowned slightly. This situation is not what he wants. Although he is not a Jinchuriki, he doesn't know the thinking mode of Jinchuriki. But he knew one thing, that is, if the Jinchuriki's emotions fluctuate too much, it will cause the tailed beast's chakra to resonate in the body. At that time, the tailed beasts in their bodies will definitely take the opportunity to release more chakra and directly erode the Jinchuriki's mind. Then, the goal can be achieved as well. He asked the big snake under his feet to go back and recuperate first. As long as it doesn't die, the cultivation room he set up in the Ryokai cave will definitely restore it to its original state. Lao Ziai, I advise you to take a good look at the surrounding rock ninjas. Do you think that's the look you give your companions? Lao Ziai heard this and subconsciously looked around with clear eyes. I saw countless rock ninjas looking at him in fear. When their eyes met his, they couldn't help but take a step back. The word fear was written all over their faces. And among them, there were many people who looked at him with extremely hostile eyes. Why do you hate me? He was stunned and couldn't figure it out at all. Obviously, he was the same as them, they were all one of them. Chapter 320. Orochimaru's face showed an evil and crazy smile. Licking his lips, he continued, no, that's the expression of looking at a monster, and it was the rock ninja who turned you into a monster. But in the end, not only are they not grateful, but they hate you, but you still have to protect this group of people. Tisk tisk tisk, pathetic. Lao Ziai may have heard what Orochimaru said, or maybe not, but the hatred and fear in the eyes of the people around him looking at the monster really stung him. You! He just opened his mouth. Some people around him couldn't help the fear in their hearts and cursed directly. He looked at Lao Ziyi with extremely hateful eyes. Monster, you are not Lao Zisima, you are a monster, my brother didn't do anything, he was killed by you. You die, monster! As he said, the man threw a kunao at Lao Ziyi angrily, but this attack was directly blocked by his tailed beast coat. When did I? Old Ziyi was stunned. At this time, Orochimaru kindly reminded him. Take a good look behind you. When he pushed old Ziyi away just now, this guy bumped into many unlucky rock ninjas. And because of the corrosive power of their tailed beast coat, this group of people were killed. Hearing this, old Ziyi subconsciously looked behind him, and his clear eyes were stunned for a moment. What did he see? He saw corpses that were corroded beyond recognition. One of them had even become a skeleton. See, these are all rock ninjas who died because of you. They did nothing and were ruthlessly killed by your tailed beast chakra. Your hands are already stained with the blood of your own companions. And Orochimaru said, with a strange smile on his face. And the seeds of hatred have been planted, and it is impossible to cut them off. Even if you kill them all, they still have other relatives, descendants, friends. This hatred will be inherited by them. So, Lao Ziyi, since you were made into Jinchuriki by the rock ninja, you are no longer people of the same world. They will regard you as aliens and demons. No matter how much you do, no matter how well you do, they will not regard you as companions. The prejudice in people's hearts is a mountain. No matter how hard you try, you can't move it. I don't know if Lao Ziyi heard Orochimaru's series of words. At this moment, he looked at the kunao that fell to the ground with a dull look. This kunao is the standard equipment of their rock ninja. In the past, it was used to attack the enemy. But at this moment, it was used to attack himself. Could it be that he has become their enemy? At this time, Onoki came late. He hurriedly landed beside Lao Ziyi and stretched out his hand to press his shoulder, but when he saw the dry bones on the ground, his eyes twitched slightly. No, no. Can't press it, or you'll be dead. Lao Ziyi, don't fall for Orochimaru's words, he just wants you to run away and cause more damage to our own people. As he said, he turned his head and looked at the young Iwagakure who had just attacked, and scolded, I know you lost your relatives and lost your mind for a while, but you don't think about it, Lao Ziyi is fighting for the future of our Iwagakure village. Look at his skin, which part is intact? And it was Konoha, Orochimaru, and Tsunade who caused all these casualties. If they hadn't beaten Lao Ziyi and Han to our camp, how could they be injured and die? Although he and Lao Ziyi don't get along, both of them are very stubborn guys. But in the face of such a big issue, he will definitely help his own people. Hearing this, many people's hatred was diverted by Onoki, although a few looked at Lao Ziyi with hatred. But there were only two more people to whom this hatred was directed. That was Orochimaru and Tsunade. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect that he wanted to use words to arouse the dark side of Lao Zi's heart, but was mostly resolved by Onoki. Before he could think about it carefully, the accident happened again. Roar! A roar full of beasts resounded throughout the location of the second unit. A momentum condensed into substance and spread out from the roar. The ninjas who were close were directly blown away by this momentum. Some ninjas with weak strength were directly killed in the air. Waves of chakra, which were even scarleter than before, spread out in all directions. The rock ninjas were left with nothing but fear. Although Orochimaru he was terrified, but a hint of joy appeared on his face. That place, if I remember correctly, seemed to be where Han was. Tsunade succeeded. Unfortunately, his sight was blocked by a group of rock ninjas, and he couldn't see that direction at all. But he saw 5 red opaque tails waving in the air. These were obviously the physical tails of the tailed beasts in the second state. Orochimaru glanced at Lao Ziyi, and said happily, Look, Han has gone berserk. Even if you help the rock ninjas, defeat us, and suppress Han, these people will not be grateful to you. As he said that, he noticed Tsunade's signal to evacuate quickly, and he immediately left. Now that Han has gone berserk, they can stay at the scene to harass the rock ninjas and let the 5-tailed beast wreak havoc. But if they are not careful, they will become the targets of Lao Ziyi, Han, and Onoki. It's not worth it. To maximize the benefits, they should take this opportunity to return to the headquarters immediately, defeat the rock ninjas in one fell swoop while the top leaders are suppressing the tailed beasts, and then lead the crowd to kill them all the way. Then Konoha will win. In the Kaifeng barrier, Mirai directly used the double Megatama. This made the friends present numb. I don't know since when, Mirai always throws out a trump card that they don't know. At first it was ninjutsu, then he mastered the sword chi at a young age, then the changes of the mad sword, and finally the Sharingan. Especially the Sharingan, who would not be extremely surprised after seeing it for the first time. I thought I was dreaming. Only Rope Tree was not surprised, he even thought it should be so. At this moment, he looked at the back of Uchiha Mirai and twitched the corners of his mouth twice. Haha, so shocked. Mirai actually has a dual Megatama Sharingan. The words were very shocking. But the tone was extremely perfunctory. Minato's face was already full of resentment. Mirai, you've been hiding it from me for so long. No, I can't be appeased without one, oh no. 2 women's clothes. Humph. Hyagarika glanced at Nowaze, she was the least shocked person in the field. Because it was her own credit that Mirai could open the double Megatama. She stared at Nowaze, puzzled and asked, come to think of it, you didn't seem to be shocked when you saw Mirai open his eyes for the first time, did you? Did you know something? Nowaze glanced at her, then at Mirai who was carrying the mad knife and glanced at the corner of his mouth. How should I put it? Maybe it's blood induction. During the last Konoha defense battle, I inexplicably sensed something from the dense forest. It's an inexplicable feeling, but I instinctively sensed that Mirai might have opened his eyes. In the following month of battles, I often found that his eyesight was ridiculously good. He may not have noticed it, but his eyesight is far beyond that of ordinary people. His insight is even more terrifying. According to the notes of my second grandfather, this is the terrifying vision that only Uchiha with opened eyes can have under normal circumstances. So I already have a guess in my mind. Everyone, Soga. So that's it. No wonder Nowaze was not so shocked when he saw the Sharingan. Bang! A black shadow passed directly in front of them, raising a gust of wind, and the 4 of them were so shocked that they all took attacking postures. Only then did they realize that Mirai was beaten away again. Hey, why, use again. At this moment the future hit the rock hard, and his face flushed instantly. Cough. The next second, he coughed up a pool of blood. After coughing out the blood, the future felt much better. The slug on his shoulder was immediately frightened and screamed for the first time. Ah! Don't move, I'll heal you. Instantly, a slightly cool breath came from his shoulder, swam all over his body, and healed his injuries. After a few breaths, the future didn't feel so painful. He didn't feel like paying attention to the slug's words, but rolled his eyes and glared at Minato and the others. I'm speechless. This person looks very difficult to deal with. How can you bear to watch me fight her alone? Minato hurried over and carefully helped the future up. He couldn't help but laugh dryly. Blame us for this. In fact, it's not their fault. Just before they talked, they had just dealt with the rock ninjas, and then they saw Mirai opening the double Megatama. So they were all stunned for a moment. That's when Mirai was hit by the opponent. The picture of the blast back. Chapter 321. Yaoi Zairegui's face was terribly cold at this time. She clenched her fists and walked towards Minato and the others with a dimpled step. A very pleasant voice came from her cold mouth, good. Very good. Very good. I never expected that you 5 little guys actually have such strong talents. Although her voice was sweet, her tone was full of murderous intent, like the cold wind blowing in the cold winter. It pierced people's bones and made them tremble. In her round eyes, there was a look of looking at the dead. One by one, she swept through Mirai and the others. Uchiha Mirai with Sharingan, Minato Namikaze with yellow hair, Hyagarika with Bun, Kushina Uzumaki with red hair, and Senju Nowaze with a silly face. You are all disciples of Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, right? After Tsunade and the others became famous in one battle and were given the title of 3 ninjas of Konoha by Hanzo. Their fame spread all over the streets and alleys in an instant, and their major events in Konoha were investigated clearly. This included the information that they had already accepted disciples. At that time, Yaoi Zairagui had not thought about it, but after seeing the Uchiha Future's Sharingan, as well as the characteristics of red hair, yellow hair, and stupidity, she remembered the description in the intelligence. Only then did she know what kind of person she had met. And what was most difficult for her to accept was that the 10 subordinates she had carefully trained were strangled by 4 little guys. This made her heartbroken and unable to breathe. Because it was really too difficult to find 10 talented ninjas who didn't like herself in the hidden rock village full of licking dogs. Shang Shu was immediately angry. He took a step forward and asked angrily, "Who do you say has a silly face? I am innocent and frank. If you don't understand, don't give me the wrong prefix title." Yue Ziergui was stunned for a moment. I don't know what she was thinking. She actually looked at Shang Shu seriously. Asked, "You call me a muscle girl? So you think my tendon meat is very domineering?" As she said, she raised her 2 arms and made her biceps bulge high. There was no longer murderous intent in her eyes, but full of praise. "Praise me quickly." Shang Shu, confused face, "No, this woman is sick in the brain." Just now, she was eager to kill herself and others, but now shell-okayed at her eyes for praise. Could she have trained her brain into muscles? But if he could possess the other party's strong and powerful muscles, then Uchiha. Hee, slurp. _ Heroic is indeed domineering. Rope Tree thought about it and answered honestly. Since he was a child, his sister taught him to be honest with girls. So he didn't think of lying. Yue Ziergui suddenly narrowed his eyes in a good mood. "You have a good eye." As she spoke, she suddenly turned cold again from her bright face. The murderous aura emanated from her body again. She locked onto the 5 people of the future. "Well, you can appreciate my domineering, and you can die without regrets. Mirai, _ This guy might have a serious illness." She actually thought that seeing her figure was the greatest gift to others. What a weird idea. Without waiting for the future and the others to say anything, the woman had already raised her fist as big as a casserole and smashed it towards Rope Tree quickly. It was hard to imagine that a fist could make a sound of breaking through the air. Before the fist touched Rope Tree, a terrible air pressure directly suppressed Rope Tree to death. "So, please die first." She shouted the most pleasant voice and did the most cruel thing. The faces of the future and others became horrified. This woman didn't use her full strength just now. But now is not the time to think about this. Because of the injury, the future has difficulty swinging the knife, and can only use the pupil technique of the Sharingan to interfere with Yue Ziergui's thoughts. Minato and Kushina held the raised nan and smashed it towards Yue Ziergui's fist. As for Ling Hua, she immediately pulled Rope Tree out of the fist range of the brother and daughter. This time, Minato suffered a loss before, and he had consciously increased the cohesion of the raised nan. Therefore, the scene of the balls being shattered by a punch did not occur. Kushina did not have many opportunities to fight. She had never fought against Toranashuk and Kyude, and she took the initiative to bear the main attack with her chakra. The balls of the 2 people hit Yue Yugui's fist directly, and there was a stalemate for a while. This made Minato happy. As long as he can withstand, if she can't hold on, then this battle must be fought. He didn't believe that the combined strength of the 4 of them would not be able to kill her. Thinking of this, he increased his strength again and injected most of his chakra into the raised nan. He planned to overwhelm her in one fell swoop. At the same time, he hurriedly called out, "Kushina, use all your strength, she can't hold on for long." "Okay." Kushina also knew that time was running out and the opportunity was rare now. She must find a way to hurt her. In this way, there will be a fight next time. Otherwise, they will be easily defeated one by one. Because the future has been seriously injured, he is the breakthrough point. After answering, she immediately increased her chakra, making the golden color of the ball more. At this time, Minato suddenly noticed something strange. He found that he and Kushina's raised nan had a tendency to attract each other since he didn't know when. But now is not the time to think about this phenomenon. If there is anything, wait until she is defeated first. Yue Ziergui's face became much more serious. She watched the 2 balls approaching her inch by inch. The whirlwind carried by the balls messed up her ear-length hair. Awesome! She ignored Minato Namikaze and looked at Kushina greedily, as if she was admiring a perfect work of art. "Little girl, just obey me. I promise to let you eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. In the future, you will be a superior existence in the Rock Ninja." Minato and Kushina ignored her words, but they both felt a little shocked in their hearts. Facing such a predicament, she could still laugh. It seems that she still has some strength left. Seeing that they didn't answer, Yue Ziergui didn't get angry. She smiled and made a seal with one hand in front of her chest. Although the names of the one-hand seal and the one-hand seal are the same, they are very different. In the ninja world, anyone with some strength can make a seal with one hand. For example, condensing chakra or releasing a technique that has been prepared long ago. The difficulty of completing all the seals with one hand is far beyond the limit of ordinary strong men. Many ninjas find it difficult to convert the chakra in their bodies with only one hand. Often, they lose control of chakra before they even start. Minato and Kushina's faces suddenly changed. They suddenly discovered that a black spot appeared on Kushina Yawaizirgui's fist. This black spot faintly reflected the luster of metal. For a moment, they could actually feel the change of the other party's fist becoming harder from the feedback of Rei's Nan. This black spot was so familiar to them. Sure enough, Yawaizirgui gently spit out a name of the technique that made them extremely familiar in the air. Earth Escape Hardening Technique. The next moment, the two of them felt an extremely powerful force coming from the other party's fist. It almost destroyed the advantage they had worked so hard to gain like a rotten wood. Directly bent the wrists of the two. Fortunately, at this time, Shang Shu and Ling Hua had also rushed up. He looked at the two people who were at a disadvantage and hurriedly shouted, "Don't panic, we are here." But before he finished speaking, he was slapped away by the other hand of Yawaizirgui. Her strength was too great, so great that even Shang Shu, who had strange power, could not resist it. Bang! For a moment, there was an unlucky guy spitting blood beside Wai Wei. Ugh, cough. For a moment, Shang Shu was a little frightened. What a terrible strength, he was clearly prepared for defense, but he was still slapped away by the opponent's terrifying power, and was seriously injured. At this time, he only felt a burning pain in his back. Wai Wei has been using the Sharingan. To be honest, it was a bit overloaded today. But there was nothing they could do. Today, they were like stepping on dog shit when they went out. Every now and then, they would encounter powerful rock ninjas. Torin Ashok, Kangde, Najia, Wuming Jonan and the brother-in-law in front of them. They also killed dozens of their subordinates. Among these ninjas, there are many Chunin level ones. If they were to fight alone, they would not be inferior to any Chunin, and even if they used their ultimate skills, they could kill them instantly. But with so many people, even if they were chopping melons and vegetables, they would have been a little overwhelmed after chopping so many. He smiled bitterly and said, "Your chakra is almost exhausted, and your strength alone is less than 30% of your peak period. It is obvious that you will be beaten away by her." Chapter 322. It was extremely difficult for Shang Shu to move at this moment. Especially in the chest, the pain made him want to scream to vent the pain. The slug on his shoulder hurriedly spoke anxiously in a soft female voice. "Shang Shu, don't move anymore. 2 of your ribs are broken. If you exercise too much, the bone spurs will directly pierce your internal organs, causing internal bleeding, and you will die." Hearing this, Shang Shu was so scared that he dared not move. He understood a few words. "Move, will pierce your internal organs, die. 0. Oh my god, Lord Slug, please treat me quickly. Then don't move first. I need time to fix and restore your broken ribs." Okay, hurry up." Shang Shu hurriedly responded. As the slug said this, it crawled from his shoulder to his chest, with 2 long tentacles, or eyes. It probed the broken part of Rope Tree's chest and began to use fairy chakra to recover from his injuries. For a moment, 2 people in the 5-man team lost their ability to fight. Rope Tree was completely useless, but he could still use the Sharingan to interfere from time to time in the future. But the effect was not much different from having nothing. His illusions could be easily broken by the opponent. At this moment, he realized that his illusions were really bad. The 2 previous times that the opponent was stunned, Ling Hua's pressure accounted for 80% to 90%. He was at most an auxiliary. It was just the last straw that pressed the opponent's back. It was not useful, but it could not be said to be useless. In the final analysis, he had never practiced the Sharingan properly. At this moment, he only felt sore and painful eyes. "My eyelids are so heavy that I want to fight." Just as he was rubbing his eyes, he suddenly heard Ling Hua shout, "Mirai!" Uchiha Mirai was stunned and subconsciously looked at Hyaga Ling Hua. Looking at the other party's clear eyes, he understood immediately. "One more time." "Got it." After seeing Uchiha Mirai agreed, Ling Hua immediately prepared the pupil technique. Kushina and Minato had been knocked out by the other party once. Fortunately, they both used Raise Nan to offset the force of the other party's fist. So they didn't end up like Mirai and Awaki and the others. Yawei Zirgui looked at Kushina with a smile, and she licked her lips. Little girl, since you are so beautiful, I can give you 2 choices. 1. Become my concubine, I can let your friends go, and promise that as long as they don't take the initiative to cause trouble for me, I will not do anything to them. 2. I will kill the 4 of them directly and force you to become my concubine. How about it, do you want to consider it? I will only let you go because you are so beautiful. Before Kushina could think about it, Minato directly protected her behind him. Don't even think about it, you dead pervert. Obviously she is a woman, but she insists on treating herself as a man, which is simply disgusting. That's fine, the problem is that this guy actually wants to embarrass women, this is not perverted. He felt that such a perverted future was not as perverted as this man. Yawei Zirgui's face turned cold, she glanced at Minato coldly, and the words she was about to scold suddenly stopped. She narrowed her eyes slightly and looked him up and down. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in her eyes. Hey, why didn't I think of this? As she said that, she threw a wink at Minato. If you ignore her figure below her head, this wink must be very lethal. However, Minato didn't like her at all from the bottom of his heart, so he naturally ignored her wink. Yawei Zirgui touched his smooth and delicate chin with a sly smile on his face. Little brat, my proposal will work for you too. As long as you are willing to wear women's clothes and serve me for the rest of your life, I will let them go immediately. As she spoke, she pointed her fingers at Rope Tree, Rika, and Uchiha. Wait, that guy called Uchiha, if he was wearing women's clothes. He, slurp. Sigma *O, not bad. Just then, Mirai and Rika suddenly stared at Yawei Zirgui with their eyes wide open. They shouted in unison, Bien pressure. Sharingan illusion. For a moment, Yawei Zirgui was stunned. Her eyes were blank and out of focus, and her body was strangely frozen in place. Mirai felt dizzy and something seemed to be flowing out of her eyes. The hot, sticky eyesight was slightly red. But now no one paid attention to his appearance, but all looked at Yawei Zirgui. Shencho was even more regardless of the pain in his chest, he shouted loudly, Now, Minato, Kushina, go. Use Raise Nan. His excited look scared the little slug who was treating his injuries. It hurriedly shouted, Rope Tree, don't be excited. At this moment, it only hated that it had no hands, otherwise it could hold Rope Tree down. When Mirai and Linghua suddenly started to fight, Minato and Kushina also moved immediately. When Kushina was about to condense Raise Nan, Minato grabbed her hand. This made the latter a little confused, and she subconsciously wanted to retract her hand. Very shy. Minato didn't waste time, he hurriedly said, the situation is urgent now, I don't have time to say so much, come, condense Raise Nan with me. Hearing this, Kushina subconsciously used Raise Nan. Looking at the golden light, Minato also used his last Raise Nan. He held up his Raise Nan, and when he approached Kushina's ball, a subtle fluctuation was produced. Kushina naturally noticed this change, and she slightly widened her eyes, what's going on? Minato stared at the balls in the hands of the 2 people carefully, his eyes full of enlightenment. It is so. The Raise Nan developed in the future is a technique that encompasses everything. It can be the basis of all techniques. As long as you learn the Raise Nan, anyone can develop their own moves. And the chakras of you and me are somewhat similar, and they will attract and resonate with each other. Once these 2 chakras merge together. As he said, he touched his Raise Nan to Kushina's ball. The next moment, a magical scene happened. I saw the azure blue and slightly golden balls, like 2 bubbles, suddenly entangled together. Soon, the shell that ensured that the chakra turbulence did not spread, merged together. For a moment, Kushina only felt that the ball in her hand had changed. It is no longer a single ball, but full of Minato's breath. You are in me, I am in you, and we are inseparable. Moreover, she seemed to see Minato's voice through the bridge of chakra. Minato lost his parents since he was a child and was alone and helpless. But he was not discouraged and remained optimistic. Before the entrance examination, he was lucky to be able to refine chakra and was admitted to the ninja school. Then he met the boy who changed his life. He was a Uchiha, and should have been the back that Minato should look up to all his life. Classmates said that he was very Uchiha, very arrogant and disdainful. But he saw the bright smile that Uchiha Mirai showed to his sister when he entered school. He knew that Uchiha Mirai was not a person who was out of tune with the world, and he would also smile. Coincidentally, they were actually desk mates, so he smiled and stretched out his hand and handed it in front of him. "Hello, my name is Minato Namikaze. Please give me your guidance in the next 6 years." He could see the boy's slightly stunned expression. Originally, he thought he would be ruthlessly rejected by him like the girls in the class, but he didn't expect it. The other party also reached out and held his hand. The corner of her mouth raised, revealing a smile. "Very sunny, very good-looking, not cold and ruthless at all. Hello, my name is Mirai, an Uchiha." Kushina looked at all this, and she understood slightly in her heart, this is the memory in Minato's heart. And it should be the deepest and most precious memory, otherwise she would not have seen this picture at first sight. At this time, Minato walked out from behind her. He had a sunny smile on his face. "This is the scene of my first meeting with Mirai," he said, looking at the frozen picture. One with long black hair was sitting, and the other with sunny yellow hair was standing. Their hands were held together, as if their fate had been entangled from then on. Kushina murmured, "It was recorded in the classics of the clan that chakra is a bridge connecting people. Everyone can see each other's mind through chakra. It turns out that this is true." Then, Minato showed her a lot of his memories. As they watched, they saw their conversation when Kushina just transferred to the school. "In the future, I want to marry her. What do you think I should pay attention to?" "Simple, here are a few chestnuts. First, friends." Minato's old face suddenly blushed, and he was so scared that he hurriedly paused these memories. "Nana, we still have important things to do, so let's not look at this memory for now." Although in the memory world, the passage of time in the outside world is almost suspended, but he didn't dare to let Kushina continue watching. Kushina glanced at him, and her woman's intuition told her that Uchiha would definitely say something bad in the future. But now it is indeed as he said, the situation is urgent. Okay. Watch it later. Chapter 323. In reality, only a short second passed. When Kushina looked at the balls in her hands that were entangled with each other but perfectly staggered, a shrewd look flashed in her eyes. "This move." As she spoke, she and Minato seemed to have a telepathic connection. The two of them immediately stretched out a hand and held the ball. The next moment, the ball quickly changed from the size of a fist to the size of a human head. Not only that, many chakra light bands were sprinkled on the ball, wrapping the two of them. Blue, gold. 2 chakra lines intertwined together. Red hair, yellow hair. It looks like a tomato scrambled egg. It's delicious and goes well with rice. In a word, it looks so good. Without waiting for Mirai to urge them, Minato and Kushina smiled at each other, then held the balls and rushed towards the controlled Yawaizire-gui. The balls were even held in front of them. For a moment, the chakra thread oval ball that was originally standing turned horizontal. Like a sharp sword, it stabbed straight towards Yawaizire-gui. Seeing this scene, Shensha was overjoyed. His face flushed. He even ignored the slug's dissuasion and jumped more than 3 feet high on the spot. Win! Ha ha ha! In fact, not to mention his excitement, even the future was relieved. He looked at the two people wrapped in gold and blue chakra threads, and there was an indescribable complexity in his eyes. Originally, this move was a technique that would only appear when Minato and the future Naruto joined forces. Unexpectedly, it was actually performed together with Kushina at this moment. In Lulin, Naruto used this move to directly penetrate the body made by the centipede using the power of the dragon vein. You must know that it is not a mortal body, but a body made of a puppet. The ability to withstand blows is excellent. Therefore, Mirai does not believe that the body of this muscular woman can be harder than a centipede. In an instant, Yawaizire-gui was directly knocked away by this move. Less than a second passed. A huge explosion occurred in the field. Bang! The power of this explosion is almost as powerful as the explosion of 10 top-grade detonating talismans. 2 talismans made Torin Ashok lose most of his blood, and now it is comparable to the power of 10 Raise Nan. Yawaizire-gui is dead. Mirai also sat up from the ground with Nawaki, waving his fists excitedly. Yet! This move, I want to become the strongest Raise Nan, the name is Taiki. Taichi Raise Nan. But at this moment, Ling Hua's face changed drastically, and she shouted anxiously, Kushina, Minato, run, she is not dead yet. In an instant, Both Mirai and Nawaka looked at her in astonishment. They seemed to not understand. Or rather, they couldn't believe it. Such a powerful ball didn't kill her. What kind of a monster is this? When Wei Lai wanted to look at the situation in the explosion smoke, his eyes suddenly hurt, and he felt dizzy in his mind. He couldn't help but kneel down, and his face turned pale. Oh no, Sharingan is overconsumed. He couldn't help but cover his eyes with his hands, with a look of pain. The slug on his body was so scared that it hurriedly said, Wei Lai, are you okay? As it said that, it increased the input of chakra. This cool feeling finally made Wei Lai feel a little better. He smiled bitterly and forced a smile at the slug. It's okay, I won't die for the time being. As he took his hand away, he was stunned for a moment. His palm was full of red blood. And on the face, there was a sticky and cold feeling. Is this, eyes bleeding? A sweet voice sounded in the field. Cough cough. That was close. Cough cough. I was almost killed by you. If you two had more chakra, I would definitely die. As these words fell, the dust that rose up in the field due to the explosion also dissipated for the most part. A person with a backward body bending was revealed. Her hands were almost falling to the ground, but her feet were still firmly nailed to the ground. That was Yu Wei's Gui. She was fine, at most a little blood overflowed from the corners of her mouth, and there were some scratches on her belly, but it was fine. The clothes on her waist were all torn. The clothes on her upper body were only the upper half of her body, which could still cover her 2 lumps. Minato and Kushina had already evacuated the place after Linghua's advance reminder. At this moment, they also looked at her in shock. How is this possible? This is unscientific. As users of this ninjutsu, Minato and Kushina knew better than anyone else that this how powerful is a single move? Let's not talk about the distant past. Even if Toranaschuk used all his strength to resist, he would still die. But the man in front of him only had his clothes shattered and blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. This kind of injury will not have much impact on a ninja. Mirai stood up, with a slight flash of pain on his face. After all, he was injured, and his mental strength was greatly reduced because of the Sharingan. At this moment, he finally realized why the Uchiha people would use the Sharingan deeply. It's really necessary not to use it. Because he alone encountered so many life and death crises. If it weren't for the help of the Sharingan, I'm afraid they would have died. But excessive use of the Sharingan to resolve crises will cause one's emotions to become more extreme and irritable. Hyagarika's fat face was full of solemnity. In the future, Nawaki and Minato, the 3 of them have no chakra left. Of course, if they refine it more deeply, they can squeeze out a little bit, but that is all future potential. If they demand too much now, their future achievements will become extremely limited. And they just took the Haragan, which is a bad strategy of overdrawing their bodies in exchange for strength. If it is just this level, they can just ask Tsunade to adjust it in the future, but if they want to ask for more chakra. Alas! Even if Tsunade sees it, she will shake her head. Now Minato can still stand, purely because of his firm will. Now the only ones who can deal with her are myself and Kushina-chan. But Kushina's strength is not very strong, even if she has learned the Raise Nan. Because she has been learning the knowledge of sealing techniques these days. She knows that she is so hardworking, everything is for her. In order for her to learn that technique, she has been working day and night. If she releases the ominous power in her body. Thinking of this, she shook her head and rejected the idea. This is a different space cut by Kushina with a barrier talisman. If something happens to her, she and others will not be able to get out. So, I have to use my last trump card. Thinking of this, she turned her head and looked at the people behind her. Uchiha Mirai, Senju Nawaki. The 2 people standing in her way. Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina. These are a group of trustworthy partners. Uchiha Mirai can use the Sharingan in front of them without any scruples. She has also used all her strength without taking drugs. Anyway, she has been exposed, so why not expose more? Am I intoxicated? After making a decision in her heart, she took out a pill from her arms. A hint of complexity flashed in her eyes. This medicine was recently improved by her, which reduced the side effects, but also reduced the power. But it lasts longer. She thought that this medicine would be useful only when she grows up. After all, she is surrounded by a bunch of hangers-on. And they are not too reckless, she really can't think of any crisis. But who would have thought that it has only been 2 months, and she would take drugs again? Others, including Mirai, noticed the pills in Linghua's hand. Unlike them, Mirai knew what this medicine was. His face sank slightly, and he hurriedly said, "Can you bear it? It has only been 2 months since he fought with Linghua last time. All drugs have side effects. Especially this secret medicine that burns fat instantly and turns it into strength. While the effect is good, the damage will also increase accordingly. In 2 months, can she recover from the side effects of taking drugs?" After he asked, he was silent first. All of them here have no strength to fight again. Except Kushina. She also holds the most critical barrier symbol. If something unexpected happens to her, for example, if the 9-tail breaks free from the seal, all of them will die. Because they have no ability to resist. Rope Tree and others looked at the future with slightly changed eyes. This guy said this, obviously he already knew what Linghua was going to do. Kushina hurriedly stopped him and said, "Linghua-chan, things are not that serious. Although I don't know what the medicine does, even Uchiha Mirai is very serious, obviously it's not a good medicine." Linghua smiled and didn't listen to the advice. "This is my last secret, please keep it secret." After that, she resolutely threw the medicine into her mouth. But unexpectedly, the alien change happened again. A big hand blocked her mouth and grabbed the medicine. At the same time, a teasing voice came out. "Hee hee. Little fatty. Let me tell you something. If you encounter similar things in the future, don't hesitate and take drugs directly, otherwise something will happen, just like what happened to me." As she said that, she looked at the pill carefully. Although she couldn't see what the ingredients were, there were several kinds of precious medicinal materials. They were all the kind that stimulated potential. As a person from a branch family, she didn't have too many resources. In this case, she should only have this one pill. "What?" Seeing this scene, Minato and others exclaimed in an instant. Especially Hyagarika, she looked at the tall figure in front of her with a look of surprise. When she saw the pill in her hand, she was immediately anxious and reached out to grab the medicine back. "Give me back the medicine!" Yahweh Zirgui raised his hand and slapped her. Fortunately, Linghua had been rolling her eyes, so she noticed this before she did it. She quickly raised her hands to protect herself. Bang! With a muffled sound, her entire ball was slapped away. Chapter 324. Seeing Linghua being slapped towards him, Wei Luo tried to dodge without thinking again. He didn't want to experience the painful experience of being hit again. But he was too weak. He had just stood up and had already consumed his limited physical strength. Before he could make any other moves, Haiga Linghua's tonnage had already hit him. He was knocked to the ground again and almost died. Fortunately, the impact this time was not very strong, just like the impact of people accidentally bumping into each other when walking. It was just that Wei Luo was too weak to bear it. Linghua hurriedly got up from him and looked at him inexplicably. "This time, you finally caught me." Wei Luo lay on the ground with his teeth bared, complaining with tears in his eyes. "Hiss. It hurts so much. I say you really should lose weight." Suddenly, his expression paused and he looked at Linghua in a daze. What did she say just now? She said that he finally caught her. Damn it, who wants to catch her? She is so heavy, and she almost made him go back to his parents' home in just one move. Thinking of this, he looked at Hinata Reka with a sour face. "Yes, that's right, I caught you. Forget it, since it has happened anyway, at least I can show my feelings and it is worth the pain." After saying that, he slowly sat up and looked at the muscular woman holding the pills and looking at her, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Oh my! Such a familiar scene. I seemed to look like this at the time." He turned his head to look at Rika, and when he found that she no longer had that angry expression on her face, he immediately understood. This girl's feelings are still the same. She must still have 1 or 2 pills hidden on her body. I'm afraid that the brother girl is thinking exactly the same as I did at that time. Looking at the pill made of such precious medicinal materials, one would definitely think that this pill is unique. Sure enough, Linghua took out another pill from her sleeve. She glanced at the brother and daughter. Didn't the woman just tell her not to talk too much, otherwise something unexpected would happen? Then she would just follow her advice. Thinking of this, she didn't say anything and just opened her mouth and swallowed it. Gulp. Her actions were very fast, so fast that the two brothers and daughters just saw that she had an identical pill in her hand, and then she swallowed it. Her face changed immediately. She said in a deep voice, "Fatty, you actually have another one." Ling Hua put her hands on her chest and made a seal. Quickly cooperate with the pill in her body to make it exert the power of the pill. There is no rule that I only have one pill. Hinata Ling Hua hooked her lips at her and said with a faint sarcasm. You. Yahweh Zirgui was so angry that her big chest muscles were trembling. What she disliked most was men, followed by ugly ones, and then fat ones. Unfortunately, the little girl in front of her had the latter too. Her face suddenly became extremely cold. But before she could speak again, Ling Hua's momentum suddenly rose. If she was originally a little brain axe, then at this moment she quickly transformed into a big tiger. For a while, Yahweh Zirgui did not dare to act rashly. After experiencing the machete of Uchiha, the joint ball attack of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, she dared not be careless about this team anymore. I don't have any life-saving ninja tools to use now, I must be careful. Before, she was able to resist the power of Tai Chi Rei's Nan mainly because she had obtained a magical ninja tool in the ruins. It can help the operator resist a fatal blow. Although she felt bad, she felt that the treasure was worth the money when she thought of the harvest she was about to get. There were not only people from the Uchiha clan, the cute little loli of the Uzumaki clan, but also Minato Namikaze, Rika Hyuga, and the hope of the Senju clan, Senju Nawaki. Moreover, K-Fang Barrier also showed an ability she had never seen before. These harvests alone were enough to make up for that one-time life-saving treasure. At worst, when her strength improved, she would go to the ruins again, and there might be other life-saving props. So she was not very angry, and even had the leisure to tease the future. But at this moment, she regretted it a little. I seem to have been a little too extravagant. Nawaki suddenly found that Uchiha beside him seemed very excited. His body was trembling slightly, and his breathing was a little heavy. Especially those two eyeballs, which seemed to be about to pop out. He was so scared that he asked hurriedly, "Future, are you okay? Are you injured? Where is it? Look, he's bleeding from his nose, and with the blood and tears under his eyes, it looks like a terrifying scene of blood coming out of all 7 orifices." Seeing that Wei Lai didn't answer his words, but instead looked straight ahead. Shang Shu suddenly became anxious, and he hurriedly looked at the slug on his body. "Slug Master, please save him quickly, he seems to have internal injuries." The slug looked at Rope Tree with an inexplicable expression, then looked at Mirai, and finally looked at Rope Tree again. It hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to start. After its inspection, Uchiha Mirai did not have many injuries, let alone internal injuries. The previous collision only made him gasp, and now he has recovered. The biggest problem now is that he is hollow. Sharingan, and his transformed machete, almost sucked him dry. That's why he was half dead like just now. The reason why he had a nosebleed, was purely because his mind was full of unhealthy thoughts. Although it can't spy on people's thoughts, don't forget that its medical ninjutsu is top-notch. Especially when it is close to Uchiha Mirai, it can naturally feel the subtle difference. But how can a yellow flower bug like me say such words? You know, I am a very traditional bug. Omega. What happened? Shang Shu looked at its hesitant appearance and became more anxious. If the injury on his body did not allow him to make a bigger move, he would have stood up immediately and come to the future. After hesitating for a while, the slug blushed and bashfully whispered, it's just the blood rushing up." "Hey! Shang Shu, surprised face, what the hell? The blood rushing up?" He looked at the future in confusion. His chakra, energy, and physical strength were all depleted. He was so weak that he couldn't be any weaker. How could there be any blood rushing up for him? "Oh, you can see what's going on over there. Don't ask me anymore, I'm so embarrassed." Omega *. Hearing this, Nawaki turned his head subconsciously and was stunned. What did he see? At this time, Hyuga Rika had turned into a queen who was less than 1.3 meters tall. Hair-length black hair fluttered in the wind with the aura around her. Her figure was excellent and her body was graceful. Her appearance was even better than that of a human character. What concerned him most was that Rika had a big chest. If calculated in proportion, that is, if Rika was as tall as her sister, she would be an E. But Rika's appearance at this moment looked very immature. The moment he saw her, his mind was filled with Zhongqing couldn't help but blurt out an idiom. It was also a word he learned from Uncle Jiraiya's book. Baby face and big breasts. Gudong. So, there really is such a person. At this moment, he finally knew why the future was so angry. If it were him, he would also be angry. Then, he felt his nose itchy slightly, and the next moment, a warm liquid slid down from his nostrils. It splashed on the ground and spread into a hot and red flower. Ling Hua's appearance at this moment, even Kushina, a girl who was also there, was amazed. She stared at Hinata Ling Hua blankly, and subconsciously murmured. So beautiful. My heart was beating very fast, my head was a little dizzy, and my breathing was a little disordered. Oh no. This is the feeling of being moved. It seems that Minato is the only one who can keep his heart in the field. He just looked at Ling Hua in amazement and naturally shifted his sight. To be honest, no matter how beautiful Ling Hua is, she can't move him. If the future wears women's clothes, I might be like them, with a nosebleed and a slight hardness to show respect. But unfortunately, Ling Hua is not the future. Even Yue Zirgui is a little obsessed with Ling Hua. Her face flushed instantly, and her tone suddenly became much softer. Little beauty, I admit that my tone was not very good before, can you forgive me once? As she said, she glanced at Ling Hua with a very obscene look. This look instantly made Ling Hua feel nauseous. It was several times more disgusting than when the future saw her that place. I still like the way you looked down on me before. After Ling Hua finished speaking, she raised her sword finger and her body was slightly dazed. Chapter 325. When Hyagarika finished taking drugs, she noticed Uchihamarai's fiery gaze. Her face instantly turned dark. Damn, he is indeed a pervert. I've already seen it once, but he is still so obsessed with it. Humph. Tongza couldn't help but defend Uchihamarai. Master, don't say that. You are so beautiful now. Any man will be obsessed with your beauty. After it said this, Rika felt that Nawake was looking at her with the same gaze. But the gaze was not as strong as Uchihamarai's. Then there was Namikaze Minato's gaze. He was not like the first two who wanted to stick close to him and take a closer look. Instead, he quickly shifted his gaze after being amazed for a while, which made her feel a little favorable towards him. Minato-kun is a gentleman, not like Uchihamarai who is so stuffy. It's a pity that he is the lover of the little sister, and he also likes the little sister, so she immediately cut off the thought in her heart. However, after noticing Uchihamarai's gaze, she couldn't help but think of the last battle. That was the most humiliating battle in her life. Not only did she fail to beat him, but he also saw her naked. Thinking of this, her face unnaturally reddened several points. Fortunately, she was wrapped in chakra at the moment, so outsiders didn't see the blush clearly. She hurriedly reached out and tightened her clothes. Especially the pants, don't let them fall at the critical moment. Otherwise, she will definitely die. After doing all this, she breathed a sigh of relief. Since the preparations have been completed, let's start the fight. And in this state, the sooner it ends, the better. The damage to the body will also be reduced many times. So she moved. Yue Zirgui didn't notice how Hinata Reka moved. But she instinctively sensed that an extremely dangerous aura was coming from her left. Left. She immediately punched to the left without thinking. When one's own defense is above all else, it can also turn into an unmatched attack. Her physical talent is far superior to that of ordinary people. Now, with the blessing of hardening technique, her defense is greatly increased, and she can attack as much as she wants. But after she swung her fist, her heart skipped a beat. Missed it. Did she swing in vain? No, the only advantage of being a woman is that her mind is more delicate than that of ordinary people. Her intuition is also much higher than that of ordinary people. At a life and death moment like this, it is unlikely that there will be any problems. This is the intuition she has honed from the hardships she has experienced from being a genin to a jonin. It is also one of her most trusted senses. Because of this intuition, it has saved her more than 10 times. Are you confused about why you missed the attack? Actually, you didn't attack in the wrong direction, but my reaction is better than yours. Just when she was confused, 2 words came into her ears. Although there were a lot of words, Yue Zirgui felt that the words were spoken very quickly, so fast that ordinary people could only speak 1 syllable. But she could hear every word in the words clearly. But now she has no time to doubt this question. She has already seen a white figure, from the armpit where she swung her fist, hitting her waist. and her height seems to be only about 80 centimeters. At this moment, she suddenly understood. It seems that she lowered her body, so she avoided my attack. But in terms of time, it is obvious that she can't make any extra movements. The next moment, a strong penetrating force came from her waist. Soft fist 24 palms of 8 diagrams. Instantly, the only sound heard in the field was the muffled sound of bang 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 bang. At this moment, Yahweh Zirgui's body was like being hit by countless sledgehammers. She was shaking all over. For a moment, she couldn't make a decent counterattack. With Ling Hua no longer in sight, Wei finally came back to his senses. When his consciousness returned to his body, he groaned in pain. Hiss. Why do my eyes hurt more than before? As he said this, he couldn't help but cover one of his eyes, and the other eye that didn't hurt so much squinted slightly, and then looked at the slug on his shoulder. Didn't it help him heal? As a yellow-flowered lady insect that has lived for thousands of years, the slug immediately understood Uchiha Waiwei's sight. It was so angry that it waved its 2 tentacles and eyes in protest. What are you thinking about? Your eyes are not broken, this is the result of my greatest effort. The reason why your eyes hurt more than before is because you stared at the appearance of Hinata Reka. Future was stunned when he heard this, and was a little confused. Impossible, I have seen it once, there is no reason to be obsessed with it. Although he said so, his tone became much lower as he spoke. It seems that before, his mind was full of the previous Reka and the current Reka. Especially when he saw the current Reka, he always thought of the mysterious valley, the abyss, and the cracks without grass that he saw last time. Hey! Future! Why are you bleeding from the nose again? Shang Shu's doubtful voice suddenly came, interrupting Wei Li's memories. Wei Li reached out and touched it, blood, warm nosebleed, and his old face suddenly turned red. He hurriedly closed his eyes and raised his head to prevent the nosebleed from slipping out. Feeling Shang Shu's gaze, he subconsciously quibbled, "Oh no." Explained, "It's nothing, just an internal injury, and it will be much better if I bleed 2 kilograms of nosebleed." Shang Shu, "Oh, that's it. Slug, iota _. Fool, keep fooling. Only this guy, Rope Tree, would believe this. By the way, why didn't I notice Rope Tree's IQ before, and why he would make people so anxious? He used to be quite smart." In the field. After Ling Hua finished the soft fist technique, Herbian could clearly tell her that the person in front of her had not lost his fighting power. Half of the chakra that she injected into her body was blocked by her body's defense, so that its effect was less than half. Immediately took a deep breath and posed the soft fist technique posture again. Soft fist technique 8 diagrams 64 palms. As she shouted out, several people present were a little surprised. Kushina couldn't help but pull Minato's sleeve and asked in a low voice, "I remember that people from the branch family seem to only be able to learn 32 palms. Namikaze Minato nodded. The teacher had talked about this in the ninja school. Well, the Hyuga clan's clan system is that the main family controls the lives of the branch family members and protects the Hyuga clan by making them dare not resist. And they are also afraid that the people of the branch family will learn the advanced Bian technique and have unnecessary thoughts, so they only give the branch family members a part of the soft fist technique." Hearing Minato's affirmative words, Kushina's face became a little solemn, and she said seriously, "In this case, we must never reveal that Ling Hua knows this trick. If the people of the Hyuga clan know this, I'm afraid Ling Hua will die." But Ling Hua performed it in front of them without reservation, which obviously shows that she believes in them. So they must not live up to this trust. Minato nodded heavily, and replied with an unprecedented serious expression, "Well, I, Mirai, and Brother Nawaki are not that kind of people. Since they won't reveal it, there is only one future trouble in the field. Yahweh Zirgui. If she doesn't die, then Ling Hua's secret is in danger of being leaked." Thinking of this, Kushina immediately condensed the chakra in her body and prepared to wait for an opportunity. Not only the tomato and egg combination thought of this. The future is the same. He took a look at the battle and saw that Ling Hua failed to solve Yahweh Zirgui in the first time, and his face changed slightly. Immediately sat cross-legged, regardless of his physical weakness, and began to refine chakra. This made the slug who was treating him couldn't help but exclaimed, "You are crazy. Your body is already at a critical point. Once you step over this red line, your future achievements will decrease rapidly." But the future shook his head, "The strength of that muscular woman is very strong. Ling Hua alone is not enough to defeat her. And Ling Hua has limited time. Once the other party holds on until the effect of the drug wears off, then welcoming Ling Hua and us will be a dead end. After saying that, he stopped explaining and closed his eyes. After the slug's anus moved twice, he finally had to admit that what the future said made sense. The muscular woman was very strong, and now she was just being suppressed by Ling Hua. But she couldn't be killed in seconds, which was the biggest hidden danger. After hearing their conversation, Rope Tree also closed his eyes and began to condense chakra. This made the slugs on their shoulders look at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Alas! Chapter 326. Things turned out just as they had guessed. Yahweh Zirgui was just caught off guard by Ling Hua. At this moment, when Ling Hua was about to launch a second attack, Yahweh Zirgui already had time to prepare. She ignored the injuries and restrictions of her body damaged by the soft fist, and directly raised her hand to use a simple direct attack. She aimed at the direction where Ling Hua was and punched out fiercely. Seeing this scene, Ling Hua's face changed slightly. So fast! The strength of this brother and noble girl in front of her was far beyond her imagination. If Uchihamurai had taken this move, he would have died on the spot. But the man in front of her was still alive and kicking, which made her feel incredible. Is hardening technique really that powerful? As she white eyes explored in depth, she suddenly understood something in her heart. It's not that hardening technique is powerful, but the talent of this man in front of her is all in physical skills. Hardening technique plus physical talent instantly increased her defense many times. And because her body surface is hardening technique, with the chakra flowing, it can naturally prevent external chakra from entering. So her move didn't work so well. Although I thought so much, it only took a blink of an eye in reality. Yahweh Zirgui's attack was too fast, and Ling Hua couldn't launch soft fist technique at all. Because the opponent would hit her directly before she launched it. Thinking of this, she immediately slapped out a palm. With this palm, the chakra overflowing from her body immediately seemed to have found the source, and all gathered towards her palm. For a moment, her palm exuded emerald green light. It looked like a palm with full special effects. It was very high-end. And Yahweh Zirgui didn't have the fancy and brilliant special effects of Ling Hua, she just had an ordinary punch. The two were like a meeting between a rich and beautiful woman and a poor boy. In an instant, Ling Hua's palm and Yahweh Zirgui's fist collided fiercely. A shocking scene happened. Yahweh Zirgui's fist actually withstood Ling Hua's brilliant palm. And it was a palm that Ling Hua condensed the chakra that was emanating from her body. If Toranashuk had taken this palm before, he would have been knocked out. Yahweh Zirgui's face also became several times more solemn. So strong, such a powerful little girl. Even if her punch was not as powerful as in her heyday, it was at least 80% of it. And it was a fist that she used with all her strength regardless of her injuries and consequences. It was actually blocked by a little girl who was 3 or 4 times younger than her. Awesome! She became more and more obsessed with this childlike big-breasted girl. She was beautiful, had big breasts, and was so powerful. I really want to hold her in my arms and ravage her. Omega equals. For the injuries in Yahweh Zirgui's body, Byun has completely seen through it, which makes Ling Hua feel a lot more relaxed. See, I am also a wall hanger. Thinking of this, she took advantage of the situation to restrain her strength and let herself be knocked out by the opponent's fist. However, this was deliberately prepared to distance herself, so she did not suffer any damage. Because she borrowed the power of Yahweh Zirgui was fine, she was just a little stunned. Then she figured out why she did this. Immediately laughed grimly, want to distance yourself? No way. Many of them came to the Rock Ninja camp secretly yesterday. Although she had never fought with the Hyuga clan. But she had also heard about the strength of the Hyuga clan. Especially their Byun and soft fist. It makes people feel extremely tricky. Just now, she realized this through the battle. She was unable to resist in an instant. If she hadn't desperately injected chakra into the hardening technique, she had resisted the opponent's attack, she would have become a little lamb without any resistance. That's why she attacked Ling Hua immediately regardless of her injuries the moment she stopped attacking. She just didn't want to take another attack from the opponent. Thinking of this, she immediately kicked her feet and rushed towards Ling Hua quickly. Close combat is the most beneficial to her. Once the distance is pulled away, she will be at a disadvantage. Ling Hua looked at the other party rushing over. Did you find out what I was thinking? But she was not panicked at all, because she saw Kushina holding a ball and rushing from behind the muscular woman. Mirai is still accumulating chakra. Sand Ninja Battlefield. The third generation was killed by Qiandai, Ebizo, and Lei Xiao joined forces to stop them. The latter three looked extremely ugly. In the past few months of fighting, they have always been the attacking side, while Konoha has always been the defending side. The battle has just ended at this moment, and they didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to lead a team to attack them. They were all caught off guard at once. Fortunately, in order to protect the camp, the Sanda ninjas had some ambition. After being caught off guard at the beginning, they relied on the favorable terrain and the traps set by Ebizo at the beginning to regain the advantage step by step. Hokage, you are so insidious. Lei Xiao cursed. The third generation turned a deaf ear to him and only focused on attacking them. At the same time, he also took the time to take a look at the battlefield on the side. With Guji's full strength, the situation of their Konoha was very good. He was like a sharp blade inserted into a wooden pole. Leading the ninjas of Konoha, he killed and penetrated the Sand Ninja camp, and cut the battlefield of the Sand Ninja in an instant. For a time, the Sand Ninjas suffered heavy casualties. At this time, Mariboshi Kasuke was already at the peak of his strength. Although the injury on his eye had recovered by more than half, it did not have much impact on him. Seeing this scene, the third generation was in a good mood. Very good, as long as we defeat all the Sand Ninjas, our Konoha will not fall into a passive position. Thinking of this, his attack became more sharp. Not only did he pay attention to the battlefield at all times, but even Ebizo did the same. In the battle an hour ago, many of his puppets were smashed and there was no time to repair them. His strength was greatly reduced. So now he is completely powerless to resist anything, and can only barely hold off the attack of the third generation of Hokage. Damn it, I didn't expect that Konoha actually hid such a powerful ninja. He gritted his teeth. He also cursed the third generation for being insidious in his heart. I didn't take the initiative to attack before, probably because I wanted to paralyze them, so that I could kill them by surprise after they were careless. And the three people led by the monkey demon, the mysterious ninja, and Kato Dan led Konoha to intersperse among their sand ninjas, eating away their people bit by bit. Although they can rely on the traps in the camp to block the pace of Konoha's attack, once the traps are used up, they will be in danger. Thinking of this, Ebizo immediately ordered Lei Xiao, you go and organize our people to fight back, and my sister and I will hold him here. Hearing this, Lei Xiao was stunned for a moment. Can you hold him back? Ebizo took a deep breath and didn't look at him. You have to hold him back even if you can't. In short, your mission is to protect the surviving sand ninjas as much as possible. Although the third Kazekage wanted to implement an elite strategy, after the group of ninjas who attacked Konoha were caught, their ninjas became extremely precious. Without them, they don't know if they can survive among the 5 gangsters in the sand village. Obviously Lei Xiao knew this. He looked at Ebizo's figure, and a complex expression appeared in his eyes. He knew that Ebizo was going to fight to the death. The reason why he asked him to gather the sand ninjas was to let him take the remaining sand ninjas away. The 2 siblings stayed behind to cover the retreat. Take care. After he spit out these 2 words, he immediately ran towards the battlefield without looking back. Seeing this scene, the face of the third Hokage sank. He immediately launched a ninjutsu. Wind style, vacuum ball. Wind style is one of the faster styles, and the fastest one is lightning style, but the distance of lightning style is limited, and it is also difficult to control the accuracy. It is not as good as wind style. Ebizo immediately swung the chakra line, picked up a dead body on the ground, and blocked the attack of vacuum ball. I won't let you get in his way. The Sandai glanced at Ebizo and frowned slightly. It seems that you have made up your mind to die. I have lived this long. As long as I can keep the fire alive, it is not a pity to die. Ebizo said lightly. Although he is still in his prime. Chapter 327. Inside the Kaifeng barrier. Things really developed as future guessed. As Yue Zirgui reacted and freed his hands. He was barely able to fight with Ling Hua. Although she was in a passive situation, Ling Hua could not defeat her for a while. But Ling Hua's strength was temporarily improved by drugs. Once the drug power was exhausted, they would really be finished. Fortunately, Kushina could help a little. After the brief moment of heart-to-heart connection with Minato just now, her control of the Raise Nan became more refined. The power of her balls increased a lot, and it could also cause a little damage to Yue Zirgui. The latter had to be distracted and guarded. At this time, Minato had come to Future and the others. It was funny. Usually they protected 2 girls, but this time they protected their 3 big boys. Seeing that Mirai and Rope Tree had opened their eyes, he hurriedly approached and suggested, "I have a way, I wonder if it will work." Mirai understood him very well. From his eyes, he immediately understood what the other party meant. Without waiting for Minato to say anything, Mirai shook his head, "No, our chakras are completely different in nature. It is a rare luck that you can resonate with Kushina, and I haven't learned Raise Nan yet." Hearing this, Minato was silent for a while. At this time, Rope Tree interrupted and said, "Anyway, let's restore chakra first. Without chakra, we can't do anything." Rope Tree's words made Minato stunned for a moment, and then nodded involuntarily. Indeed. Chakra is the foundation of ninjas. Without chakra, they are nothing. At this time, the battle in the field has already reached a fever pitch. Ling Hua's attacks are getting more and more fierce, and Kushina's assistance is gradually becoming more skilled. For a while, the brother and daughter were suppressed and couldn't fight back. Can only passively resist. But Yawei's Iragui was not discouraged, on the contrary, her mouth corners slightly curled up a few arcs. Anxious. They were anxious. Although at present, she was indeed at a disadvantage. But the attacks of the 2 of them did not cause fatal damage to her who used the hardening technique. At most, she was injured. But she was absolutely sure that she could drag them down before her injuries accumulated to the point where she could not move. At that time, the victory would belong to her. And the 2 beautiful girls in front of her would become her playthings. That Uchiha and the yellow-haired man would also be dressed up beautifully by her. She could also get a treasure of the Uzumaki clan. Square boundary talisman. Moreover, these children were still young, as long as they spent some time brainwashing and training them well, there was no worry that they could not be used by themselves. At that time, these 5 slaves would be her most satisfied works and subordinates. He he he. Girls, your fists are not powerful, they are just tickling me. Hinata Reka looked very solemn. She wanted to cry, why did her trump card, which she was so proud of, fail twice? It shouldn't be like this. When she first imagined it, she thought she could kill instantly. But now, after fighting for so long, her spirit began to decline. Once her mode disappeared, let alone seeking revenge on the main family, it would be a luxury for her to survive. Thinking of this, she quickly turned her brain to find a way to crack it. Minato saw that Rope Tree and Mirai could not help him, so he turned to look at Kushina. Coincidentally, Kushina was also looking at him, and from her sight, Minato saw that she was thinking of something. One more time. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the brother and daughter in the field. I don't know what method this guy used just now to block their combo attack. But judging from the current battle, the biggest possibility is that she used some kind of secret treasure or special ninja tool. Otherwise, she could have easily taken Ling Hua's damage and killed them all. Thinking of this, he nodded slightly at Kushina. This kind of thing must be done in secret. Yawei's Iragui is not a wooden stake. He will not stand there stupidly and wait for them to attack. After Kushina saw that Minato understood, she began to deliberately and slowly withdraw from the battlefield. Her actions soon attracted the attention of Ling Hua, who was observing the surroundings with her Bun on. After a slight thought, she understood what her best friend wanted to do. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief and could not help but increase the intensity of the attack again. Try to cover for her best friend. In fact, she didn't have to do this, and Yawei's Iragui would not notice it. Abnormal. After Kushina gradually reduced the frequency of her attacks, Yawei's Iragui also noticed this. However, after watching for a while, she felt that Kushina could not keep up with the rhythm of the battle between them, so she was forced to withdraw from the battle. And the yellow-haired girl was still on the other side, and the red-haired little girl was behind her. If they wanted to launch a combination skill, they needed to pass by her. She could fully perceive this and immediately blocked it. So she was not panicked. Began to consciously guide Hinata Reka to launch a more powerful attack move to make her quickly consume. In the future, they looked at each other and all quietly passed information through the slug. What should I do? I can't get through, and Nana can't get through. Minato's voice was extremely low, almost to the point of being inaudible, and it was no different from lip language. After thinking for a while with a frown, Rope Tree moved his lips slightly and said directly with lip language, My current chakra can only barely use the shadow clone technique to create a Minato, and then I can't help. This is the few chakras he has. This is a long sentence, he dare not say it blatantly, but every time he moves his mouth in a place where Yue Ziragui can't see. Just afraid of being noticed by the other party. Hearing this, Minato's eyes lit up. If he can pass the fake, it can save him a lot of chakra, so that he can launch the last raise Nan. Really, this is really his last chakra. But he frowned soon. How can he bypass the brothers and daughters and meet up with Kushina? This is a problem. That. At this time, the slug whispered in their ears, if you don't mind, I can use the earth escape technique to take you there. Minato and the other two were stunned, looking at the little thing on their shoulders in disbelief. Seeing their shocked expressions, the slug was speechless. What are you looking at? I am a fairy after all, it's not strange to know some earth escape techniques. After this, the three people in the future couldn't help scratching their heads in embarrassment. Isn't this strange? A slug can actually dig a hole. But when you think about this is the world of Naruto, and the other party is indeed a fairy, if he can dig a hole, it doesn't seem so unacceptable. Right. Thinking of this, the three of them didn't say anything more, but nodded to the slugs. Then the slug told Linghua about this through the slug on Linghua's shoulder. Linghua nodded slightly without any expression. Do you want to make a big noise to cover them? That's easy. After a fight, the two of them pulled away. Linghua threw out the kunai wrapped with the detonating talisman without saying a word. From the battle between Rock Ninja and Konoha to now, she has gained a lot, including countless types of ninja tools. After throwing out the first detonating talisman, she was slightly stunned. This attack seemed to open the door to a new world for her. Oh, right, she has so many detonating talismans, ninja tools, and weapons, but she uses physical skills to fight the opponent. Is there something wrong with her head? Thinking of this, she threw all the ninja tools and weapons in her ninja tool bag that could cause damage to Yue Ziragui. For a moment, the explosion caused Yue Xianggui to flee. Several streams of smoke and dust soon splashed in the field, causing the field's vision to drop sharply. Especially in the area of dozens of meters where Yue Xianggui was, the visibility was almost zero. You want to use ninja tools, the detonating talisman will consume my strength first, and use the splashed smoke and dust to cover my vision. Very good fighting mind. Yue Xianggui's voice of praise came from the smoke and dust, and her voice was left and right. In addition to dodging the attack of ninja tools, she also wanted to prevent Linghua from catching her figure. Linghua pretended to be angry, and she shouted coldly, "Don't hide if you have the guts, take my attack openly." Haha. Do you think this kind of clumsy provocation can work on me? Seeing this scene, Rope Tree and others all gave thumbs up to Haiga Linghua's back. I didn't expect that all the ninja tools given to Linghua would play a key role at this time. Without saying anything, Rope Tree used the shadow clone technique. Fortunately, Linghua threw too many detonating talismans, which perfectly covered up the fluctuations caused by the technique. There was also a slug on the shadow clone, but it looked a little dull. Fortunately, it had no facial features, so it was difficult to tell whether it had any emotional changes based on human judgment. So this weakness was not obvious. Next in a moment, he turned into Minato and quickly came to Minato's position. Minato didn't say a word and quickly went into the hole that the slug dug behind Mirai. Looking at the hole behind him, Mirai fell into deep silence. Mirai. Damn, it really dug a hole. He thought the slug would take Minato and merge into the ground, just like it merged into the water surface, and dive from below. Unexpectedly, it was just like a mouse, digging a hole and drilling through. Now looking at it this way, the fairy's prestige is gone in an instant. Chapter 328. Noeka looked at the battle in the smoke, his eyes narrowed slightly. Although he replaced Minato's appearance, the other party should not be suspicious, but his sister once taught him that when fighting, never treat the enemy as a fool. Otherwise, he would be the biggest fool. If I were Minato. At this moment, he began to think. Soon a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. If I were Minato, I would take advantage of this moment and immediately run in the direction of Kushina. Then perform a combination skill with her. Thinking of this, he already had an idea, and his body immediately ran, and he really wanted to bypass the battlefield and run in the direction of Kushina. If he was Yue Ziragui, he would definitely be on high alert after seeing the power of the combination skill. He would never let them get close to each other. Then, when he played Minato, he had to proceed according to the other party's idea. Let the other party mistakenly think that I predicted your move and made preparations in advance. In this way, she will feel relieved and her vigilance will be slightly reduced. Sure enough, as he was about to bypass the battlefield, a ninja tool was immediately shot towards his front. I have been on guard against you for a long time. The words of the brother and daughter came from the smoke and dust, and her tone was slightly complacent. Rope Tree subconsciously turned his head and found that the smoke on the side was not as unclear as the front, and the figure could be vaguely seen from the side. He could see her, and naturally the muscle girl could see him. Rope Tree was forced to stop by the kunao, and his face changed slightly, because he saw many kunao and ninja tools shooting at him quickly from the smoke. Not only that, the kunao also had a familiar hissing sound. These days, he was almost psychologically traumatized by the explosion talisman. Without saying a word, he instinctively jumped back, and at the critical moment, he avoided the explosion of the detonating tag. When he landed on the ground, a hint of anger appeared on his face. He seemed to be upset about the failure of his action. Mirai looked at him in surprise. I didn't expect that this simple guy, Noeki, was actually very talented in acting. The action just now was a perfect interpretation of Minato. Especially the extreme reaction speed when facing danger. He learned it very well. The slug dug a hole very quickly. Almost a minute later, they heard the message from the slug. Mirai was still accumulating chakra, and then he felt his earlobe touched by the slug. This was the code they agreed on. If Minato and the others were ready, they could send the prepared code to them through the slug. After receiving the signal, he reached out to stop Noeki, who was still trying to rush forward, and shook his head slightly. Don't go. At this time, Hyagarika also received the signal, and she couldn't help but pull away and quickly moved away from the smoke and dust range. Soon the smoke in the field dissipated, revealing the scars all over the ground. It was like the surface of the moon, full of potholes and not round at all. In the field, Yue's Iragui was covered with dust, making her look quite embarrassed. But she didn't care. When she noticed that Namikaze Minato was still on the other side, she breathed a sigh of relief. The Uzumaki Kushina behind her seemed to sit down to accumulate chakra. After confirming that it was safe, she looked directly at Rika, and her eyes were filled with fascination again. Ah! Sparacy! The little girl in front of her was so perfect. Look at those eyes, no more, no less, just two, and they are symmetrical. Look at her nostrils, there are two, and the ears too. Ah! How can there be such a perfect girl in this world? She is simply a treasure given by God. And those people are not bad either. Except for Senju Noeki, he is a fool, she doesn't like him. Uchiha Mirai, Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, and Hyagarika, these four are the works of art she wants most. I must get you, if I can't get you, I will rob you, if I can't rob you, I will steal. Mirai stood up at this moment, and the big hole behind him was blocked by the shadow of the tree. So he was not afraid of being exposed. He quickly walked to Rika's side and looked at Yaoi's Iragui with her. You are the most difficult enemy we have ever encountered, and you are also very perverted. You are like a dung fly, greedy for our bodies and won't let go. We can't think straight until you die. My friends are no longer surprised by the metaphors for the future. In the past, I would get angry and hit him twice to express my dissatisfaction, but now, I just pretend I didn't hear it. Facing the future, Yaoi's Iragui smiled calmly. Hehe, why bother to fight to the death? As long as you can obey me, I promise not to kill that brat, how about it? As she said that, she pointed to Kyunja Shenshu. You also saw that you were fighting in the front, and this guy sat in the back with a clear conscience, and couldn't help at all. Not as good as Huang Mao, that guy always wants to break through my own defense line, return to that girl, and perform a combination of skills. And you came directly to fight me after accumulating almost enough chakra. This alone is much better than that brat. The corner of the shadow clone's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at Yaoi's Iragui with a hint of speechlessness in his eyes. He could see that this woman would only treat people she liked with a pleasant face and show great generosity. On the other hand, she looked down on people, such as her original body. Even if the original body had fought with her before, she would still treat him as trash. This guy is simply a double-standard dog. Mirai no longer paid attention to her words, but drew out the mad sword and whispered to Ling Hua, wait until I materialize the Tessaigan, and we will use the tactics against Kyude together, and we will definitely kill her. Although the words were very low, Yahweh Zirgui could just hear some of them vaguely. Tessaigan. Do you mean the big sword with hairy hair? Speaking of Kyude, her heart shuddered. Kyude was split in half by someone. The same was true for Toranashuk. He had seen their bodies. At that time, I thought I had encountered a famous sword-wielding ninja in Konoha, but I didn't expect that it would be done by this handsome young man in front of me. The four of them probably surrounded and beat them, causing Toranashuk and the others to reveal their flaws, and then Uchiha killed them with one blow. She also thought that the other party would use the eye technique to freeze her like before. But thinking carefully, this seems unlikely. The two people in front of her have such serious energy consumption, and the visibility around them is very low. Even if she wants to use the eye technique, she is not panicking at all. As long as she keeps a distance, she is completely sure to break free from the illusion. So she made this guess. Thinking of this, she already had a countermeasure in her mind. Linghua nodded slightly. She could hear the subtle changes in the tone of the people around her. It was the two of them who killed Kangda together. The key point is that they first used the eye technique to control the other party, and then they could kill him with one blow. Combined with the fact that they made a huge noise before, covering up Minato's departure. She figured out something. Our mission is to control her with pupil technique. At this time, the shadow clone could not sit still. He stood up and soon came to the side of the future. At this time, the future found that the big hole was actually buried, which was obviously done by the shadow clone. And because of the battle and the explosion just now, the dust was flying all over the sky, but there was nothing unusual. This ugly woman dared to scold me, I must kill her. As he said, without waiting for the future to answer, he directly picked up the sword of an unknown rock ninja and rushed towards Yahweh Zirgui. The future and Linghua were stunned for a moment, and subconsciously glanced at the Minato beside them. Is this what you mean? Minato shook his head slightly, and he was speechless. He didn't expect that his shadow clone had a lot of ideas. Seeing this scene, the future rolled his eyes and immediately came up with a plan. He hurriedly followed, and at the same time anxiously shouted, "Come back, rope tree, don't be impulsive." Seeing this, Linghua did the same and hurriedly chased after him. What else could Minato say? He also followed helplessly. The shadow clone had to act, and his original body couldn't be a drag. Seeing this scene, Yahweh Zirgui's face slightly condensed. She looked at Rope Tree, who seemed to be in a state of confusion, and her eyes narrowed slightly. This guy is not such a short-sighted person. He should be playing me. Combined with the death of Kangda and others, these guys should want to take the opportunity to approach me and control me. Then create an opportunity for Uchiha to perform a fatal blow. She had discovered that this guy's knife was unusually sharp before. Her body couldn't bear it. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth rose slightly. She was not a waste like Kangda and others. And if they want to control themselves, then let's see, who controls who. Chapter 329. Thinking of this, she immediately aimed at the position off Rope Tree and punched out. She planned to use this move to hurt him and cause trouble to the two people behind him. Then she could take advantage of the situation and use a set of silky small combos to completely cripple them. Hee. I said, this person is a fool, you are destined to lose because of his arrogance. The smile on her face changed suddenly before it rose. Because her fist had hit the Rope Tree, but the touch was extremely wrong. Based on her experience of beating so many ninjas, the man in front of her was fake. Sure enough. She saw the Rope Tree showing her rows of white teeth. Unlucky bitch, you are dead. Bang. In an instant, he turned into smoke and completely dissipated. Yu Wuxiargui's eyes widened instantly, and she exclaimed in disbelief, this is Shadow Clone Technique? When? Before she could think about it, two heads emerged from the smoke. One pair of red eyes, one pair of white eyes. At the same time, two shouts came from her ears. Sharingan illusion. White eyes pressure. She was so scared that she closed her eyes in a hurry, and quickly formed seals with her hands, trying to break free from the illusion. Oh no! But the next moment, she felt dizzy. In her mind, there was a huge phantom like a god, and a pair of white eyes. She was stunned and had no thoughts. It was as if she was suppressed by him. Am I still hit? At this time, a sound of rapidly approaching footsteps came from behind Yu Wuxiargui. It was Minato and Kushina who used the Taiki Raise Nan to blast Yahweh Zirgui. And the future and the others did not dare to be distracted at all. They both injected all the chakra in their bodies into the pupil technique. It is necessary to use a large amount to prevent Yue Gui from reacting. For a moment, the future felt the warm breath again. At this time, the rope tree also played his role. Because the chakra was used to cast the shadow clone and maintain the transformation technique, he felt dizzy for a while. But he still gritted his teeth and threw the future and the others to the ground. After seeing that their worries were solved, Minato and Kushina were happy and their speed increased again. When Yue Gui saw the huge figure in the sky, she was shocked. But she soon reacted and realized that she was trapped in the Bun technique. This technique has only one function, which is to suppress thoughts and make people want to surrender. That kind of pressure is like an ant facing an anteater, a mouse facing a cat, or a child facing a belt. It is a shock from the bottom of my heart. And this illusion amplifies this emotion, making people in shock for a while and unable to think at all. Just when she wanted to make a seal to disrupt the flow of chakra in her body. Suddenly, she felt her body shaken. It was as if she was hit by something. There was a whistling wind in her ears, and the huge figure in her eyes quickly disappeared. The brilliance in her eyes also disappeared. All she could feel was her body falling rapidly. At this moment, she suddenly had a sense of enlightenment in her heart. Did I lose? As an elite jonin of the rock ninja, I actually lost to a group of children. Haha. So funny. In my next life, I don't want to be a woman. I want to be a man, a real man, and a superior person. Gradually, her consciousness was enveloped by a touch of darkness. In the field, Minato and Kushina pressed the ball hard on the back of Yue Gui's head. As they exerted their strength together, they threw her and the ball out. After the ball lost their restraint, the chakra turbulence filled in it seemed to have found a breakthrough, breaking through the restraints directly, and wantonly destroying everything around them. In an instant, Yue Gui was enveloped by golden and blue light. Like a cocoon about to be born. Beautiful at the same time, but extremely dangerous. The next moment. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly came from the air, and the huge wind pressure spread directly to the surroundings. At the same time, the explosion also produced a huge white light, which almost blinded Minato and Kushina. Without saying a word, they threw themselves directly on the rope tree. And the rope tree was pressing on the future. Damn, don't be killed by your own ninjutsu. Future, who was pressed to the ground, could not hear anything. This was his last doubt before he fainted. And the slugs on their shoulders quickly gathered together and turned into a bigger slug. At the moment when the shock wave came, it turned into a sticky liquid again, protecting Kushina and the others. Rock Ninja Battlefield. After Han was forced out of the second state of the tailed beast. He completely became a beast, his will was suppressed, and he had almost no thoughts. He couldn't even distinguish between enemies and friends. He directly attacked his companions around him. His 5 tails came out at the same time, and every sweep would cause heavy casualties to a large number of rock ninjas. Many people wished they had 2 more legs, and quickly moved away from Han crying and screaming. In the past, they were complacent because they had 2-tailed beasts in their camp, but now they all wished they would die. They have many relatives and friends, and they are still gathering their strength. They are just about to launch a harvest against the Konoha ninjas, and they have made great achievements today. As a result, they didn't see many enemies, but died at the hands of their own people. No, they are not their own people, they are beasts, demons, and they are not worthy of being called human beings. Onoki didn't care about the emotions of the rock ninjas. He rushed towards Han and quickly formed seals with both hands. He wanted to restrict Han's actions first, and then he could perform the sealing technique to seal the chakra of the 5-tailed beast again. After Tsunade and the others returned to the battlefield, immediately called on everyone to join in. Without Onoki as the leader, and the terrifying chakra raging behind him, and the rock ninjas of the first unit, they could still hear the last wailing of their own people. Then looking at the 6 huge summoned beasts in front of them, and the 3 domineering young men. All of them lost their will to fight. Soon, the field began to show a trend of fleeing. And it was the leading jonin who fled. The superiors had fled, and the rock ninjas under his command could not stay there, so they all fled with them. It didn't matter that they fled, but the fatal thing was that this behavior was contagious. Why could they all escape, but I had to stay here to the death? With this thought, the rock ninjas no longer had the will to fight. Jiraiya and the other 2 stood on the heads of their summoning beasts. Looking at the several red figures in the reverse flow in front of him, and the trend was still expanding, Orochimaru immediately seized the opportunity. He immediately shouted loudly, "The rock ninjas have been defeated, everyone, follow me to attack." Oh! For a moment, all the Konoha ninjas in the field responded with a thunderous sound. It formed a serious and sharp contrast with the momentum of the rock ninjas. "Tsunade, you go to the right, Orochimaru, you go to the left, I'll be in the middle, and we must drive this group of rock ninjas to attack their second unit. By the way, we can create some trouble for Onoki," Jiraiya immediately said to the three of them. His words are easy to understand. It means to surround 3 and leave 1, so that this group of rock ninjas will flee in panic along the route they arranged. Because the second unit of rock ninjas is at the back, and some of them are escaping from Han's attack range. So once the rock ninjas of the first unit collide with them, it will be a lot of fun. Without the command of the first unit, it is difficult to form an effective resistance. And the role of the 3 ninjas is to suppress those who want to resist among the rock ninjas, so that they are still in a trend of fleeing. Then they will collide with their own people to cause greater casualties. In this way, Konoha wins. Okay. Tsunade had no idea of refusing. She let the slugs split and go to the Konoha ninjas on their own to treat their injuries. The combined power of the 2 super large slugs can quickly restore the injuries of the Konoha ninjas. As for herself, she jumped onto Gamaken. She told it, "Gamaken, please." Gamaken nodded when he heard it, knowing what was going on, and immediately jumped to the right wing position that still wanted to resist with the steel fork in hand. "Okay, although I'm stupid, I'll try my best." Hearing this somewhat honest voice, Tsunade couldn't help but laugh. This big toad is not stupid at all. Zinnia and King Shi, the 2 big snakes, looked at each other, and without saying a word, they also joined the action of beating the drowning dog. Chapter 330. In the Sand Ninja Camp. Ebizo no longer cared about his puppets, treating them all as disposable consumables, and even covered them with detonating tags, venom, etc. He controlled them to crash into the third Hokage. As long as he hit or got close to the third Hokage, he would detonate the detonating tags without hesitation. Even if he couldn't hurt the third Hokage, he would make him miserable. But Cho didn't have the courage. The main reason was that the Jinmetsuten were the treasures of the Sand Ninja, and the important wealth and faith of the puppeteers. She didn't have the courage, nor the qualifications to use them as disposable consumables. The third Hokage was not in a hurry. He looked at the battlefield. Maraboshi Kasuke was still so radical. Ever since he swore to be a ninja forever to atone for his sins, he never cared about his body in every mission, and he would complete the mission even if he died. This made him a nightmare for the Sand Ninja. But this character will hurt him one day. I must tell him about this later. However, with the command of Lei Xiao, this group of Sand Ninjas has already found a backbone. They began to fight back. No, this time, we must beat back the Sand Ninjas no matter what, so that Konoha will not fall into a passive position. As the third generation came to mind, he immediately shouted, "Ape Demon, come here." Upon hearing this, the Ape Demon, who was transforming into a golden hoop and attacking wantonly, subconsciously glanced at the third generation. Then he ran over there. After Maraboshi Kasuke glanced at it, he turned his head and looked at the Sand Ninjas. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Anyone who wants to harm Konoha will be his enemy. He immediately took out a 4-cornered dart. Throw it at the Sand Ninjas. At the same time, his hands were also quickly forming seals. Seeing this seal, Lei Xiao's face changed drastically, because he had seen this seal before, on the third Hokage. Wind-style ninja, use big hanging net immediately. With the command, the Sand Ninjas immediately walked out, several Sand Ninjas holding huge 3-star fans. Although the Sand Ninjas were puzzled by the fact that Maraboshi Kasuke only threw a shuriken, but their commander's face changed drastically. But they also knew that even if Lei Xiao made a mistake before, he was still a high-ranking member of the Sand Village, the younger brother of the Wind Style, and his strength was not weak. Besides, he was the only commander now, who else could he listen to if he didn't listen to him? If no one listened to his orders, then the Sand Ninjas would really lose. The next moment, they injected their few chakras into the fan, and then swung it violently. Wind-style big hanging net. Suddenly a strong wind appeared out of thin air, like a huge net, suppressing Maraboshi Kasuke. Seeing this scene, Maraboshi Kasuke frowned. He knows what this technique is. However, Thinking that he inherited this technique from the third generation, and that the guy in front of him named Lei Xiao had fought with the third generation Hokage, it was not surprising that he knew this. Unfortunately, he did not go to the battlefield several times before, so he was not very clear about this matter. Since this ninjutsu has been discovered by the enemy, there is no need to waste chakra to perform it. Thinking of this, he revoked this technique. Squinted and looked at the incoming wind escape technique. It seems that this wind escape ninjutsu has a range of at least 30 meters. He immediately changed the way to seal another technique. When the wind net was about to press towards him, the seals in his hands were also completed. He immediately shouted, "Earth escape multiple earth flow wall." As he slapped his hands into the ground, the chakra in his body also flowed into the ground along the palms of his hands. Soon, a long and wide wall rose from the ground, protecting himself and the Konoha ninja behind him. "I won't let you hurt the people behind me," he muttered to himself. He couldn't help but think of the death of his two companions, and the guilt in his heart increased a bit. After the wall blocked the opponent's wind net, he immediately drew out the short knife, crossed the wall, and rushed towards the sand ninja. With him, there was also an illusory white shadow. He ignored the wall and penetrated through it. "You are Lord Dan, right? Next, I will entangle the lightning ninja. Please feel free to attack boldly." Kato Dan heard this and hurriedly shook his head. "Don't call me that, you are my predecessor." Although he didn't know the name of the man in front of him, it was obvious that he had a close relationship with the third generation Hokage. His strength was fully demonstrated in the battle just now, and his age is almost the same as that of the third generation. He dare not take the title of Sir. After saying that, he looked at the sand ninja camp. Although he was not afraid of the lightning ninja, he would find it difficult. So he agreed to Maraboshi Kasuke's plan. "Then I'll ask you to hold him back, and I'll break their resistance." The time to return to his body for recuperation is approaching, and he must gain a greater advantage for Konoha. Spiritualization technique is not to say that it can be used without restrictions or time limits. It requires the practitioner to return to the body within a limited time, otherwise, his soul and body will begin to suffer varying degrees of damage. "No problem." Maraboshi Kasuke laughed, and his speed increased by several points. When the sand ninja behind Lei Xiao saw the illusory white shadow, his face turned extremely pale. That was not a human at all, but a god of death. His and others' attacks could not hurt him, but he could take away his and others' lives at will. If they met him, they could only run away. Lei Xiao also noticed their emotions. His face darkened and he shouted, "I'll deal with the soul kid, you deal with the guy with the knife. He's a human, you can't be afraid of him." The sand ninjas breathed a sigh of relief when they heard someone deal with Kato Dan. As long as they don't face that scary ninja, what else do they have to be afraid of? Besides, this ninja is a human, and anyone who is a human can be killed. Instantly, they felt that they were okay again. "Yes. Are there any puppeteers? Come with me first." A puppeteer stood up and shouted loudly. Soon, many puppeteers came out of the crowd. They all operated puppets and killed Maraboshi Kasuke together. At the same time, many wind escape ninjas volunteered to make hand seals and prepare to release wind escape techniques. "Puppet masters, use poison." Hearing the words of the wind escape ninjas, the puppeteers immediately controlled the mechanism without hesitation and released the compressed poison gas. In an instant, the purple poisonous fog expanded rapidly and spread towards the battlefield. The wind ninjas shouted in unison, "Wind-style sky-splitting palm." In an instant, a strong wind blew from the direction of the sand ninja. Almost in the blink of an eye, the poisonous fog was blown towards the direction where Maraboshi Kasuke and the others were. Just when Maraboshi Kasuke was trying to solve this matter, the voices of several Konoha ninjas came from behind him. "Earth-style earth flow cut. Earth-style earth corridor. Go ahead, adults, don't forget, we are still here." In an instant, on the way forward for the two, the earth flipped open from the ground like two doors. It split the wind style and poisonous fog into two halves. And several puppets were also separated. The next moment, two straight corridors rose from the ground again. The corridor was very high, completely eliminating the poison gas and puppets on both sides. Seeing this scene, Maraboshi Kasuke was slightly startled, and then the smile on his face became even stronger. "I am not fighting alone." He looked behind him, and saw that many Konoha ninjas crossed the wall he made, and 10 of them slapped their hands on the ground. The two techniques just now were their masterpieces. Good. After saying that, he immediately turned his head and looked forward. Now he just moved forward, because the attacks rushing towards him would be solved by the people behind him. The third generation retracted his sight, and the corners of his mouth rose. He held the stick and said with a smile, "Cho, you retreat." Chiyo's face was ugly for a while, and she didn't speak for a long time. To be honest, she didn't want to retreat, but if she didn't, what would happen to the sand ninjas behind her? Third Hokage, you don't need to worry about our sand ninjas. A sudden voice suddenly interrupted the atmosphere between them. The sand ninjas were very familiar with this voice, and even the third Hokage noticed the identity of the person who came. He suddenly looked up at the sky. A black spot appeared on the white clouds, and soon the black spot expanded rapidly. It looked like a bird. But all the sand ninjas were excited. Third Hokage. Yes, this is the voice of the third Kazekage. I can hear it even if he turns into ash. Instantly, everyone around him was silent, and they all looked at him strangely. This guy is a fool, how can he curse his own Kazekage to death? This is just a small episode. All the sand ninjas around were excited. Ha 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 ha. Lord Kazekage is here. We are saved. Lord Kazekage is the strongest of all the cages. Let's see what the ninjas of Konoha can do now. You, and you, all of you, wait for death. Lord Kazekage. For a moment, the momentum of the sand shinobi was many times higher than that of Konoha. Chapter 331. When Mirai opened his eyes, it was already the morning of 3 days later. Strange ceiling. Mirai murmured, his mind felt muddled at the moment, as if he couldn't remember anything. It seemed that there were too many things, and the CPU couldn't handle them, so it crashed. You're awake. At this time, he heard the voice of Rope Tree. It made Mirai sober up a little. He turned his head to look at the source of the voice and found that it was Rope Tree, who was standing in front of his bed. There were Minato, Kushina, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Rika who was eating like crazy around him. Orochimaru didn't seem to be here. But their expressions were a little weird, which made Mirai a little confused for a while. It seemed like they were watching a good show. But his mind was dizzy, and this matter was very CPU burning, so he didn't take it to heart. Rope Tree. He murmured, and then wanted to sit up. As soon as he sat up, he realized something was wrong. He felt his chest was heavy, and he looked down subconsciously. I didn't see my belly. But I saw something magical. It looked like two high mountains leaning against each other. There were no trees on the mountains, and they were almost as white as snow. The ravine between the two mountains was very deep, and there was a magical power that made people want to bury their heads in it and explore the ravine. He subconsciously reached out and supported it. It was soft, heavy, and very comfortable. At the same time, there was a tingling feeling that spread throughout his body with the strength of his pinch. What is this? When Chenchu heard this, he hurriedly said seriously, "Congratulations, the operation was successful, and you are already a beautiful girl." As he said that, he also took the initiative to move the full-length mirror over. "Here, this is what you look like now, are you satisfied?" As he spoke, he couldn't help but cover his mouth, looking like he wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh, and it was very difficult to hold it back. So that in the tent, there was a strange laughter of goose goose goose. He still remembered the last time that Mirai teased him in the experiment. This time Mirai was in a coma. For him, this was a great opportunity. If he didn't retaliate, he would not be called Senju Rope Tree. At this time, he had already imagined in his mind how panicked, anxious, and crying he would be when he knew he had become a girl. Ling Hua, who was eating high-calorie food crazily, couldn't help but pause after hearing his goose cry. She looked at Mirai on the bed and then at Rope Tree. There was a flash of pity in her eyes. Rope Tree, if you knew that he had long been accustomed to women's clothes and even wore them to stroll on the street in private, you wouldn't laugh so happily. Uchiha Mirai Chun is a big pervert. It can't be viewed with ordinary people's ideas at all. The future looked at the girl in the full-length mirror and frowned slightly. So ugly. Rope Tree was stunned, and the goose call was interrupted, so he couldn't react for a while. At this time, shouldn't the future scream out and take off his pants to see, what the hell is so ugly? This is unscientific. As he had experienced it once, he naturally knew what the normal reaction of people was, but why was Uchiha Future so calm? There was definitely something wrong here. Then the Future stretched out his hand to make a seal, and whispered, "Release." The next moment, the chakra that enveloped his body was all dispersed by his chakra. A white smoke immediately rose on the bed. When the smoke dissipated, the Future was restored to its original appearance, but he was wrapped in bandages. It seems that I didn't suffer any flesh injuries before. No, it seems that I hit the rock. But none of this matters. The most urgent thing is that this guy, Rope Tree, actually wants to play a trick on him. He looked at Rope Tree with an expression as if he had seen a ghost, and laughed. Haha. I stopped playing this kind of trick more than a month ago. Rope Tree, Omega. I'm not willing to accept this. Why didn't he panic like me, running around everywhere, and even found his sister, crying for comfort? This is not fair. Just when he wanted to say something, Tsunade pinched his ears directly, and took him out of the tent while he was crying and shouting. Minato and Kushina did the same. Soon, only Jiraiya and Rika were left in the tent. For a while, the atmosphere in the tent seemed very quiet. So quiet that even Rika stopped eating involuntary's action. They looked at each other, and finally looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya did not speak immediately. He stretched out his hand to seal and then shook his hair. He whispered, "Boundary sky cover array." The next moment, a not-so-obvious ball of light flew out from the white hair and quickly spread to the surroundings. This is a perception barrier technique. With the caster as the center, a transparent spherical detection barrier is unfolded. As long as everything that happens in the perception barrier is fully perceived by the caster. After doing all this, Jiraiya walked to the table and sat on it. He crossed his arms and looked at the Future with a serious expression. "Future, who else knows about your opening of the eyes?" As soon as these words came out, Future's face instantly became extremely solemn. He guessed that Jiraiya might say something important, but he didn't expect it to be like this. Even Linghua's face changed drastically. Since Jiraiya already knew about Mirai's eye opening, does that mean that his secret has also been exposed? But Jiraiya didn't look at her, which made her feel uneasy for a while. She was worried that her secret was exposed, but she felt it was unlikely. When she used the secret medicine, she was already in Kushina's barrier. Logically, Jiraiya, who had been fighting with Tsuchikage Onoki, should not have time to stare at a small shrimp like her. And Herbian only glared at Kanda and the others. Even if the enemy was fixed, the most reasonable explanation is Uchiha Mirai's Sharingan. After all, illusion is a good hand at trapping people. At this time, Mirai remembered something. When Naruto came out of Kame Island, he immediately used Sage Mode and instantly sensed the battle in the center of the ninja world across the sea. In other words, when she and Rika opened their eyes and killed the enemy, Uncle Jiraiya sensed all this. But looking at Uncle Jiraiya's look, it is clear that he has no bad intentions. Thinking of this, Mirai decided to tell the truth. "Minato and the other four, my father, mother, sister." As he spoke, his tone became a little uncertain. "Maybe there is also Sister Tsunade, as for the others, I am not sure." After waking up, he felt that his body had recovered a lot. Although there was still some pain, it was clear that this was not an injury that could be treated in a short time. No need to think, this was definitely Tsunade's credit. In order to treat his injuries, Tsunade would definitely touch his body. So he was not sure whether Tsunade knew about this. But thinking about it, there is a high probability that she knew. As for the others, to be honest, Mirai regretted it a little. How could he use the Sharingan directly after Linghua made sure that no one was watching? Thinking about it now, it seems that he was infected by the atmosphere of the battlefield at that time, so that the usual vigilance was reduced a lot. Hearing this, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. The people that Mirai mentioned were not big mouths, so they would definitely not reveal the secret of his eyes opening. On the battlefield, these two guys were very cunning, and each time they opened their eyes, it was almost 1 second. In such a short time, it was impossible for the two of them to be unlucky enough to be seen by someone. Fortunately, you didn't say it everywhere, and you didn't show off everywhere. As he said this, he couldn't help but look at him strangely, and said in amazement, "You are really a monster, you opened the Sharingan at the age of 7. If your ancestors knew about this, I'm afraid they would be so excited that they would jump out of the coffin and dance on the spot to celebrate." His words made Mirai stunned for a moment, and he asked in confusion, "Ancestor? Which one? There are several famous ancestors of Uchiha." For example, Uchiha Tajima, such as the Six Paths Sage. I don't know which one Jiraiya is talking about. Jiraiya said as a matter of course it is Uchiha Madara, who is known as the Ashura of the ninja world. In the thousands of years of Uchiha, Uchiha Madara is the most famous. Almost everyone knows him. Hearing this, Mirai rolled his eyes and looked at Jiraiya, saying unhappily, I have said that according to the seniority, Uchiha Madara is only my grandfather, and cannot be called the ancestor. Really, why does everyone like to call Uchiha Madara old? Hearing this, Jiraiya was speechless for a moment. It seems to be the truth. He coughed dryly and awkwardly changed the subject, those are not important. As he said this, he looked at Mirai seriously, and said in an unusually serious tone, You opened your eyes, don't tell anyone about this. Especially Orochimaru. Chapter 332. After hearing Jiraiya's words, Mirai was stunned. Don't tell Orochimaru? Does it mean that he doesn't know that he has opened his eyes? They didn't tell him? He subconsciously asked back, why? But soon, he reacted and couldn't help but slap himself. Why do I need to say this? Orochimaru is extremely obsessed with bloody ninjas. Jiraiya asked, what kind of person is Orochimaru in your eyes? Uchiha Mirai thought about it, thinking about how good Orochimaru was to him these days, but in his heart, he thought of the crazy look in the original book. A good and dedicated teacher? A crazy scientist? Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, then gave him a thumbs up and praised, the summary is very accurate. As he said that, a trace of melancholy appeared on his face. I have been with Orochimaru for so many years, and I know his personality very well. He is like a snake, cold-blooded and ruthless to outsiders, but he also has crazy curiosity and patience to achieve his goals. To be honest, the reason why Tsunade gave Rope Tree to him for guidance was to let Rope Tree's sunny and lively personality indirectly affect Orochimaru and let him find the humanity he had abandoned, even if it was just a little bit. To be honest, Rope Tree's personality is very suitable for him. If he was allowed to teach Rope Tree, perhaps Rope Tree would have become a ninja who could stand on his own. Of course, this is what he thinks. Hearing this, Mirai nodded in understanding. It was quite reasonable to say so. At first, he thought that Orochimaru's talent was outstanding, so Tsunade asked him to guide his own brother. In fact, if you think about it carefully, Jiraiya's teaching ability is not bad. He can teach students according to their aptitude and teach by words and deeds. It has extraordinary significance for the growth of his disciples. Unfortunately, after being targeted by Uchiha Madara, Nagato's ending was doomed to be tragic. Back to the point, after letting Rope Tree become Orochimaru's disciple, this result did make them feel relieved. The cold aura on Orochimaru was a little less. When Mirai became his disciple, he could already see Orochimaru's smile. It was not the kind of crazy smile that licked his lips, but a smile from the heart. He didn't know how long he hadn't seen Orochimaru smile like this. Jiraiya took back his scattered memories and turned to warn seriously, that being said, Orochimaru's personality has been fixed. He has been on the battlefield for a month. He will be more or less affected by the hostility. Once he knows the fact that you have opened your eyes, I am afraid that he will not be able to control the devil in his heart and do something wrong. Hearing this, Mirai was silent. In fact, he knew what Jiraiya said. He was so scared every time he faced Orochimaru because of this. It was just that when he thought about how Orochimaru had never asked for anything in return since he became his disciple. And when he was with him, he never felt that he was being watched. If Orochimaru really wanted his body, he would have more or less shown signs of this. Even if he wanted to study the Uchiha bloodline, he should have always noticed something unusual. After all, he was very wary of Orochimaru at the beginning, so there was no reason why he couldn't see this. But none of these happened, and he could feel that Orochimaru really regarded him as his personal disciple from the bottom of his heart. The tent was very dull, and the atmosphere seemed a little depressing for a while. Linghua on the side didn't interrupt at all, because she figured out one thing. That was that she was definitely exposed, otherwise, why didn't Master Jiraiya let him go out, but stayed here to listen to their conversation? At this moment, her mind was spinning at full speed. What should she do to ensure that her secret would not be leaked out? Jiraiya did not say anything else. He just folded his arms across his chest and quietly looked at the future in deep thought. Behind the tent, there was also someone who was silent. He just stayed there quietly, turning a deaf ear to the sound of someone screaming in pain at the main door of the tent. This tent was his tent. He naturally had the means to monitor the movements inside. He used to be afraid that Danzo would send someone to secretly rummage through his things. Unexpectedly, when he came back from Danzo this time, he heard Jiraiya and the others talking. After listening to their conversation, Orochimaru didn't know what he was feeling. Was he angry with Jiraiya? It seemed a little. Was he shocked by Uchiha Mirai's opening of his eyes? This seemed to be a lot more. Was he worried about the ups and downs that were coming? He admitted that this is more. For a moment, his mood was very complicated, so complicated that as a scientist, he didn't know how to describe it. Future pondered for a long time, then looked up at Jiraiya, he smiled, and then bowed to him 90 degrees. Uncle Jiraiya, thank you for considering me so much. It is true as you said that Orochimaru is indeed obsessed with human body research. And I opened the Sharingan at the age of 7 and mastered excellent swordsmanship. These 2 points are enough to drive Orochimaru crazy. I should hide the fact that I opened my eyes from Orochimaru, as you said. Orochimaru's face behind the tent turned a little colder. But he didn't leave, but continued to stop and listen to the conversation inside. He is not the brainless male and female protagonist in the novel written by Jiraiya. Just overheard the male and female protagonist talking to others alone, but after hearing the first half, the other turned around and ran away in pain. Let the other person find it hard. It's a melodrama, and it will cause unnecessary trouble. Mirai stood up, he looked at Jiraiya, and then said, maybe I would do what you said before. He looked at his wrist, where there was a snake-shaped mark, which was the summoning mark of Orochimaru's shadow snake hand. It can be said that it helped him a lot. Especially in the battle 3 days ago, it not only saved me many times, but also saved Minato Noeki and others many times. But I think that since you all know about this, you should not hide it from Orochimaru. He is my teacher, and he may harm me, or he may be greedy for my body, or even take my life, but I am willing to take a gamble on it. He paused, and then said loudly, I bet that Orochimaru will not harm me. Hearing this, Jiraiya was stunned. After a moment, he looked up and down at Mirai in surprise. Are you sure you want to bet? Once you lose the bet, the friendship between you and your master and apprentice will completely disappear. At most, we can only guarantee that you will not die. And the consequence is that your family will be completely rejected by Uchiha in the village. Even if you go on a mission, there is a great risk that you will be captured by him and subjected to inhumane experiments. Do you still want to bet? Mirai chuckled, Uncle Jiraiya, I have thought of everything you can think of, but I still insist on betting. Looking at the extremely determined boy in front of him, Jiraiya was silent. He could see that this guy was actually the same kind of person as Orochimaru. They both had a crazy heart, but one did not hide it and the other did not expose it. No wonder they became master and apprentice. It is not without reason. After a long time, Jiraiya couldn't help but point at him, shook his head and laughed, you kid. Orochimaru can have a disciple like you, it's really a blessing for him in his previous life. Mirai scratched his head and replied, hee hee. Orochimaru teacher can have a good friend like you who cares about him in everything, it's also a blessing for him in his previous life. As they talked, the two suddenly laughed. For a while, the atmosphere in the tent seemed lively. There was no figure behind the tent. He didn't know where he was going, but he just wanted to walk around and take a look. He always felt that his time was precious and there was no need to waste it on unnecessary things, so he rarely walked out of the laboratory. He didn't know how long he hadn't taken a good look at the sun outside and felt the breeze outside. When he came to the bottom of a big tree, he stopped. He looked up at the crooked tree. Logically speaking, this tree can no longer be used as a material after it grows like this, and can only be used as firewood. But it is still alive and growing tenaciously. Looking at it, Orochimaru suddenly smiled. His smile was very gentle, and a breeze passed by him, gently caressing his cheek and lifting his black hair. The will of fire. It seems not bad. Chapter 333. Jiraiya walked out of the tent, and Tsunade came in instead. The latter sat down on a chair beside him, looking at Mirai with a strange expression. She also ignored Hyagarika. Seeing her expression, Mirai knew what she was thinking. He couldn't help but smile bitterly, Sister Tsunade, I just opened my eyes. There's no need for you to look at me like an alien. Hearing this, Tsunade leaned forward and moved closer. A faint fragrance stimulated Mirai's nose. This made him move back awkwardly. There was no way, he just liked big ones. Aliens are not as rare as you. And the rumors about aliens are all fake. There are no aliens in our world. On the contrary, you are much rarer than aliens, and it's real. Tell me, how did you open your eyes? Hearing this, Mirai subconsciously glanced at Rika. The latter shook his head at him directly, not wanting to pay attention to him at all. But she warned, you are not allowed to mention that matter, not even think about it, otherwise I will definitely kill you. Hearing the other party's threatening words, Mirai spread his hands towards Tsunade, with a helpless feeling of I really want to say it, but she won't let me say it, what can I do? This made Tsunade shift her attention to Ling Hua. Okay, it doesn't matter if you don't say it, anyway, I'm not very interested in Uchiha. Just opening the eyes. Even if he opened his eyes at the age of 7, Uchiha Mirai is now 8 years old. His birthday was 2 days ago, but he didn't wake up. Although she said so, she really wanted to know in her heart. It is recorded in the second grandfather's notes that if Uchiha wants to open his eyes, he needs extreme emotional stimulation to succeed. There are many things that can stimulate emotions. There are records in the Uchiha clan alone, such as witnessing the death of a loved one, experiencing the threat of death. Even seeing a friend injured may activate the Sharingan. However, my second grandfather guessed that these were all extreme ways to take shortcuts. Although it can open the Sharingan, the side effects are great. The condition for Uchiha to open his eyes is extreme emotional stimulation, so in other words, emotions are equal to mental fluctuations. The greater the fluctuation, the more likely it is to open the eyes. Then if we don't use this kind of stimulation, but take the formal way to train mental power little by little and increase mental energy, will we be able to open the Sharingan? Unfortunately, the research has not been completed yet, and the First World War broke out. When the First World War was about to end, my second grandfather also ended it, so this conjecture was left unresolved. Originally, Tsunade thought that she would tell Mirai about this conjecture in a few days and let him try to see if the second grandfather's method would work. As a result, after the war, Jiraiya told him about Uchiha Mirai and Hyuga Rika. This is why Jiraiya talked to Uchiha Mirai and asked her to talk to Kushina. After Jiraiya left and she came in, she noticed the hidden vigilance in Ling Hua's eyes. Knowing that now was not the best time to speak, she looked at Uchiha Mirai. Curious about how he opened his eyes? And I haven't heard that Uchiha Mirai encountered a life and death crisis and witnessed the casualties of loved ones. But since she couldn't say it, she didn't ask. Then she turned her head and looked at Ling Hua. At first, they were all shocked to see such a thin and beautiful little girl. Later, after Ling Hua agreed, Nawake told the 3 ninjas about what he knew. So much so that they were still confused for a long time at that time. Now this little girl is completely different from before. If you say that before, the height is equal to the body width. Then now the height is equal to 0.05 body width. She has lost countless times of weight. She is a little bit fat, but at most she is plump. If she hadn't eaten a lot in the past 3 days, she wouldn't have grown to this extent. Tsunade didn't let Mirai go out, but asked him to stay. From her brother, she learned that Rika and Mirai had a close relationship, and it seemed that there was a secret between them. Originally, she wanted to let Kushina in, but was rejected by Jiraiya. Their affairs were not easy to handle, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. It's not that I don't trust Kushina and the others. The main thing is that once they know something, it will inevitably affect them. So it's better not to know. Before she could speak, Rika took a deep breath. On her cheeks, which had just gained some baby fat, a solemn look appeared, and then she knelt down with a snap. Scared, the 2 people on the scene were a little stunned. Future hurried forward and wanted to help her up. Rika, what are you doing? Although Tsunade didn't say anything, she also looked at her with the same eyes. My parents died when I was young, and my family was penniless. Rika broke away from Future's support and continued to kneel on the ground. I have been longing for family affection since I was a child, and I want an elder. If you don't mind, I want to take care of you in your old age. As soon as these words came out, the tent was instantly silent. Even Future was shocked by Ling Hua's words. Tsunade was even more speechless. Although she was an older leftover woman, she was still young. She was only a girl of 20 years and 96 months. How could this little girl in front of her say that she would take care of herself in her old age? The corners of her mouth had begun to twitch. She didn't say anything, but Future had a lot to say. He squatted in front of Rika, with a painful look on his face. No, Linghua, who taught you to say that? Linghua was stunned. She looked at Tsunade and Mirai's expressions and gradually realized that something was wrong. She hurriedly shouted in her heart, Tongzi, come out. Tongzi ignored her and said to herself in a confused tone, it's impossible, that's how it's played in TV dramas. When the protagonist or the villain has not grown up, find a gangster boss or a righteous master to worship as a foster father or mother, and soon you can use his power to soar to the sky. After hearing this, Linghua felt bad. No, you copied the plot of the TV drama? Tongzi nodded, yes, isn't it said that movies and TV are derived from life, so I think this method is very feasible. Strange, what's wrong? Linghua, oh. Thank you so much. I was also out of my mind, I actually thought what Tongzi said made sense. But she did it. Damn it. I must have been bewitched by the system with some unknown thing, otherwise how could I be so obedient? Tongzi, wait, I will settle accounts with you later. By the way, why did I know the word film and television? It seems that there is no such thing now. When she came to her senses, she found that Mirai was still squatting in front of her, with curiosity in her eyes. She hurriedly forced a smile and explained awkwardly, I saw it in the little storybook. Hearing this, the corners of Mirai's mouth twitched wildly. It twitched more violently than before. If a gear and a motor were installed, it could generate electricity. After Tsunade was embarrassed, she couldn't help laughing at this moment. Although this little girl is smart, she is not very smart sometimes. She suddenly blinked twice. She heard from Rope Tree that after taking drugs, Linghua became thin and beautiful, and her figure became extremely stylish. Her breasts were very big. Her IQ dropped. Could it be the sequelae of taking drugs? There is a saying that big breasts mean no brains. Could it be that when taking drugs, because of her big breasts, a similar law was triggered, and then she became not so smart? This is a question that needs to be studied carefully in the future. After all, she is also a woman. Recently, she has been thinking about whether to develop another breast enhancement product to prevent Jiraiya from always making fun of her childhood self. Because her childhood self, was very rich. Well, you are Kushina's best friend, someone that Uchiha Future cares about. In fact, you don't have to do this. We, like Rope Tree and others, will not expose your secrets. Hearing this, Linghua breathed a sigh of relief. Since Lady Tsunade said so, it is obvious that they should have discussed it privately. And if they really wanted to expose their secrets, they would not have done so much preparation. Tsunade thought for a while, and then continued, let's put it this way, I see that you have amazing bones, excellent talents, and have saved Rope Tree many times, do you want to become my master? Hearing this, Mirai, Rika, and even Tongzi were stunned. Mirai did not expect that Tsunade would accept Rika so easily. And Rika had the same idea. She just believed Tongzi's nonsense and made such an outrageous move, thinking that the matter of becoming her stepmother was a failure. She even dared not think about becoming a master anymore. Unexpectedly, Lady Tsunade actually mentioned this topic herself. This. Happiness came too suddenly. Chapter 334. Mirai asked a question that Linghua was not easy to ask. Sister Tsunade, why did you want to take her as your disciple? Linghua glanced at Mirai, and she could feel that Mirai was asking this question on her behalf. Feeling puzzled, she turned to look at Tsunade. Not to mention her, even Mirai didn't believe the reason Tsunade gave before. She didn't save Naoki many times. Because she basically cooperated with Mirai. If they had to save someone, it was the two of them who saved Minato, Naoki, and the others. Tsunade raised her eyebrows. It seemed that this little girl's IQ had returned. As for the reason, I've said it before, but that's just one of the reasons. Tsunade thought about it and felt that it would be better to make it clear. Secondly, I want to find someone to inherit my medical ninjutsu. She leaned back in her chair and sighed, you know, my brother wants to fight head-on, and he rejects this kind of auxiliary fighting from the bottom of his heart. After hearing this, Mirai and Linghua couldn't help but nodded. That guy, Rope Tree, really likes the fist-to-flesh fighting style. If he is asked to act as a nurse in the back, I'm afraid he will definitely quit. He might even kill someone because of carelessness. Kushina's identity is very special. According to the rules, she is not allowed to leave the village, but she came here. I think my grandmother has made a lot of efforts. After my grandmother passed away, Kushina's life was not as free as it is now. And she is not suitable for my medical ninjutsu. She is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. The important inheritance of the Uzumaki clan needs her to inherit, so I have been thinking about whether to accept another disciple. At the beginning, I accepted Kushina because I wanted to use my identity and ability to protect the descendant of this grandmother from being bullied by the village. At the beginning, when she saw Orochimaru pass the shadow snake hand and snake swallowing technique to the future, she also thought about whether to pass the medical ninjutsu to Kushina. But after testing, she found that although Kushina's chakra control is very high, but because of the 9 tails, her upper limit is sealed. It can be imagined that she will definitely be surpassed by the future. The medical ninjutsu she can learn is at most the level of ordinary doctors in the hospital. Because there has been no suitable candidate, this matter has been delayed until 3 days ago, when Jiraiya told us about you. Orochimaru also told me about his investigation. He said that your mother is a medical ninja trained by the Hyuga clan. As she spoke, she looked at Linghua with a much softer expression. Bin is the most suitable for using medical ninjutsu, and your mother knows medical ninjutsu. I believe you have more or less talent in this area. At that time, Orochimaru mentioned it to me and asked me to accept you as my apprentice. That's why I want to accept you as my successor. After listening, Mirai's eyes suddenly lit up. He hurriedly looked at Linghua, his eyelids flying up and down, and gestured frantically. Hurry up and agree to her. With this identity, you can learn more knowledge in the future. Linghua naturally received the message from Uchiha Mirai. Lady Tsunade's words directly convinced her. And she was right. She did have talents far beyond ordinary people in medical treatment. Look, she copied the secret medicine of the Akimichi clan by herself. And if she becomes Tsunade-sama's disciple, her status in the clan will be much higher in the future. In the past, she just wanted to be a little transparent on the surface, evolve quietly in secret, and then surprise everyone in one fell swoop. But she found that her idea was wrong, very wrong. Since she had an intersection with Uchiha Mirai, she couldn't keep a low profile anymore. She was bullied when she transferred to Uchiha Mirai's class, which was the best proof. So she changed her mind, that is, to use Uchiha Mirai as a tool as soon as possible, evolve quickly before the real secret is discovered, and then obtain the reincarnation eye and remove the bird in the cage curse seal. At that time, with strength and no fatal handle, she will be a bird flying out of the cage. The world is so big, let yourself fly. So after receiving the eyes of the future, she didn't say anything and kowtowed first. Hinata Reka, meet teacher Tsunade. Hearing this, Tsunade hurriedly stood up and walked to her side, reaching out to help her up. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. My medical ninjutsu finally has a successor. Ha ha ha. It can be seen that Tsunade is really happy. Jiraiya's successor is Minato, who always shows off around them. Although Minato is indeed excellent, Orochimaru was not panicked. Whenever Jiraiya took out Minato, he would take out the little king rope tree. If Jiraiya still couldn't shut up, he would take out the big king Uchiha Mirai. Mirai was not as good as Minato in strength, but in other aspects, Minato couldn't catch up. For example, the technique used by the master and apprentice was developed by Mirai. So after being defeated by Orochimaru, Jiraiya turned around and went to Tsunade to show off. What can Tsunade do? Kushina is not as good as the 3 of them. Now that Rika is accepted as a disciple, with the advantage of her bloodline, she will definitely rise quickly, and she will have the chips to fight back. Moreover, Rika and Hyuga don't have a good relationship. After learning medical ninjutsu, it is unlikely that she will work for the family. As for whether the people of the main family will use the curse seal to force her, then let's see if my fist is hard or not. Anyway, I am not controlled by the bird in the cage. The most important thing is that she learned from her brother that Linghua can convert her fat into chakra by taking drugs, thus improving her strength. So where did this drug come from? It is very likely that she developed it herself. Although this idea is unreliable. What can a 7-year-old girl do? But when she saw Namikaze Minato, well, he already had the strength to kill ordinary jonin. Then there was Uchiha Mirai, who was even more powerful. Not only did he develop the unprinted A-level ninjutsu, he also opened the Sharingan. The most amazing thing was his swordsmanship, which was not a little bit strong. So it seems reasonable that the 7-year-old Ling Hua could imitate the medicine of the Akimichi clan. Well, very reasonable. Speaking of which, she looked at the plump little girl in front of her and couldn't help frowning. Ling Hua, since you have become my disciple, you don't have to eat so much in the future. As she said this, she crossed her legs domineeringly. Afterwards, I will accompany you to the Hyga clan, so that they dare not embarrass you again. Since Ling Hua joined the future, the three ninjas have secretly investigated the life experience of this little girl. Her life experience is very miserable. Both her parents died directly and indirectly at the hands of the main family. So that she learned to hide herself at a very young age. Let herself eat fat, so that her beauty will not become a tool of the main family. In every generation of the main family, as long as they are the second son or daughter, they will be cursed and sent to the branch family. As long as they become a member of the branch family, then they will only be members of the branch family in their lifetime and their descendants. Without thinking, they all know that every time they visit the graves, the people of the branch family must be resentful of their ancestors. Why are they members of the branch family? Why couldn't the ancestor be born first? Why can the people of the main family live the life they exchanged for their lives without doing anything? Why is this? After hearing Tsunade's words to support her, Ling Hua thought about it and did not refuse. Okay, teacher. When she was still in the ninja school, the people of the main family came to her and asked her to make sure to build a good relationship with the third-generation officials like Uchiha, who might be useful one day in the future. From that time on, she realized that she had begun to enter the eyes of the main family and become a chess piece in their hands. So the previous life must not be maintained. It is better to show some value and make them have some concerns, but not too much. But as for losing weight, Ling Hua said she had something to say. She took out a pill from the hidden place of her sleeve. Handed it in front of Tsunade. Anyway, they all knew about her drug use. Teacher, forget about losing weight. Chapter 335. Tsunade-sensei, forget about losing weight. My trump card is based on my fat body, so I can take drugs to gain short-term strong strength, and. At the end, she blushed and said embarrassedly, I am a foodie. It's too difficult to ask her to control her mouth. And she has become accustomed to obesity. On the contrary, she feels uncomfortable every time she is stared at by Lord Orochimaru and others in the past 3 days. Fortunately, she put on a cloak when she came back, and she didn't go out in the past 3 days. So the people here have never seen her current appearance. She can imagine that once other people outside see her appearance, they will definitely be curious, which will cause unnecessary trouble. After all, I am really too beautiful. Hearing this, Tsunade paused, she took the pill, looked at it carefully, frowned and said, the craftsmanship of your pill is too poor, and the conversion rate to fat is very low. Well, I'll go back and look for it. I remember there seems to be a book called Yin Seal, which can replace the effect of this pill, so that you can maintain a perfect figure when you eat crazily. The most important thing is that its storage rate of chakra is many times higher than fat. As she spoke, her eyes lit up, it seems that she can also learn it. Then she can have a big breast. Jiraiya, the old pervert, is so greedy. Sigma *O, not bad. But she didn't notice Uchiha and Ling Hua. After hearing this, they both had strange expressions on their faces. Yin Seal? Isn't that the technique that Kushina has been studying recently? It seems to be prepared for Ling Hua too. Thinking of this, Mirai glanced at Ling Hua. Look, how good are the master and apprentice to you? Ling Hua hung her head and said nothing. Yes, they are too good to me. It seems that besides my parents, there is Kushina, and now there is Tsunade. Let's count Uchiha as one. Sand Ninja Camp. The third-generation Hokage went up and down, left and right, front and back, and carefully looked through the information in his hand. Although he had read it for 3 days, he still felt incredible. So when he received the information, he immediately asked someone to call Danzo. Tsunade and the others were there, and Minato and the others were also there, so it was unlikely that there would be any problems. Besides, Danzo couldn't help much, so he might as well come here to help him share the pressure. After all, even the third-generation Kazekage has come on the field. After handling all the things, Danzo finally came to him today, 3 days later. After he came in, he sat on the chair. He sat straight with his hands on the crutches, looking calm and composed, which formed a sharp contrast with the third generation. My order to you is to let you defend for a wave, not to let you go all out. Why don't you listen to me? Hearing that the third generation finally spoke, Danzo slowly opened a crack and turned to look at the third generation. I thought that the best defense is offense, and I think you think so too, otherwise you wouldn't have transferred the 5 people including Minato Namikaze to the front line. Third generation. Speaking of this, he was speechless for a while. At first, he thought that he would let them contact the battlefield in the future by training Orochimaru and others. But the result was good. It actually let Orochimaru and others play a show. Directly used the 4 of Uchiha as summoners of spirit beasts. The situation of the battle was reversed in an instant. To be honest, he had never thought of such an operation. He thought that these 5 little guys could kill 1 or 2 or 3 jonin at most, which would be impressive enough. Unexpectedly, they were not fighting ordinary jonin. He had heard of Toranaschuk, who was very powerful and had escaped from the third Raikage. Therefore, he became a celebrity among the rock ninjas. He had also heard of the village flower Yahweh Zirgui. He had an extremely terrifying physical fitness. Sakumo once said that he could not take this man down without more than 20 moves. Even Sakumo remembered the person in his heart, so his strength must not be bad. In the end, he died. Ah! The third sighed, and then stopped entangled in this issue. He turned and asked seriously, "Tell me about your observations of Kushina these days." This is the purpose of asking Danzo himself to come here in person. Hearing this, Danzo paused for a moment, then stared at him with a puzzled look. "What are you talking about? If you don't let me get involved in matters concerning Jinchuriki, I won't. You are my Hokage." At the end, his words were even more serious. As if he meant something. The third generation rolled his eyes at him and said, "Okay, we are all 1,000-year-old foxes, so don't play these empty games with me. I don't believe you really didn't investigate." Danzo was immediately unhappy. He firmly denied, "I didn't, don't frame me." The third generation's face sank. "Do you still want to participate in the wood-release experiment plan?" Hearing this, Danzo was stunned. What does this old guy mean? Didn't he agree to let his roots participate in the experiment? How come he wants to regret it? He opened one eye wide and looked at him in great astonishment. "What do you mean? You want to regret it? Don't forget, you are the Hokage, you have to stick to your word." Hearing these words, the Sandame's expression suddenly changed from gloomy to bright. He waved his hand cheerfully, interrupting him, "I'm just talking to you, it hasn't even started yet. There's not even a chapter yet, how can it be considered regretful? Asterisk. You." Danzo was so angry that he gasped and glared, wishing he could beat up the smiling old man in front of him. Let him know that he also has a bottom line. "So tell me, I really want to know the information about Kushina." Looking at the shameless appearance of the old man in front of him, Danzo was immediately amused. It's okay for him to go back on his word, but how dare he say this to me? He said he wouldn't do the experiment, so I really couldn't do it. Don't forget, the root is under his control. At worst, he can find Orochimaru and study it privately, isn't it the same? Thinking of this, he replied stubbornly, I don't know, I didn't do it." Seeing that Danzo was determined not to admit it, the third generation didn't want to waste time talking to him, and directly took out the trump card. "Don't forget, I am the Hokage, believe it or not, I will make your root completely disbanded." Hearing this, Danzo exploded with anger. He threw his cane and pointed at him with his other hand, his eyes almost popping out. "You old man, you!" The third generation didn't care about the other's behavior. In his opinion, this was a joke between the two of them. Danzo's nature was like this. If he could talk to him properly, there would be something fishy. He ignored the hand pointing at his nose, stretched out his left hand and handed it to Danzo, and said with a smile, "Give it here." Looking at the old man in front of him, Danzo felt sick. If he was as shameless as him, maybe he could win the position of Hokage. But although he did all kinds of bad things and had nothing good to do, he knew that everything he did was for Konoha. So in his opinion, he was a good person. Good people shouldn't have such an end. This old man is so shameless that he will be driven out of office sooner or later. So if you can endure for a while, you will have peace of mind. If you take a step back, you will have a broader horizon. He took a deep breath, retracted his fingers, took out a scroll from his arms, and threw it into the arms of the third generation. Then he left without looking back. Before leaving the tent, he said coldly, "Sarutobi, I hope this is the last time. If you dare to use the reason of disbanding the root to control me again, then we will fight to the death." The third generation narrowed his eyes when he heard this. Is Danzo really angry? Hey, just like when he was a kid, he's still so easy to tease. Okay, but it depends on my mood at that time. If he was in a good mood, he wouldn't threaten him with this, because he is the Hokage. Asterisk. Hearing this, Danzo's face suddenly turned dark. He just swung his sleeves and left. Damn Sarutobi, if I were the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was originally opening the scroll, suddenly looked at the disappearing back with a feeling, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. According to this guy's nature, he must be saying in his heart if I were the Hokage and so on. Oh. He is tired even if he is not tired. Chapter 336. After reading the intelligence, the third generation returned to his seat and sat down. The last paragraph of the scroll was in his mind. To sum up, the Nine Tails has no intention of leaving the Jinchuriki. There is another paragraph in the lower right corner. For reference only, do not take it seriously. This is the task scroll written by the ninja of the root after his own observation and intelligence collection. Danzo should have seen it, but he did not deal with it, and then he was asked for it. He narrowed his eyes and lay down on the recliner, his eyes flashing. Although 4-symbol seal is a very strong sealing technique, with Kushina's current ability, it is absolutely impossible to trap the Nine Tails. It must be in the formation to enhance the power of 4-symbol seal. As long as Kushina's strength is strong, this sealing ability will also rise with the tide. In the past, in the village, there was Mito-sama acting as a formation, always strengthening the seal for Kushina. But now we are far away from the village, and after so many days, there is no sign of the seal loosening. It seems that my bet was right. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. This is a good start. As long as the Nine Tails can live in harmony with Kushina, then the perfect Jinchuriki that the teacher guessed is definitely not just empty talk. Thinking of this, he immediately listed a basket of plans in his mind. All centered around one core. Love. Mito-sama once said that what Jinchuriki needs is not imprisonment without freedom, not ruthless control, and not to be used as a dangerous weapon. They are the kind of people who need love. As long as they find this, then Jinchuriki will become the umbrella of protection for the village. Resist all external harm. If Kushina can become a perfect Jinchuriki, then they, Konoha, will have a new pillar after Tsunade and the other three ninjas. Even if they died and turned into nutrients to nourish Konoha, they would not worry about the future safety of Konoha. So Kushina must be bound to Konoha, so that she will contribute to Konoha with all her heart and soul. Coincidentally, Kushina is a girl. As long as she is a woman, there will always be a day when she gets married. So Minato is an insurance, her lover. In the future, they are the second insurance, her relatives and friends. Tsunade and the others are the third insurance, her relatives. But these 3 points alone are not enough, and they are not very safe. After all, many rebel ninjas have these 3 points, but they still defected. Some are for their ideals, some for benefits, and some are forced by others. So he has to add another insurance. Then how about having a child? If a mother has a child, she will naturally have something to rely on. The idea of defecting will be absolutely minimal. After all, as long as the child is born and raised in Konoha, he is the best chain, holding Kushina's whole body and soul. So how to let her have a baby? For a while, he had a basket of plans again. For example, drugging, and drugging again. Thinking about it, his expression suddenly withdrew, and he was speechless. How could he be so beastly? Kushina and the others were only 7 or 8 years old. He actually wanted them to have a baby. Beast. Too beastly. For a while, he fell into self-condemnation. He seemed to see 2 little people on both sides of his temples. One of them had white wings, a halo on his head, a book in his hand, and a righteous look. The other had horns on his head, a hell-style makeup on his face, black hair all over his body, and a pair of bat wings on his back. He held a steel fork in his hand. At this time, he poked himself with a steel fork and said unhappily, "You are really a beast. You actually want to drug me. Are you still a human being?" The little angel on the other side hurriedly threw books at him and kept echoing, "That's right, Too beastly. The third generation blushed and shrank his neck instantly, his face full of shame. Seeing his expression, the little devil also retracted the steel fork and said, "Listen to me, hold a wedding first, let them get married, can't it also create a bond?" When these words came out, the third generation and the little angel were stunned. They all looked at the little devil, their eyes were full of confusion. What is this new operation? The little devil ignored them, but said to himself, on the wedding night, when the bridal chamber is candlelight, childhood sweethearts, two little kids. A pair of people in love will definitely be affected by the atmosphere. As he said, he couldn't help but hug himself with both hands, his face flushed. The tone began to get excited. Come, dry wood, raging fire, piston movement, moving hands and feet, cunning rabbits have 3 burrows, crying and shouting, the earth is shaking, swaying. Ah! Sparacy! Isn't this much better than you drugging me? After hearing this, the little angel on the side jumped out excitedly. That's right, it's much better than you drugging me. Third generation. Damn, I thought I was a beast, but I didn't expect you to be the real beasts. And you, wearing a white skin, but your heart is so black. He slapped them all away. Throw away all the plans in his mind. So he used his trump card. Drag it out, as long as you drag it out, things will always become simple. Direction of the Rock Ninja Camp. After Tsunade's treatment, the 5 little ones' injuries were basically healed. The only thing is that their depleted potential needs a long time to recuperate. It will take almost 3 or 4 years to recover. And during this period, natural treasures are indispensable. Of course, if the medicine is more powerful, then this time can be shortened. At this time, they all put on cloaks and came to an uninhabited mountain. Then they started the birthday party. Today's protagonists are 3 in total. Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Mirai, and Hyuga Rika. Nawaki's birthday has passed, and Kushina's is on July 10th. Nawaki looked at the 3 birthday celebrants and said in surprise, I didn't expect that Minato and Mirai were born on the same year, month, and day. Kushina was arranging the cake, and she also interrupted and said, what I didn't expect was that Rika-chan was also born on the same day, although it was only 1 year apart. This fate is simply amazing. Minato looked at Mirai, Mirai looked at Rika, and Rika looked at the 2 of them. She couldn't help but have a strange thought in her mind. Could they have been lovers who died together in their previous life? Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Minato smiled and retracted his gaze. He said with some emotion, when I knew Mirai's birthday, I was as surprised as you guys. This is fate. Mirai still looked straight at Rika. At this moment, she was developing towards a fat trend. Seeing this, he frowned. Rika, why don't you stop getting fat? How can a fat person be as good looking as a thin person? Linghua, ... She rolled her eyes at Mirai, and she knew that this guy was a pervert. What do you care about me? The mouth is on her body, and it's her business if she wants to eat, how she eats, and how she eats. Why should he interfere? After being rebuked by Linghua, Mirai withdrew his gaze in dismay. So fierce. Scared. I urgently need a girl with a height of 1.3 meters, outstanding figure, and E-cup to hug and comfort. Kushina has already placed the cakes. She looked back at the bottom of the mountain and wondered, why haven't Tsunade and the others come yet? The teachers said before that they would spend their birthdays with the 3 of them. The 5 of them didn't want to spend their birthdays in the camp, so they came to this uninhabited mountain. Tsunade and the others thought about it and didn't refuse. They are all commanders and decision-makers of the camp. They probably can't get away because of something. After taking a look, Minato looked away. He turned to talk about other things to kill time. By the way, do you want to know about the battle 3 days ago? At that time, only he and Kushina had not fainted. Nawaki was shocked by the shock wave, which aggravated his injuries and fainted due to excessive chakra consumption. Rika fainted because of the effect of the medicine and the last use of bun pressure. Mirai was even simpler, he fainted because of exhaustion. For the past 3 days, Rika has been hiding in the tent, and only Minato and Kushina have gone out during this period. Nawaki was also recovering in the tent. So the 3 of them didn't know what happened after the battle. Mirai hurriedly said, tell me, how did we survive at that time? To be honest, when he saw the shock wave of the explosion, he thought that he and Linghua were going to die. But if they didn't follow the shadow clone and approach Yue Xianggui, the chances of their technique failing would be too high. And there was so much smoke and dust at that time. Only by catching the moment when Yu Wei Xianggui saw the shadow clone dissipate, the two of them could be absolutely sure to freeze Yu Wei Xianggui, so that Minato and the others could kill him with one blow. Chapter 337. Minato didn't say anything. Seeing that Mirai was so interested, he began to tell the story. The explosion was right above our heads at that time. We had too little time. Nana and I didn't have time to do anything. We had to use our bodies to protect you. Speaking of this, Nawaka still had some impression. He touched his chin, frowned, and thought carefully. I remember now. I seemed to have thrown Mirai and the others from behind, causing my ribs, which had just healed a little bit, to break again. I was in so much pain that I couldn't even breathe, and I fainted the next second. Kushina nodded seriously, and she said, well, Sister Tsunade almost cried in anxiety at that time. Fortunately, the slug clone saved you, so she had time to perform medical ninjutsu to save you. Rope Tree, don't interrupt. Mirai glanced at him, then looked at Minato, and gestured, go on, tell me what happened after you threw yourself on us. Minato nodded, and then said, at that time, we all thought we were going to die, but we didn't expect that the slug sage's clones immediately turned into a sticky liquid and wrapped us all up. It helped us resist more than 90% of the impact force. Rope Tree's injuries worsened at that time, and then he was completely stunned by the remaining less than 10% of the shock wave. Later, Nana and I saw that you all fainted, and Nawaka-san's breath began to decrease. At that time, Nana immediately lifted the K-Fang barrier and asked Slug to inform Tsunade-san of your injuries. Minato took a sip of water and continued, at that time, Tsunade-san and the others had led the Konoha ninjas to attack the heartland of the Rock Ninja. And among the Rock Ninjas, because the Tsuchikage Onoki was busy suppressing the white monster, the Rock Ninjas had no decent resistance at all. Even if there were, they were killed by Tsunade-san, Shinga, and the others. After Tsunade-san knew about our situation, she immediately flashed back to our side and started treatment. The battlefield ahead was commanded by Uncle Jiraiya and the others. Hearing the white monster mentioned by Minato, Future's curiosity was aroused. Does the white monster you are talking about have a body like a horse, 5 huge white tails, and a dolphin's head? There are only 2-tailed beasts in the Rock Ninjas. Combined with the fact that they used the power of 2-tailed beasts on the battlefield, it is not difficult to guess this in the future. Hearing this, Kushina nodded, and she continued, well, that is the 5 tails, the first tailed beast that the Rock Ninja used on the battlefield. As she said this, she touched her belly with an inexplicable look, and a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. The 9 tails is also a tailed beast. In the past, she thought that the 9 tails was very well behaved, but it was too arrogant. Although she could feel its chakra full of hatred and hostility, it did not hurt herself, so her vigilance against it was also slowly decreasing. But this time, she saw with her own eyes how the white monster slaughtered humans. In particular, those Rock Ninjas were the companions of the Jinchuriki. They died tragically at the hands of the 5 tails. For a time, she was shocked. This made her fear of the 9 tails again. As a result, she did not dare to go to the sealed space to see the big fox in the past 3 days. Minato, who was standing by, naturally noticed her mood changes, and he reached out and held her little hand. The touch was very delicate, very smooth, and very small, as if it had no bones. But it was trembling slightly. He comforted her, don't worry, you still have us. As he spoke, Ling Hua also moved closer to her, put his arm around her shoulders, and let her lean towards him. Mirai glanced at them and decided to quickly skip this topic. If I'm not mistaken, the 5 tails was resealed by the 3rd Tsuchikage. Minato nodded, well, it just took him a long time. After he resealed the 5 tails, the Rock Ninja had suffered 2 blows and could no longer put up a decent resistance. They all showed a trend of defeat, and the Tsuchikage could not stand alone. They had no choice but to withdraw their troops and return to the base. But Onoki Tsuchikage stayed behind to cover the retreat. The teacher and others were afraid of his dust release, so they didn't chase too closely. After Minato finished speaking, Nawaki, Mirai, and Rika had a general understanding of their situation after they fell unconscious. But speaking of this, Mirai looked at Nawaki seriously. To be precise, it was his chest. A necklace hanging around his neck. In the past, he just didn't believe that this necklace would bring bad luck. Even with the warning in the original book, this was still the case. Later on the battlefield, after he realized the horror of the necklace, he wanted to just a reminder. But he was always fighting, so he didn't have time to tell Shang Shu about this. And according to his understanding, Shang Shu thought this necklace was extremely rare and precious. He wanted to ask Shang Shu to take off the necklace with just a few words, which was simply not feasible. It would even distract Shang Shu, and then the gears of fate might turn back to the original track again, making this guy choke. So he endured it and planned to tell him these things after the battle. Who knew that this endurance would lead to so many things? Why are you looking at me like this? Shang Shu naturally noticed the future's sight, which made him a little confused. This guy suddenly stared at his chest. What was he trying to do? By the way, he also stared at his chest like this last time, with an expression that he wanted to say something but felt that he would not believe it. Without hesitation, well, I said, Shenshu, have you noticed that the misfortunes that happened to you, no, to us, seem to have started gradually since you put on this necklace? Everyone present was stunned when they heard this. They all looked at Shenshu's neck. There was a look of astonishment in their expressions, as if they saw the manly Uncle Jiraiya suddenly dressed in women's clothes. The one with the most interesting complexion was Shenshu. His complexion was blue, white, red, green. For a while, I and the others actually discovered that a person's face could change so many colors. Looking at Shenshu's appearance, I sighed in his heart. I knew that Shenshu would not believe it so easily, and I couldn't produce any evidence to prove it. He was ready for a war of words. Even if he couldn't get Shenshu to take off the necklace, he could just stop him from wearing it during the war. You said that my bad luck was caused by this necklace. Shang Shu pulled off his collar and took out the necklace, with a weird look on his face. Future nodded, his expression was very serious. Think carefully about the changes before and after you put on this necklace, you should find something. After he finished speaking, he began to think hard, trying to find a suitable evidence. But the matter of the god of death was very illusory. Although they all knew it was true, no one could prove how he targeted Shang Shu. What if he was really targeted by the god of death because he used the detonating talisman to wipe his butt when he was a child? Although this guess is unscientific, it is very consistent with cause and effect. Shang Shu immediately pulled off the necklace and threw it directly in front of everyone. He cursed angrily, damn, it turns out that this thing is the cause of all this. I said that nothing happened to me before, why do so many things happen recently? Minato and the others didn't show any expression. They all began to recall the various changes since Nawaki put on the necklace. Their faces became more and more stunned. This, can't it be, true? Future was even more confused than them. He looked at the necklace on the ground with a dull expression, and then looked at Nawaki. No, buddy, you believe it now? The development of this matter seems wrong. Shouldn't he first deny his point of view righteously and solemnly, saying that he would not believe it no matter what he said? Then he would rack his brains to find various arguments to support his point of view. At the end, Shang Shu would be half believing and half doubting. Finally, he put forward the final point of view, which is to let Shang Shu experiment first to see if what he said is correct or not. But Shang Shu, why don't you play by the rules? How can you believe it? Then why was I so entangled before? If I had said it earlier, wouldn't there be any trouble later? Damn! Shang Shu's face finally turned green. I didn't notice it until you said it, but as soon as you said it, I felt something was wrong. It must be playing tricks. Chapter 338. Tsunade was a little confused. She had just finished all her work, and like Orochimaru and the others, she left her shadow clone to deal with the aftermath, and came to this mountain to celebrate their birthdays in the future. Although it was daytime now. Then she found that her brother was holding a necklace, rushing to her with tears in his eyes, holding his stomach and crying, "Sister, I don't want this necklace anymore, it's poisonous." Poisonous? Tsunade frowned slightly, and reached out to take the necklace. She looked at it carefully. Then she put it under her nose and sniffed it gently. The necklace was very clean, without any trace of regret, dialect, Jigong's stretching legs and staring eyes pill, on it, but it was a little cold to the touch, it should have been placed outside for a while. There are two kinds of smells on it, one is the sweat smell of the rope tree. The other is her own body odor, but it is very light, but she has worn this necklace for so long. It has not been covered by the smell of her stinky brother for so long, obviously it has been marinated with her own smell. Apart from that, there was nothing abnormal. Not to mention poison gas. How is it poisonous? Hearing this, Naoki wiped his nose and eyes in a hurry. He stared at Tsunade with a pair of red eyes. Pointing at the necklace in her hand, he said indignantly, "Sister, haven't you noticed that since I put on this necklace, all kinds of bad luck have happened to me? Oh, so this is what the so-called poisonous means." Immediately, she began to recall the past. My brother used to be very sunny and passionate. Not to mention that he would hold the old lady's hand when crossing the road when he went out like in the future. But he never did anything bad. Nothing unfortunate happened. But recently, he was first targeted by the god of death, and all the scrap detonating tags were sent to him. Later on the battlefield, they could encounter any powerful rock ninja. You know, they are still wandering on the edge of the battlefield. It's outrageous. After she treated these guys, she also felt that there was something fishy about this matter. She even suspected that it was done by that old silver coin Danzo. His purpose was to make their Senju clan extinct. Or he was doing his inhumane character training. Unfortunately, she had no evidence to prove it. The results of her investigation told her that Danzo had only done one thing, which was to send people to monitor them from a distance in the future. The reason given was to see if Kushina would go berserk. This reason made her unable to refute. After all, there was only a five-tail riot. Although they were not the protagonists, the impact of this incident was still quite large. Unexpectedly, the younger brother actually hugged her legs and cried bitterly. He said that it was all caused by this pendant, and it was all because it was charming and too tempting. No matter how hard your heart is, you can't. Hey, why did you start singing while thinking about it? Shaking her head, she looked at the rope tree. Brother, could this be? She hesitated for a moment, mainly because this matter was not scientific. Even Orochimaru came closer to look at it curiously. When Rope Tree heard her elder sister say this, she obviously did not believe her words, and she immediately became anxious. Sister, it's its fault. As he said this, he immediately counted on his fingers. My bad luck started from the moment I put it on. Let me give you a few examples. First, after I accepted the snake swallowing technique from teacher Orochimaru, I was teased by this kid, Future. As he said this, he glanced at Future, and his eyes suddenly became unhappy. He used the same method, but failed to tease him, depressed. This made Future shrug. Hey, blame me. Naoki retracted his gaze and continued, if it was the old me, I would definitely notice something wrong. But the problem is, he didn't, and he was so scared. He was so scared that he just wanted to find his sister for comfort. The second thing is, I went to the bathroom and there was no toilet paper. The third thing is, I bought sesame cakes, and the boss was arrested by the police. The fourth thing is, I wanted to take a shower, but there was no water, and the bubbles in the shower gel were not washed away. The fifth thing. The 10th thing is, my clothes were stolen. Everyone, underscore. Good man, Naoki has said all the things that have been bothering him recently. Kushina opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she didn't know how to start. Minato had the same expression. There would be no such worries in the future. He reached out and pulled the sleeve of the rope tree, thinking about the things that had gone wrong recently, and who else, pulled him to her side. Just as a little light flashed in his mind, it was pulled away by the future, and Shenshu's face suddenly became ugly. What are you going to do? Do you think there is a possibility that the 2nd to 10th things will happen even if you don't wear the necklace? Linghua and the others all nodded in unison, which was exactly what they wanted to say. Hearing this, Shenshu immediately waved his hand to reject it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's the necklace that caused the trouble. Looking at Shenshu's appearance, Tsunade understood that Shenshu wanted to throw all the unfortunate things on this necklace. Shenshu continued, okay, you don't believe it, right? Then let's talk about what happened recently. Since taking off the necklace, Shenshu suddenly found that his IQ seemed to have returned. He could actually understand the expressions of his sisters. They obviously didn't believe what he said. Since I left Konoha village, why do you think the god of death has targeted me? Because you are unlucky. Linghua asked subconsciously. Shenshu looked at her directly and asked again, then why am I unlucky? Linghua couldn't say it. Who can explain luck clearly? Seeing her like this, Shenshu clapped his hands and spread his hands. Yes, I will tell you why, it's because of this necklace. Good guy, Shenshu wants to label this necklace as unlucky. Tsunade directly asked a question that he couldn't refute. Then I have worn it for so many years, why haven't I been unlucky? Shenshu was stunned, and he really didn't know why for a while. At this time, Jiraiya interrupted and said, could it be that it has affected your gambling luck? Hearing this, Tsunade rolled her eyes at him and said speechlessly, I haven't seen me win once in the past 2 months. Jiraiya was embarrassed by this. It seems to be true. Orochimaru suddenly narrowed his eyes and said in a faint tone, could it be that Tsunade's luck is too bad, and this necklace can't beat you? Hearing this, Noeki and even Jiraiya all looked at Orochimaru with shining eyes. Teacher, you are right. Orochimaru, you are so right, it is definitely because of this. Tsunade. She looked at the two people in front of her, her temples were throbbing, do you want to die? Good guy, he dared to say that he was a non-African. Although this is true, it is only about gambling. In other places, he is still very lucky. For example, more than a month ago, she had picked up a stack of banknotes on the street. If it hadn't been seen by another little Uchiha girl, she might have taken it for herself. Seeing that the atmosphere was gradually getting weird. Especially Tsunade's fists were already clenched. Jiraiya, who didn't want to eat a lump of skin, immediately changed the subject and said, okay, let's not talk about this. Today's protagonists are these 3. We are here to celebrate their birthdays. Don't ruin their birthdays. These words made Tsunade's anger dissipate a lot. She turned her head to look at the cakes and other snacks placed not far away, and then looked at the 3 of them in the future. I wonder why you celebrate your birthday in the daytime? Wouldn't it be more lively at night? Hearing this, Minato scratched his head and smiled a little embarrassedly, the main reason is that our injuries can only be slowly recovered over time. It's boring to be idle in the camp, so I plan to celebrate my birthday first. The cause of this incident was that Minato felt that he and Mirai had the same birthday. Then Rika silently raised her hand and said that her birthday was the same as Mirai and them. Isn't this a coincidence? The friends clapped their hands and decided to do it now. And their injuries, although they have recovered, they can't do anything. Especially Noeki, his ribs haven't healed yet. As for Mirai and Rika, they are mainly mentally injured. It takes a long time to recover. Commonly known as, idle is idle. Chapter 339. Inside Konoha village. Uchiha Hong held a letter in her hand. This was sent to her by Mirai. Almost every 2 days, he would mail a letter to his family to report his safety. This one was just received today. It had been 3 days since the last letter, and she almost thought that something had happened to her brother. She almost wanted to go look for him. Jean Shinjia. Sister, don't worry, I'm very strong. I have killed many rock ninjas, and they are very obedient and don't run to the center of the battlefield without hesitation. Currently, the rock ninjas have suffered heavy losses. According to the teacher's speculation, they are unlikely to attack for 10 days or half a month. That's it. Bye. The content of the letter is short, but the amount of information is sufficient. Uchiha Hong smiled. This is the tone of her brother. Looking at this letter, she seemed to see her brother standing quietly in front of her, with a cute look asking for a touch. It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. Thinking of this, she returned to her room, spread out a piece of pure white letter paper, and wrote. Seeing this letter is like seeing me. Brother, the battlefield is very dangerous. If you meet a Jonin, don't hesitate, run immediately. Every Jonin has experienced the trials of life and death, the beating of blood and fire, and is very strong. All Jonin are the pillars of a village. Remember, you must run. Sister, read it. After writing, she put it into the letter that had been prepared long ago and put a stamp on it. After thinking about it, it seems that I haven't written a letter to Jun Noeka yet. So she got up and went to the bed, lifted the bed sheet, and took out a pink letter paper full of girlish heart that had been hidden for a long time. Looking at the prints of love, like you, miss you and so on this paper, Uchiha Hong's face couldn't help but blush. Jun Noeka will definitely be very happy. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on her lips. So she wrote. I am glad to receive your letter, and it is a relief to see you in person. Shenshu Jun, long time no see, I miss you so much. When she wrote this, her face became even redder, and her eyes were full of tears. She twisted her body unnaturally. Oh my! Hong Hong, Why are you so indecent? How could she write such words? She said so, but she continued to write without any intention of changing a piece of paper. Shenshujun, the battlefield is very dangerous, please be careful. If possible, please take care of our silly brother. He sometimes gets easily carried away. Hong Hong, stay. After writing, she sealed the 2 letters and went out to hand them over to the post ninja. It was less than a week, and nothing big happened in the village. So Hong Hong didn't say anything in the letter. When Mirai received the letter, it was 3 days later. Everyone knew that Uchiha Mirai and Senju Awake were disciples of Orochimaru. The Konoha ninja guarding the gate respectfully handed the letters brought by the post ninja to the 2. Thank you for your hard work. Mirai seemed very happy after seeing the letter. This made the Konoha ninja a little flattered and waved his hand and said, No, 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 you are too polite. This is what I should do. The future smiled and said nothing more. He reached out from his ninja bag and took out a stack of detonating talismans. This is what I looted on the battlefield a few days ago. Please be sure to accept it. Although they gave all the ninja tools and banknotes they looted to Ling Hua, it was obvious that Ling Hua could not carry so much, so they divided the looted ones equally. Future, all his detonating tags were taken out, although they were all low grade. The power is not very strong. But it depends on who is looking at it. Obviously, the Konoha ninja in front of him was very excited. No, 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 how can this be so embarrassing? She refused repeatedly, but her hand took it naturally. And she smiled more sincerely. She could get a detonating talisman worth 100,000 taels of silver for delivering a letter. He would even break his shit with a smile if he did this. Future smiled. This person is really interesting. After this person left, Future looked at the envelope happily. When she saw the words sent by Uchiha Hong, received by Uchiha Waiwei, the look in her eyes when she looked at the envelope changed. It seemed that this ordinary envelope exuded the gentle temperament of her sister. Hee hee. My sister's letter. Hee hee. Hong Hong actually wrote to me. Shenchu was so excited. He looked at the word Hong Hong on the envelope, as if he saw the gentle girl through the envelope. At first, he was still doing rehabilitation exercises with Waiwei. He was called by the ninja at the gate. When he saw the envelope, he knew what was going on. Mirai. He turned his head and looked at Rope Tree, a little puzzled. What are you laughing at? Rope Tree was stunned and subconsciously looked at Mirai. Yes, he doesn't know that I am his brother-in-law yet, so. He rolled his eyes and made a decision in his heart. The person I like wrote to me, how can I not be happy? As he spoke, he kissed the word Hong Hong on the front of the envelope in front of Mirai. Hiss. So exciting. It's like kissing his beloved sister in front of Mirai, but Mirai doesn't know the excitement. So cool, so excited, I really want to fight, cough cough. Fight. Just a simple fight. Walai glanced at him speechlessly. He was not surprised that a girl liked him. He had a prominent family background, a superb medical ninja sister, and he was also pretty good looking and very powerful. These points were enough to make many girls who were in love crazy about him. He pouted, then held the letter in both hands and walked towards the shadow. Seeing him like this, Shenchu laughed secretly in his heart. When Walai knew that he had become his brother-in-law, would he be excited to death? Hee hee. At this moment, Walai suddenly turned his head and looked at him. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of coldness appeared. Brother, did you think about something just now? Hearing Walai's tone, Shenchu was obviously stunned for a moment, and then his face turned away unnaturally. I think about my girlfriend's affairs. Why, you have to care about this too. Walai narrowed his eyes even more. Just now, he had a sudden inspiration, and an idea came to his mind. This guy Shenchu is definitely thinking about himself, and it's not a good thing. This is the second time. No, you are definitely thinking about me, and it's not a good thing. As he said that, he had already walked in front of Shenchu. He didn't stop, and took a few more steps, directly sticking to Shenchu's chest. He raised his head and looked up at him viciously from bottom to top. Tell me, what are you thinking about? Shenchu was even more embarrassed. According to his understanding of the future, this guy is a senior sister control. If he knew that he was his brother-in-law, he would definitely explode. By then, even if he didn't die, he would have to lose a layer of skin. Who told me that I couldn't beat him? It's miserable. I'm thinking. I'm thinking. I'm thinking. Just when he was racking his brains to think of a solution, a flash of inspiration suddenly came to his mind. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Oh, why didn't he think of this? If this guy is obsessed with his sister, he will definitely calm down if you say more good things about his sister. So he quickly showed a distressed look. I'm thinking, after all, I'm a school idol, why hasn't your sister written me a love letter? After all, she is so beautiful and has such a good personality. At first, when the future heard such shameless words from Shenshu, his face gradually became ugly, and even a hint of anger appeared. But after listening to Shenshu's words, he immediately changed his face. He shook his head proudly. He hummed, "You said my sister is so cute, how could she like you? You want to pursue my sister, I advise you to give up this idea, I will never agree to your relationship." Hearing this, Shenshu was immediately unhappy. Although his words did change the future's attitude and did not hit him. He looked down at the future, and said with a half-smile, what if I really am with your sister? The future turned around and walked away, speaking bluntly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If my sister is really with you, I will jump from here and die outside, and I will definitely stop you from being together. Rika, who was learning the knowledge of sealing techniques with Kushina, suddenly raised her head when she heard this. She looked at the future and couldn't help but feel a trace of sympathy. Is this the law of true fragrance? It seems that she had said something similar before, and now she was slapped in the face. Hey, this is going to be a good show. Tongs's words rang in her heart, making her more certain of her thoughts. Chapter 340. Unlike the laughter and joy in Konoha, the Uegakure was completely silent. Many people had expressions of hatred on their faces. Especially when they saw Han, the hatred was almost beyond words. They almost hit him. But sometimes, silent indifference and hatred are more chilling than the physical hurt. Han was in such a mood. Ever since he went out once and felt the emotions of the whole camp, he was so scared that he hid in his tent, and asked Lao Ziyi to help bring food. The third-generation Onoki was floating in the tent, ignoring these things. He looked at a map in front of him, his eyes flashing. He muttered to himself, we must find a way to eliminate the three ninjas of Konoha. Otherwise, they will be the legend of the three ninjas in the future. The battle 3 days ago is a good example. Jiraiya was able to hold him back. He couldn't be distracted by other things. They are still in the rising period of strength. Now they have this strength. It is hard to imagine how strong they will be when they reach the peak in the future. So a plan emerged in his mind. Jiraiya's own strength is not strong, but he knows Sage Mode. Combined with the previous battles between the three ninjas, it is obvious that only Jiraiya knows this trick. So as long as he cannot absorb natural chakra, he cannot enter Sage Mode. He will not be so strong. So, what to do? Soon, he smiled bitterly. It is too difficult to isolate natural chakra. You know, there is natural chakra everywhere in this world, and it is impossible to eliminate it. After a moment of distress, he quickly had other ideas. Let Jiraiya be seriously injured instantly and unable to enter Sage Mode, isn't it enough? Thinking of this, he began to gradually improve the plan in his mind. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed again. The next few people lined up to wait for Tsunade's inspection. The first one was Minato. After he sat down, Tsunade just took his pulse and checked his chakra, and then his expression was a little relaxed. Your injuries and consumed energy have been replenished, and you can continue to train and fight normally in the future. Hearing this, Minato was delighted. He hurriedly stood up and bowed to thank her. This is all thanks to Sister Tsunade's hard work and treatment. Tsunade smiled and accepted his thanks. Next was Kushina. Tsunade used the same steps, especially she also carefully checked the seal. After finding that there was no trace of damage, she was relieved to check Kushina's spirit and body. You are like Minato, your injuries have also fully recovered. Kushina didn't have many injuries, mainly the meridians on her arms, which had different degrees of damage. After all, she used the Tai-Chi Raise Nan twice in a short period of time. While this move is powerful, it also puts a great burden on her body. Thank you for the treatment, Sister Tsunade. Tsunade also smiled back. Then she looked at her brother. She reached out to his chest and used her chakra perception ability to carefully sense Rope Tree's injuries. The broken ribs have recovered as before. After all, with the help of medical ninjutsu and the combined treatment of drugs, nearly a week is enough for the brother to recover. The depleted energy and spirit have also returned to normal levels. Recovered well. Hearing this, Rope Tree scratched his head and looked at his sister with a silly smile. Hee hee. It's good to have a sister who knows medical skills. With you by my side, I'm not afraid of the god of death. Tsunade couldn't help but chuckle at Rope Tree's disguised praise. She flicked her brother's forehead lightly, and scolded him with a smile, "You are always so talkative. If I am not by your side one day, you will be killed by the detonating talisman." Hearing this, Nawaka did not care about his sister's words. He corrected her, "Sister, the detonating talisman cannot kill people." He had said at the beginning that those who could be killed by the detonating talisman were definitely the unlucky ones among the unlucky ones. Haven't you seen that I was blown up so many times, but I was still unscathed? I can be regarded as an exception, so what about Toranashuk and Yue Zirgui? They were also blown up, and they were blown up more than me, and the power was stronger, but they didn't die. As he said, he glanced at the future and complained in his heart, "This is just like the fire escape, especially the Uchiha's fire escape. I have never seen this ninjutsu burn a person to death." Tsunade ignored him. The detonating talisman didn't kill anyone because it was not used in the right way. Let her set it up and see if anyone died. Okay, stay away. These two are the most troublesome, she said, looking at Linghua and Mirai. The smiles on the faces of others also faded a lot. Especially Orochimaru, his heart was in his throat. Last time Mirai said he wanted to gamble, he found him that night and showed his double Megatama Sharingan. At that time, he cooperated very well and showed a look of shock, but he didn't expect to be seen by this kid. Later, the master and disciple talked by candlelight at night and opened their hearts completely. He also knew about Mirai's plan, and he also said what he wanted to do most at the moment, which was to develop a forbidden technique that could take over other people's bodies. At that time, he saw that the kid seemed to be hesitant to speak, but he didn't say anything in the end. Instead, he expressed his idea that he would fully assist him, and he knew that he had not misjudged him. This kid really regarded him as a teacher and as his own. Who will come first? Tsunade asked with a serious expression. Mirai and Linghua looked at each other, the former stretched out her hand and pushed Linghua, saying, "You go first, you were taking drugs at that time." Hearing this, Linghua no longer refused, she nodded, took a few steps forward, put Zay's hand on the table, and let Teacher Tsunade feel his pulse. "Thank you, Teacher Tsunade." Tsunade did not correct her address. After all, she accepted Linghua with the idea of being her personal disciple. Tsunade reached out and took her pulse carefully. This time, unlike Rope Tree and the others, Tsunade looked very serious and narrowed her eyes. She was obviously in a state of high concentration. In the tent, it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Even the carefree Jiraiya and Rope Tree and the uncle and nephew did not dare to breathe heavily, for fear of disturbing Tsunade. Time passed very slowly at this moment. It was like a second turned into a minute. Everyone started to think wildly. Could there be something wrong? About 3 minutes passed. Tsunade opened her eyes and retracted her fingers. She frowned and rubbed her eyebrows with a headache. Without waiting for everyone to ask, she said, "All the external injuries of Linghua have healed, but the deeper injuries have only recovered a little." Mirai and the others took a deep breath. Sure enough, there are more difficult injuries. He took the initiative to ask, "Sister Tsunade, can you tell me in detail?" Rika also looked at the teacher. Tsunade was also silent. She said, "You also know that the combination of soul and body makes us." Jiraiya stepped forward and handed her the tea. He asked in confusion, could it be that Rika's injury is in the soul? Tsunade took the teacup, took a sip of tea lightly, shook her head and said, "That's not the case. Her soul is fine. The injury is in the body." The existence of chakra allows ninjas to do many unscientific things. For example, at this moment, she can sense the condition of Kushina's soul through physical contact. Although there is no special formation to assist, the investigation is not very accurate, but Tsunade is a medical master in the ninja world. The result of perception is almost comparable to the result of perception assisted by the formation. Everyone. They all looked at Tsunade speechlessly. "You are so naughty. Since the disease is in the body, why do you bring up the soul?" Tsunade ignored their gaze, she put down the teacup, frowned and said, "After all, the medicine made by Ling Hua is imitated by herself based on a few words and the names of medicinal materials. Not to mention the efficacy of the medicine, the side effects alone are terrible. And this is a compulsory drug that reverses the chakra of the human body in a short period of time. Through the power of the medicine, combined with the seal, fat is quickly transformed into chakra. This is not a simple matter in itself. The Akimichi clan also developed for thousands of years before they could develop the current butterfly transforming chili pills. But after taking it, there is a 90% chance of death. Originally, the chance of death was 100%. This 10% survival rate is the result of the painstaking improvement of countless generations of sages in the Akimichi clan over the past 1,000 years. So, Ling Hua's injury is mainly due to pills forcibly extracting fat energy and turning it into chakra. Also, the energy stored in the cells was forcibly extracted by this drug. In other words, the 40 trillion to 60 trillion cells in Ling Hua's body were more or less damaged. It doesn't matter if one cell is damaged, the human body's system will quickly expel the dead cell and split into new living cells to replace its work. But in an instant, so many cells all had problems. That's not a minor injury, and it's also the most difficult to treat. It must be done step by step. Chapter 341. Ling Hua was relieved. She had predicted this kind of injury in her heart, so it was not unacceptable. Tsunade-sensei, I will cooperate and take good care of it. Yes. Tsunade nodded. This was the only way to treat this injury. It could only be cured over time, little by little. There was no rush. After hearing that there was no danger to life, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Noeki, he was breathing heavily, and he almost suffocated to death just now. Since it takes a long time to recuperate, they can only watch. At most, they can send more tonics in the future. Anyway, they can't help even if they want to. Thinking of this, Ling Hua stood up and looked at the last person. Orochimaru and the others also turned their eyes to the future, and their breathing slowed down again. This is the person with the most injuries. Little guy, come and sit. Tsunade pointed to the seat and motioned for the future to come over. Now Mirai was the only one left, so he had no one to be humble to. He sat down naturally. Tsunade used the same method to examine him. Similarly, she closed her eyes and carefully checked every injury in Mirai's body. This time it was longer. It was so long that Noeki's face turned red. He really didn't dare to breathe, just for fear that his breathing would affect his sister's diagnosis. Seeing him so uncomfortable, Jiraiya couldn't help laughing. Although he knew that he couldn't laugh in the current situation and should be more serious, he couldn't help looking at Noeki's ghostly appearance. Fortunately, the breath of Orochimaru became more and more gloomy as time passed. So that the two people around him could barely hold it back when they were about to lose it. 5 minutes passed. This was the longest breath Noeki had held back. He felt that he had never risked his life for others so much in his life. Following Tsunade's sigh, Noeki dared to breathe deeply. Ho ho ho. For a while, the tent was filled with constant breathing sounds, and the airflow was so strong that it could affect the swinging of the door curtain. Ah! Jiraiya couldn't laugh anymore. He looked at Tsunade with a serious expression and asked, "What's wrong? Is the injury serious? How long does it take to recuperate?" After spending so much time with Tsunade, he has figured out a pattern. When Tsunade was seeing a doctor, he was not afraid of Tsunade smiling, but was afraid of Tsunade's frowning. Tsunade's expression was much more serious than the previous 4. It was something he had never seen before. He felt that if Tsunade announced that her future was over, he would not be surprised. Orochimaru said lightly, "Tell me." Although the friends did not ask questions in a chattering manner, their eyes were all equally nervous. Tsunade didn't want to keep people on suspense. She sighed and continued, "As we all know, we humans are made up of body and soul." Everyone. Oh my god, what a familiar word. The last time we heard this was probably the last time. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya asked first, "Is there something wrong with the soul?" Rika was talking about the body just now, and Tsunade is talking about the soul now. I think the biggest possibility is that there is something wrong with the soul. If there is something wrong with the soul, it is indeed very serious. As far as he knows, there is no effective way to treat the soul at present. Most of them rely on rare medicinal materials for a long time and slowly adjust. Even so, the soul may not be completely healed. It is indeed a very tricky problem. No. Tsunade heard this and shook her head directly. Is it the same as Rika? Is there something wrong with the body? Minato asked. His face was not very good. If he hadn't suddenly gotten too excited, he wouldn't have put his friends in danger. They might all be able to escape from Yahweh Zirgui's attack. Tsunade shook her head again. Not only the body, I found that his soul was also damaged. As she said that, she opened her beautiful eyes wide, looked at everyone, and finally looked at Orochimaru. The damage to the soul can only be slowly restored over time, and I don't have a very good method. But the most difficult thing is his body. Normally, the body is the easiest to treat, it is not as illusory as the soul. It is a visible and tangible existence. And it is also the part that doctors touch the most. On the contrary, the soul is different. Many ninjas will never see the soul in their lifetime. Even if they see it, they don't understand it, even if they understand it, they only have a half understanding. This time, before everyone asked, Tsunade spoke again, do you know about the blood disease? What? Blood stain disease? How is it possible? He is only 8 years old, how could he have such a terminal illness? For a moment, everyone present was stunned. Even Minato, who was born a commoner, had heard of bloodstain disease. Generally speaking, this is a genetic disease. According to the book, this is a disease that is most likely to occur only after close relatives marry. And ninjas with blood limits are most likely to suffer from this symptom, so some people speculate that it may be due to excessive use of blood power, which will induce this symptom. Mirai was stunned. I actually have bloodstain disease? Am I going to die young? Tsunade looked at Jiraiya, who said Mirai was 8 years old, and sighed, you also know that he is only 8 years old. When he was 7 years old, he opened the double Magatama level Sharingan. Do you think his body can withstand it? Hearing this, everyone was silent for a while. Indeed, opening the eyes at the age of 7 is already horrifying, and the eyes are at the level of double Magatama. No matter who it is, no one can stand it. Orochimaru directly asked the key question. How to treat it? After this, everyone looked at Tsunade again, and even showed a hint of hope in their eyes. Tsunade is the most famous medical expert in the ninja world, she must have a way, right? Tsunade sighed, but did not say whether she could cure it. She first explained, Future's blood disease is caused by overuse of blood limit. As she said that, she looked at Future, who had a pale face, and then said, although many Uchiha clan members in your family will overdraw and overuse the Sharingan, they will only open their eyes after their bodies begin to mature. At that time, the body can already bear the demands of the Sharingan. But you are different. In the previous battles, you seem to have used the Sharingan many times. Especially the last time, not only did you take the soldier's food pills and demand the chakra that your body already had, but you also used your pupil technique with all your strength at the last critical moment. If these 2 points were individual, I would be able to treat them, but the consequence of these 2 points is that they induce the pathological changes of blood disease. If they are not handled in time, even I can't save the situation. The more Future listened, the paler her face became, and her heart fell into the abyss. My sister had warned me not to use the Sharingan too much. She even believed that I had strong self-control, but I seemed to be drifting recently. I used the Sharingan more and more frequently. Especially when he controlled Yue Xianggui at the end, he almost wanted to scrap the Sharingan. Unexpectedly. Wait. He suddenly looked up at Tsunade and asked in astonishment, Sister Tsunade, can you cure it? The others were also immersed in regret like the Future, and did not hear Tsunade's last words clearly. It was not until the Future spoke that they came back to their senses. Hearing this, Tsunade looked at him in confusion. This disease has just started, why can't I cure it? Besides, I am a medical expert after all, you underestimate me too much. Being looked at by Tsunade, the Future was immediately embarrassed. I'm sorry, Sister Tsunade, I admit that I'm short-sighted. Mirai quickly smiled happily and smiled gratefully at Tsunade. As long as it can be cured, it's good. God knows, he was thinking about how to deal with his funeral just now. He even thought about where to bury himself. Orochimaru couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When he looked at Tsunade, there was a rare hint of resentment in his eyes. Tsunade, next time, just tell me the result directly, the process you described is really scary. His snake gallbladder was almost scared to death. He even thought about whether to freeze Mirai and wait for medical technology to make great progress in the future before unsealing him. With the existence of chakra, they are not afraid of the problem that frozen ice crystals will pierce cells. Chapter 342. Tsunade took a sip of tea. After thinking for a while, she continued, the human brain is the most sophisticated and complex organ, no doubt about it. As she spoke, she looked into the future. My second grandfather's notes once recorded his research and speculation on the blood disease of your Uchiha clan. He speculated that the biggest inducing factor of the blood disease is the physical pathology and overdraft caused by excessive use of the blood limit. The pupil power of your clan's Sharingan is actually a special chakra discharged after the chakra passes through the brain. Excessive consumption of pupil power is excessive pressure on the brain. After speaking, Tsunade paused to give everyone time to digest her words. After waiting for a while, she continued, you must be very clear about the side effects of overusing the Sharingan. Can you tell me what it feels like? After hearing this, Mirai touched his chin, pondered for a moment, and replied uncertainly, at that time, I only felt a headache, and my eyes hurt even more. Especially the extreme disharmony of the body, as if I was drunk, the whole world was spinning. Yet. Tsunade nodded, the body lost balance, the brain hurts. These keywords all point to the cerebellum of the human body, so my second grandfather guessed, the blood disease of the Sharingan affects the cerebellum, and cerebellar lesions can cause cerebral hemorrhage, brain tumors, etc. This is a problem with the head, and the next is the body. Human chakra needs to extract energy from cells and then merge with spiritual energy to form a special energy. This is the foundation of ninjas and the source of all skills. Your Uchiha Sharingan pupil power also flows into the brain through chakra, not the brain providing this chakra. After hearing this, the future nodded in approval. It makes sense. The human brain can't extract much energy at all. On the contrary, it is the part that consumes the most nutritional energy. Sharingan consumes a lot of chakra, and you are only 8 years old. Your body is still in the development stage, and you need nutrition everywhere and energy to grow. But you opened Sharingan at such a young age, which is equivalent to having a gold swallower in your body. Especially when fighting Yahweh Zirgui, this gold swallower directly swallowed up the energy in your cells and the spiritual energy in your soul. This will directly affect the genes in the cell nucleus. Genes are the foundation of the human body. Once it is damaged, the human body will produce different in vitro characteristics. But this characteristic is 99.99% harmful, so this is also one of the key points that induced your blood disease. Listen to me in the future, don't use Sharingan anymore. Wait until your body recovers. The switch in the brain can be restored to normal in front of us. If it is not necessary, don't restrict your eyes and don't use your Sharingan. Orochimaru understood, are you going to let Sharingan go and let it develop on its own? Tsunade nodded and said, well, the human body also has the ability to recover and develop itself, and if human intervention is made, unpredictable results will occur. This will not be of much benefit to his future growth. Hearing this, Mirai nodded to show that he understood. He didn't think much of the fact that his teachers knew that he used the 2 gates of Kai and Shiu to control the chakra in his brain, so that it suppressed the special fluctuations of the Sharingan, so that others could detect his eyes. He didn't plan to hide this from them. It doesn't matter if they know it. And a secret is a secret only if it is known to oneself. Once it is known to the second person, sooner or later, the secret will be exposed. After the diagnosis, Tsunade gave a few more warnings, and then she and Jiraiya got up and left. Before leaving, she also took Rika, Kushina, and Minato with her. In the tent, only Orochimaru and his apprentice were left. Mirai, while your body is recovering, why don't you do an experiment with me? Orochimaru suddenly suggested. Mirai was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then nodded. Okay, Orochimaru-sensei. He just had this plan, and when Orochimaru told him about the possession of another's body, he had this idea. Having read the original work, he naturally knew that Orochimaru-sensei's technique of taking over other people's bodies had too many disadvantages. It would seriously consume his own soul power. And after taking over another person's body, the body would quickly decay and become diseased. It could take 3 years at most, or 1 year at least. At that time, he would have to use the reincarnation technique and take over another person's body again, and then his soul will be hurt again. This will lead to a vicious cycle, let alone immortality. Even his lifespan will not be as long as before. He wanted to remind Orochimaru of this at first, but after thinking about it, he gave up. The main reason was that even if he said it, Orochimaru would never give up with his personality. Once the technique is initially developed, he will be eager to use it. That's why he showed that hesitant look. But it would be different if he participated in it. Even if he couldn't help, he could watch Orochimaru and stop him from being so crazy. That's what is commonly known as being overwhelmed. He felt that he was still very confident and could persuade Orochimaru not to be so overwhelmed. Orochimaru nodded. When he accepted Future, he originally wanted to use his Sharingan power to help him with his research. But, now he has cultivated Future, the Uchiha, as his personal disciple. So he turned his head and looked at Naoki. What about you? Do you want to come to the lab to help? Hearing this, Naoki's face was a little embarrassed. He turned his head away unnaturally. Teacher, you know me. I get a headache when I see those data. If I go to the experiment, let alone help, it's good enough that I don't cause trouble for you. Orochimaru is no exception. If Naoki is willing to help, he would not have accepted the Future at the beginning. Okay. Orochimaru nodded, and did not force him. He stood up and walked towards the outside. I'm going to a meeting. You should rest well these days. When the Future's injuries are almost healed, I will take you to the lab. As he said, he paused, thought about it, and spit out a bundle of books. Then he turned to the Future and said, these books are all kinds of publications published by the second generation of the major villages. You can pick the parts you like and read them. However, you must pay attention to the combination of work and rest. Okay, Teacher Orochimaru. Future responded. His eyes almost lit up when he looked at the books. Who didn't have a dream of becoming a scientist when he was a child? It just so happens that he can't do anything except some rehabilitation exercises. It's better to read a book to kill the boring time. Otherwise, he really lies down, and he always feels that Cao Gonggong scolds him from time to time. In the main tent, Danzo, who couldn't stand the ruthless oppression of the third generation for 3 days, ran away with Aberame Ryoma. This made the third generation regretful. Why couldn't he be patient and handed over all the documents that had been piled up for a month to Danzo? If he handed them to him bit by bit, would he not run away? Unfortunately, it was too late to regret. After the meeting, Danzo took the initiative to keep Orochimaru. After everyone left, he said slowly, Orochimaru, I have an experiment, do you want to participate? Hearing this, Orochimaru was not surprised at all. The only thing that could seduce Danzo was the experimental resources he controlled. He left himself, which made him guess in this regard. Please tell me clearly, Danzo-sama. Danzo didn't say anything, and the Aberame Ryoma behind him immediately understood. He hurriedly performed the insect's secret technique and explored the surroundings. Then he whispered to Danzo, Sir, there is no abnormality. After hearing Ryoma confirm that it was safe, Danzo said slowly would release reconstruction plan. Hearing this, Orochimaru's pupils shook violently. His face showed a solemn look. Master Danzo, do you want to conduct an experiment in private? That old guy Sarutobi has been using the qualification of the would release experiment to pressure me recently. I think he probably regrets it and doesn't want to do it anymore. Speaking of this, he felt very aggrieved. At the beginning, it was agreed that he would send troops to help him, and he let him join the experiment. But the result? Alas! It's better not to say it, it's sad to say too much. Chapter 343. Shimura Danzo had a sour face. Every time he finished processing the documents, he thought he would relax for a while, but he didn't expect that the next moment, the third generation would walk to him with his hands behind his back and happily. He smiled and told him to deal with it again. If he turned against him, the other party would use the would-release plan to control him and seduce him. He was so excited that he wanted to die, couldn't stop, and wanted to cry without tears. So he had no choice but to endure it for 3 days, and finally he couldn't bear it anymore. So he immediately gave up and turned around and took Ryoma and the others back here. The more he thought about it on the way, the angrier he got, and the more he thought about it. He immediately prepared to do it alone. Anyway, he had done a lot of experiments without telling him. As for the core material would-release cells, in the laboratory of the second-generation teacher, he had secretly hacked one before the incinerator was about to burn. Over the years, he has cultivated many second-generation cells with the help of first-generation cells, so he has experimental resources and so on. If he had not been inferior to the experimental resources in the village, how could he be controlled by that bastard? That's right, this second generation wood release cell seems to be more violent and more difficult to control than the first generation wood release cell. It's like a beast. Once injected into the human body, let alone controlling it, it will madly erode the human body. As for the first generation wood release cell, it is completely a boss and doesn't care about people at all. It can only be used to cultivate the second generation wood release cell, and it cannot be copied. Among the test subjects, the one who can last the longest is a person from the Senju clan who was captured at the beginning. But he can only last for 1 day. Then he was completely backfired by the second generation wood release cell, and his body was lying in the culture dish in the laboratory. But his body has no vitality at all. The whole person is more like a wooden stake than a human being. How about it? Do you want to help me? Orochimaru's mouth curled up slightly, and he couldn't help licking his nose. Seeing Orochimaru like this, Danzo was delighted. This matter is settled. Okay, I am also interested in this matter, but I have a request, I want to bring someone in. Hearing this, Danzo was stunned for a moment, and then his face turned cold. No, you know that our experiments are not presentable at all. Once exposed to people, you know the consequences without me saying it. As he said, he looked at Orochimaru with one eye. Although every force will do human experiments, they are all carried out in secret. No one dares to put it in the open. After seeing the familiar madness in Orochimaru's eyes, Danzo breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Orochimaru had changed his nature. But thinking that he needed to rely on Orochimaru's scientific research ability, he had to give him face at this time. So he gave in and continued, if you want him to join, you can, but he must be cursed with the tongue trouble rooting technique. Only then can I let him join in without worry. Although the tongue trouble rooting technique curse is not as famous as the bird in a cage. The binding force is not that good, but it is indeed a way for him to control the root. People who are hit by this trick will have curse marks on their tongues, and from then on, they will never be able to tell things that are considered secrets. If they insist on telling, then this person will be killed by the curse immediately. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and then shook his head to reject it. Forget it, I'll just be alone. His words made Danzo stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Orochimaru to give up, but thinking of the curse he just mentioned, he could understand why he would give up. Okay. I'll have the roots capture more test subjects and send them to you these days, and the wood release cells will be delivered in a few days. Since the cooperation was confirmed, Danzo decided to start the experiment immediately. And he has been in this battlefield for so long, not just to fight. Several laboratories have been set up in secret. Now we just need to ask the roots in the village to send all the materials needed for the experiment. Because of the existence of the sealing scroll, it will be much faster and more convenient. Listening to Danzo's words, Orochimaru nodded, okay, send someone to notify me when the experimental equipment is ready. With that, he turned and left the tent. After Orochimaru gave the book to the future, he became another person who read the book. So Minato practiced with rope tree listlessly every day. Nawaka can't even beat Mirai, let alone Minato. He will soon be beaten into submission by Minato. His strength and physical fitness are among the 5 the best, but if you can't hit Minato, then it's useless. Ah! No more fighting, Minato, you're too fast, I can't even touch you. Rope Tree just gave up and lay on the ground. Seeing this, Minato looked at Rope Tree with a bitter face, looking unsatisfied. Brother Rope Tree, why don't you hold on a little longer, maybe you can hit me next time. Minato was just getting excited about the fight, but he didn't expect this guy to give up. Damn it! Rope Tree rolled his eyes at him and said speechlessly, I'm not the pervert in the future, who can fight and lose every time, and can fight again and again after losing. I'm not a pretty girl, you can let me go. Fighting with Minato is really depressing. Minato. Ah, so boring. Future's injury has not healed. Last time, because he was too excited, he was forced to overdraw his body and had signs of blood disease. So he didn't dare to pester him to fight, and he felt a little guilty. But Kushina wanted to learn the sealing technique and didn't want to fight him at all. For a while, he was like a dog without a dog bowl. He looked so lost. Future, who had read half of the book, just stretched his body and relaxed. He noticed Minato's behavior, which made him laugh. Minato, this guy, may be quiet and like a handsome man. But he has a warlike character in his bones. Just like the sun in the sky, it is always so exciting inside. Dramatic changes are happening all the time. He was about to speak and ask him to come over and sit for a while, and a crisp voice came from the other side. Minato, why don't you also learn the sealing technique? This was said by Kushina, and she seemed to have noticed Minato's boredom. This made Mirai frown, always feeling that Kushina seemed to be deliberately cutting him off, but looking at her calm look, it seemed that he was overthinking it. It should be that I am overthinking it. Thinking of this, he retracted his gaze, stood up, and stretched his sore waist. After a while, he came to a shade of a tree, leaned against the trunk, and spit out a book published by the second generation of Kazekage. It mainly talks about electromagnetic knowledge. It is also the book that Mirai is most interested in, because he lived in the era of the electronic explosion in his previous life. He only knows the basics of electromagnetics. It was not long after reading it, Ling Hua came to him with a book in her arms, and a little speechless on her slightly chubby face. What's wrong? Seeing Ling Hua come to his side and sit down, Mirai asked curiously. Hearing this, Ling Hua curled her lips. You'll know if you look over there. After hearing this, Mirai turned her head and immediately knew what was going on. Uzumaki Kushina actually leaned against Minato and taught him the knowledge in the book. From where he was, he seemed to see a pink breath flowing around them. From time to time, she would show a sweet smile. Oh my god! When did their relationship become so good? Ling Hua sighed, since the last battle, their relationship seems to have made great progress. Mirai. It's outrageous, what happened last time? Anyway, let's read our books and she can go and love them. Ling Hua retracted her gaze, then curled up her knees and read her own book. Hearing this, Walai nodded in approval. That's right. He stopped talking immediately. He also started reading with a book in his arms. Shenshu. He sat on the ground, looking at the couples in the field without any emotion, feeling very uncomfortable. For a moment, he felt like a single dog. It seemed that he was kicked by Walai just now. In desperation, he also took out a book and started reading. He soon laughed Gegejeg. Who doesn't know how to read books? I also like reading books, especially those with illustrations. Chapter 344. On the other side. Jiraiya's face was extremely ugly. What's wrong? Orochimaru asked curiously. He had just returned from Danzo, and hadn't processed 2 documents yet, but he noticed that Jiraiya's face was not right. The scroll I left for Yahiko and the others was activated. Hearing this, Tsunade's expression became solemn. Was it done by a wandering ninja? They all learned from Jiraiya that when he came, he left the shadow clone scroll for the 3 little guys so that they could protect themselves. Hearing this, Jiraiya shook his head. I don't know, my shadow clone hasn't dissipated yet. As he said that, he stood up and paced back and forth, looking a little restless. Below the hinterland of the Hidden Rain village. This place is still as dead as before, with the same big tree stump, a bed and a stone chair. And the lonely old man sitting on it. White Zetsu's real body suddenly looked at Uchiha Madara and said, Madara-sama, someone broke into Nagato's cabin. Their target seems to be these 3 little guys. Judging from their chakra, most of them are earth attributed. They must be rock ninjas. Should we? Hearing this, the old man opened his eyes slowly. The underground cave was very dark, and the only light was a torch in the center of the room. Almost 10 meters away, only a vague figure could be seen. As the old man's eyes slowly opened, a touch of blood red gradually emanated from his eye sockets. As if it was going to swallow everything. When he opened his eyes completely, 3 Megatama jumped out of them. No need, just let it develop, and Jiraiya, that little guy, still has a backup plan. It's just a group of rock ninjas, there is no need to worry at all. As he said, he looked up at the top of his head, as if he could see through the thick layer of soil and see the battle in the cabin. At this time in the cabin, Konan was subdued immediately. The remaining rock ninjas surrounded the house, keeping an eye on the surroundings, guarding against someone suddenly appearing and disrupting their plans. In the room, only Nagato and Yahiko were still struggling to resist. Who are you? Why did you break into our home? Let her go. Nagato and Yahiko both looked extremely ugly. At this time, although Nagato covered his special eyes with his hair, his anger seemed to burst out from his bangs. Nagato, Yahiko, run away, don't worry about me. Konan was pressed to the ground and could not resist at all, so she could only shout anxiously. Behind her were two big men, one on the left and one on the right, firmly controlling Konan, making it impossible for her to struggle effectively. Nagato's face was extremely pale. He had seen this scene not long ago, and it was also a group of ninjas who broke into their home. They also held Konan hostage, making it impossible for the two of them to do anything. At that time, the puppy was kicked to death in order to save him. After witnessing that scene, he burst out the power in his eyes and killed the group of ninjas. Now he is here again. But thinking of this, his face regained its color. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes, and now is different from the past. They also have a trump card. He immediately shouted to Yahiko, asking him to come back to his senses and not to panic. Yahiko, I will hold them back, you hurry up. He didn't dare to say it too clearly. The group of ninjas in front of him was different from the previous team. Just from their actions, they were all well-trained ninjas and must be from the big ninja village. Moreover, they communicated with each other through eye contact or gestures, and never spoke, obviously not wanting them to hear the sound and remember the voice. Although his clothes were changed and he didn't get the iconic forehead protector, he could never be wrong about this. Yahiko was originally extremely anxious. Konan depended on him for life and was the girl he had a crush on. He didn't expect her to be captured again. If something happened to her, he couldn't guarantee that he would have the courage to live. Then he heard Nagato's voice, which brought him back to his senses. After noticing Nagato's expression, he didn't know why he understood immediately. Let me use the scroll. Okay. As he said that, he gritted his teeth and threw out more than 10 shuriken darts. Regardless of whether it could hit anyone, he would do some cover-up actions first so that they would not be able to take care of him for a while. The idea was good. Almost all of the ninjas responded. Even the dart that was accidentally shot at Konan was blocked by a ninja who held her down. Seeing this scene, Yahiko was so scared that he apologized repeatedly. Ah! I'm sorry. Konan. Is there purpose to catch us? Since he came to his senses, his IQ has returned to normal. He accidentally shot the dart just now, and he thought it would hurt Konan. After all, he has only been practicing chakra for a short time. The accuracy of ninja tools is extremely limited. Just now, he used the throw all shuriken technique, and he threw so many at once, and his accuracy was almost zero. After narrowly avoiding Yahiko's darts, Nagato glanced at him speechlessly, and then looked at the group of ninjas. He glared immediately. The power in these eyes, at the beginning, he could only rely on violent emotional fluctuations, such as extreme anger, to be forced to show strong repulsion. Later, after he came into contact with chakra, he found that if he injected all his chakra into it, he would also stimulate similar power. At the same time, the name of this ability also appeared in his mind. Shinra Tensei. The power of God. Teacher Jiraiya also taught me and others the ability to protect themselves because he saw my power. The person behind the scenes is also plotting against us because of my eyes. Thinking like this, a repulsive force emerged directly from the surface of his body and spread to the surroundings. Yahiko was also affected by the repulsive force. He never thought that Nagato's move to help him create a cover-up would be like this. Even he was affected, and for a moment, he was bounced out by the repulsive force. However, because of this, those people subconsciously focused their attention on Nagato. Without saying a word, he directly picked up the scroll and tore it hard. The next moment, a puff of smoke appeared out of thin air. A familiar and tall figure appeared in front of them. As soon as this figure appeared, he immediately attacked. After all, when he was separated, Jiraiya was thinking of letting him protect the three people. They let me out, they must be in danger. Ninja technique, lion hair technique. The next moment, his hair immediately looked like a lion's head, and he opened his mouth and rushed towards Konan. There was only one ninja holding Konan down now. The one who just blocked the dart stood up and joined the team to deal with Yahiko and the others. The boss said to capture them alive. But these little brats in front of them would never surrender obediently. And this place is said to be one of the three ninjas, one of Jiraiya's secret places, so they were all very alert. When they all focused their attention on the red-haired boy, unexpectedly, a familiar deep male voice suddenly sounded. It scared them directly. They all experienced the battle a few days ago, and this voice resounded many times in the field. They couldn't forget it even if they wanted to. Jiraiya. Why is he here? Didn't the intelligence say he was still in the Konoha camp? Damn, the people in the intelligence department are shit-eaters, haven't they investigated such important intelligence clearly? The moment they heard Jiraiya's voice, all the ninjas were shocked, and some of them even spoke in horror. At that time, this guy was holding a huge blue ball of light, flying into the sky, but it scared them a lot. At that time, they all thought that the old Tsuchikage was going to die. Unexpectedly, the Tsuchikage had been prepared for a long time, and he didn't suffer any harm. Among them, the long hair that looked like a long snake body and a beast lion head left a deep impression on them. Stop talking nonsense, quickly capture the target. He should be a clone. Our mission is to capture these 3 children alive. As long as the time is up, he will definitely disappear. Hearing the words of the action team leader, the ninjas breathed a sigh of relief. After dodging the strange spell of the red-haired boy, half of the team immediately went to fight and delay time, so that the teammates could quickly catch the 3 people, and then they could run. After all, although Jiraiya is very strong, he can't run faster than himself and others, so what do he and others need to be afraid of? You are right, Ma. Chapter 345. It turned out to be a clone. If your real body was here, we would be a little bit afraid, but it's just a clone, why should we be afraid of you? Jiraiya ignored what this person said. He looked at Xionin who was rescued and said, "Are you okay?" Xionin's face still had a look of shock. After hearing this, she reacted and shook her head and said, "It's okay, I was just hit by Nagato's technique, and my body hurts a little." After saying this, she frowned slightly, and a trace of pain flashed across her. Just now, Jiraiya's clone appeared directly in the repulsion circle, so he was not injured. But when he rescued Xionin, he forced her to get in from the repulsion. Suffered a little damage. Fortunately, Nagato was not very proficient in this move, otherwise, Xionin would have suffered more than this damage. Jiraiya nodded, "I'm glad you're okay." He looked at the ninjas around him. Because of Nagato's outburst, their house was ruined. He exposed all the ninjas around him. The Rock Ninjas Special Operations Team, hehe. Onoki is getting more and more unpresentable. He even resorted to the insidious means of kidnapping and threats. The captain's face turned slightly cold. Was he discovered? But it doesn't matter. As long as he is killed, his plan will still be a secret operation. Go, there are 11 of us. Each of us will punch him. Even if he is healed, he will be flattened. Who said he is just a clone? Hearing the captain's last words, the ninjas present seemed to have taken a reassurance pill, and they were not so scared in their hearts. That's right, it's just a clone. How much combat power can Jiraiya exert? Kill him, Earth style, Earth spear technique. Okay, water style, water cutting technique. In the Konoha camp, Jiraiya's body shook slightly, and then he showed a relieved expression. Solved. Orochimaru was processing documents and looked up at him. Jiraiya nodded and said, "Yes, it was a special operations team of the Rock Ninja." Orochimaru put down the pen in his hand, thought about it and suggested, "Why don't we take the initiative to attack? So that the Rock Ninja always wants to do something weird. These days, there are no big battles, but small conflicts are endless." Hearing this, Tsunade and Jiraiya were stunned for a moment, and then began to think about Orochimaru's proposal. To be honest, the Rock Ninja is not that easy to fight. He has 2-tailed beasts, a great wild wood, and a large number of Rock Ninja. And 2 ace troops, the Flying Ninja Unit, and the Blasting Unit. They only have 7 huge summoned beasts and their 3 ninjas. As for Danzo, he can only play a supporting role at most. If it weren't for the fact that there were many secret ninjas and blood ninjas on their side, they might not be able to stop the opponent's attack. The reason they won last time was mainly because Onoki was too ambitious and wanted to eat them all at once, so he divided his troops into 2 teams. And they caught the Rock Ninja off guard. They used all 5 of them, including Mirai, and let their tailed beasts riot and lose their composure, so they were able to win. After Tsunade thought deeply for a moment, she shook her head and said, "The tactics from last time can no longer be used. In addition to the Rock Ninjas who will be on guard, Mirai and Rika can't go to the battlefield at all." Hearing this, Orochimaru frowned slightly. Mirai and Rika's injuries are very tricky. It's not that they have no fighting power, but they can't exert their full strength, especially Mirai. If he fights violently, his training these days will be in vain. His face looked bad. This was also what he had been worried about these days. They would not be able to recover their effective combat power in the future, so they had not launched an attack. And although the Rock Ninja were the defeated party, they were not seriously injured and could still form a strong resistance. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru suddenly raised his head and looked at them intently. I have a bold idea. Tsunade and the others looked at each other when they heard this. They seemed to have gotten something, but they just couldn't believe it. Your so-called bold idea, wouldn't it be too? Jiraiya said hesitantly. Yes, that's what you think. Orochimaru nodded. He was not surprised at all that Jiraiya and Tsunade could guess his thoughts. It would be a surprise if they couldn't guess. After all, they all grew up together and worked together for so many years. After hearing Orochimaru's affirmation, Tsunade pursed her lips. She rubbed her brows. She didn't expect Orochimaru to be so bold. For your bold idea, I have an immature suggestion. You say? Tsunade looked around at the two of them and advised, what should we do if we fail? So, let's not take risks. Hearing Tsunade's suggestion of opposition, Jiraiya shook his head, and this time he stood beside Orochimaru. No. Tsunade, we must take the initiative. Jiraiya said seriously. Seeing that Tsunade wanted to say something, he waved his hand and interrupted, Tsunade, this matter is not up to us, because the comprehensive strength of the Rock Ninja is much stronger than our troops. In addition to the number of people, they also have 2 ace troops, blasting and flying. As well as 2 Jinchuriki, and Onoki with the strength of Kage. The reason why they waited so long and didn't take action is probably that they were setting a trap for me. As he said this, he looked at the map on the table. His face was very solemn. There is no strategic terrain behind us for us to defend. Once we fall here, we will only fall into a more passive situation in the future. Instead of waiting for death, it is better to take the initiative. Tsunade obviously understands this truth. The problem is that this can only be done by the 3 of them, but the lives of the 3 ninjas are no longer theirs, but are closely related to the team here. As commanders, once there is any problem, it is difficult for Danzo alone to take up the responsibility. When Danzo was alone before, Onoki was just a bystander and observed the situation. By the way, he quietly transported the people in the village through the underground. Now he has almost figured out the trump cards and means of various forces. With no worries in his heart, he will launch a general offensive without hesitation. Okay. Finally, Tsunade agreed to this matter. So Orochimaru immediately decided, okay, you all go and arrange your own things, we will set off quietly at night, and don't alarm anyone. Whether it will succeed depends on this action. Okay. After the 2 responded, Tsunade and Orochimaru walked out of Jiraiya's tent. As the 2 walked, Tsunade suddenly asked, Orochimaru, are you sure? The last time the Jinchuriki went berserk, they will definitely learn from it. Don't even think about it, this time the protective measures will definitely be so tight that it is difficult to penetrate. Orochimaru shook his head, no, but what happened just now proves that the Rock Ninja is in action, and we can never sit and wait for death again. Tsunade was silent. It's not that she was afraid of going to the heartland of the Rock Ninja alone with 3 people. The problem is that she has no confidence, she is afraid of encountering some accidents. You know, the 3 ninjas are the backbone, commanders, and leaders here. Once they have any problems, the defense line here will soon be broken by the Rock Ninjas. At that time, they will be the sinners of Konoha. Even if they have problems, it will affect the teacher. To put it more seriously, even the international status will be in trouble. Maybe the Cloud Ninja and the Mist Ninja will also stop fighting and send troops directly to them. By then, Konoha will be truly surrounded by enemies. Rock Ninja position. It was already sunset and moonrise. Onoki looked at the action information that had not been received for a long time, his face was a little solemn. As the last ray of afterglow disappeared, he closed his eyes and rubbed his eyebrows. It looks like a failure. Originally, he planned to send someone to capture the 3 children to threaten Jiraiya. If he wanted to save them, he could take the opportunity to seriously injure or kill him. If Jiraiya didn't save them, he could kill the 3 children in front of him and all the Konoha ninjas. It completely angered them. Because once a person falls into extreme anger, he will be the easiest to deal with. Unfortunately, the action failed. It seems that there are protection measures arranged by Jiraiya around the 3 people. An enbu heard this, thought about it and suggested, Lord Tsuchikage, why don't we go and capture Uchiha and the others? These 5 people are much more important than those 3. Chapter 346. The enbu ninja continued, they always go out of the camp, although they are behind Konoha, but as long as I have enough manpower to hold back other Konoha ninjas, I will definitely be able to bring all 5 back. Oniki waved his hand and rejected his proposal. Your plan seems feasible, but don't you think they are a little too conspicuous? The enbu had a question mark on his forehead. What does this mean? What is conspicuous or not? Why can't I understand it? Although he was wearing a mask, the Tsuchikage could still detect his doubts. So he explained, all 5 of them have been exposed. According to our spies, Tsunade has also accepted the fat boy named Hygarika as her apprentice. And in the previous battle, they played the biggest role. Toranashuk, Nagia, and Yue all died at their hands. They are not an exaggeration to be called Konohashiros. When he got the news, he almost wanted to fly into Konoha's position and kill these 5 kids. Such a monstrous talent cannot be allowed to grow up. Later, reason made him not do so. No one can face the siege of a whole army, even if he can fly. Konoha's secret techniques are endless, and there are also the sealing techniques and barrier techniques of the Uzumaki clan. It is entirely possible to seal the void, so that he can't come back and be directly exhausted to death. After saying that, he looked at the ANBU ninja and asked calmly, if you were the leader, and Uchiha and the others were your subordinates, what would you do? Hearing this, the ANBU Uegakure thought about it from another perspective, and his face suddenly became ugly. I will definitely send people to protect them well and never let them leave the camp. Lord Tsuchikage, you mean, they are bait? Uniki nodded, that's right. Such an important genius monster, if it were me, I would not let them act alone. After saying that, he looked in the direction of Konoha. Konoha, what a big deal, actually let 5 people be bait to seduce me. But, I just don't like them. After the ANBU Uegakure figured it out, he looked at the Tsuchikage with admiration in his eyes. Lord Tsuchikage is awesome. If it were me, he would have taken the bait long ago. No wonder Lord Tsuchikage can become Tsuchikage, there is a reason for this. In the blink of an eye, midnight arrived. After Tsunade and the other 2 finished their business, they each found an excuse to go out. Soon they left the camp quietly. As for Mirai, he, Minato, and Noeka shared a tent, right next to Orochimaru's tent. Kushina and Rika were on the other side. Although it was already midnight, it was obvious that Mirai and the other night owls had no intention of sleeping at all. Noeka was a bit bigger, so he had a bed for each of them, while Mirai and Minato shared a bed. At this time, Minato came back from peeing, and he saw 2 eye-catching scenes. Noeka, this guy, was holding a piece of pink letter paper. No, it should be more appropriate to say a love letter. This guy was holding the love letter and kissing it softly. 3. Heavy black heart. You said that if you kissed with an inflatable or even a picture, I wouldn't mind, but this guy kissed with a love letter. Hey, Tui. Shameless. I will kiss Nana in front of you someday, and let you see what a real kiss is. Then he shifted his gaze and looked at his bed. Future didn't kiss. If he had, he would have to think about whether to tell his uncle about it. But Future's actions were not much different from kissing. This guy framed all the letters that Sister Honghong wrote to him. They were all over the bed. Damn it, when he got up just now, there was a place. Now his place is occupied by the family letters. And the way Will-I looked at them was like this. From time to time, he would make an indescribable laugh similar to hee. Alas, how come I have these 2 perverted friends? Thinking about it, he suddenly couldn't help but shudder. His hands subconsciously hugged his shoulders. Will they be beastly tonight? Probably not, I'm a man too. Forget it, sleep on the floor tonight. If he sleeps with Will-I, he doesn't know if his butt will be swollen tomorrow morning. Will-I, give me the quilt, I'll sleep on the floor tonight. Hearing this, Will-I didn't turn his head, but covered himself with his hands. He still looked at the letter from home, quite fascinated. Minato narrowed his eyes when he saw him so happy. He turned his head and looked at Shenshu again. Brother Shenshu, give me your quilt too. Shenshu seemed to have heard it, but he didn't. He still hugged the love letter and kissed it, but he twisted his body to the other side and let the quilt out. Minato saw this and immediately pulled out the quilt without saying a word. Then he laid a layer of wood on the ground and put a quilt on it. A simple floor mat was formed. But there was no pillow. Thinking of this, he subconsciously wanted to take off his clothes and act as a pillow. But the action suddenly stopped. If I take off my clothes, will I be raped by these two beasts tonight? Although they are men, it is not impossible. Hiss. Although he knows that this possibility is not high, if they continue to be so perverted, it is very likely that they will say it. No, no, I can't take off my clothes tonight. Thinking of this, he glanced at the two perverts, then blew out the lights, lay down, and covered himself with a quilt. He took a deep breath, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. The quilt covering him was from the future, and he could smell his scent. Good night, sweet dreams. Soon, he fell into a sweet dream. Hey! 3______ZZZ. In the dream, because Kushina didn't have a bridesmaid, Mirai begged to put on women's clothes and act as Kushina's bridesmaid. At some point, Minato's murmurs like a dream came from the tent. But the sound was very small and unclear, and Mirai and the others didn't hear it. Hee. Mirai. Nana. Hee. Let's sleep together. Around 2 o'clock in the morning. When Orochimaru and the other two avoided the patrols and wandering Uegakuer and came to a place not far from the Uegakuer camp, they immediately hid. After making sure that no one was watching, Jiraiya turned around and talked softly to his teammates. We can't move forward. They have set up a special perception barrier on the ground. Once you step in, you will be discovered by the Uegakuer's sensory ninjas immediately. Tsunade and Orochimaru were not too surprised. It's as expected. The camp is one of the most dangerous places. Because it is a big target, it is easy to be discovered by enemy ninjas. For example, in Konoha, every morning or evening, they will arrange people to go to a farther location for defense, patrol, etc. They will also issue tasks and let other teams take on escort tasks to prevent the enemy from reaching the camp. Even with the Bun, they did not withdraw this mode, mainly because the Uegakuer had means to target the Bun. I don't know if the Konoha high-level officials regretted the destruction of the Whirlpool country. Other ninja villages have obtained the treasures of the Whirlpool clan. It suddenly made Konoha's situation it is many times more difficult to enter the realm. I have the erasing face technique, which can help me sneak in. What about you guys? Do you want to? Orochimaru hasn't finished speaking yet. Tsunade and Jiraiya both shook their heads and refused. Sticking dead skin on your face, hiss, just thinking about it makes my scalp numb. No need, this is the border of the rain country. Although it hasn't rained much in the past 2 days, there are still some toads. I can use the toad hiding technique to hide my own chakra and use the toads to sneak in. Orochimaru shrugged after hearing this and didn't say much. His erasing face technique is to dissolve the skin of a living person and stick it on his own face, thus replacing him and becoming his existence. Because it is a real person's skin, it is very easy to be discovered. The disadvantage is that chakra cannot be concealed. But it doesn't matter, as for chakra, he can control it through drugs. His original chakra aura will not be detected by others. Jiraiya's toad hiding technique can completely shrink himself and hide in the toad's body. Let it send him to the target place and then release him. After being in the toad's body, his chakra aura will be completely isolated from the outside world and cannot be sensed by others. There are also disadvantages, that is, the toad. If someone notices it, or wants to kill the toad, then he will have to be exposed. After the two finished talking, seeing that Tsunade did not speak, he immediately turned his head to look at her. Jiraiya thought about it and suggested, why don't you stay here to support us? The three ninjas have a relationship where you know my strengths and weaknesses, and I know your depths. As an auxiliary ninja, Tsunade rarely goes to the battlefield. Even if she goes to the battlefield, she mostly fights head-on. Lord. So there is basically no means of infiltration. By the way, transformation technique is one, but although her transformation technique is exquisite, as long as a ninja with strong chakra perception is close to her, he can sense the abnormality. Hearing this, Tsunade will not lose her temper, she knows her own weight. She nodded and agreed to Jiraiya's proposal. Chapter 347. She knew her own abilities. Her medical ninjutsu was indeed extraordinary, but she was far inferior to her two companions in terms of infiltration and intelligence gathering. And there were only 3 of them here. If they were to infiltrate, Orochimaru and Jiraiya would be enough. They could support each other and take care of each other. Her infiltration skills were not strong and it was easy to be discovered. Instead of doing that, it was better to stay here so that she could support them if anything abnormal happened. So she nodded, okay, then you have to be careful. As she said that, she seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly took out 3 slugs the size of index fingers from her arms. These are slugs. They are of one mind and can ignore the blockade of the barrier and communicate with each other. One for each of you. If you need anything, you can communicate with me through them. This was specially prepared before she set out. I almost forgot to give it to you just now. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. This thing is good. It can achieve real-time communication and keep track of the whereabouts of your companions. Good stuff, by the way, can it heal? Tsunade didn't answer, the slug in his hand said softly, no, Jiraiya-sama, with our size, we can only help you recover the skin injuries the size of your thumb. Hearing this, Orochimaru nodded in understanding. It sacrificed its size and ability to avoid being discovered, and only retained the ability to communicate. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Jiraiya and Orochimaru put them in their arms. Then he nodded to Tsunade and quietly went there in the night. 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Minato was still immersed in a beautiful dream and didn't want to wake up for a long time. Hehe. Nana-chan. Layla-chan. Where are you? Beiji. I'm here to find you. Hehe. After mumbling a few words in his sleep, the corners of his mouth opened a few arcs again. The dream was a good dream, right? He felt very heavy and hard to move, especially his feet, which were as heavy as lead. Oh, and his chest was a little heavy, as if there was a G-force, and he could hardly breathe. Gradually, his brows furrowed slightly. For the first time, he hated to have his sweet dream disturbed. Anyone who has had a sea dream knows that once you wake up, you can never go back to the dream just now. So he subconsciously forced himself not to wake up. Just like that, half asleep and half awake, he returned to the previous dream. Hehe. Nana. Come on. I'm here. This time, no matter what, he would catch these 2 little naughty girls and spank them hard. Hehe. Swish. Hong hong. Hehe. Hehe. Sister. Hug. Hehe. In the dream, Minato just wanted to turn around, but his body was really heavy. He couldn't move for a while. Hong hong? Sister? What's going on? Why does it feel like someone is whispering in his ear? Could it be that someone can break into someone else's dream? The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and saw the familiar top of the tent. With the light coming through the tent, he could vaguely see the scene inside the tent. At this moment, all his senses were activated. In an instant, countless feelings rushed into his mind. My chest. His senses in the dream were all magnified countless times at this moment, especially his chest. It seemed that something was pressing on him, and not just one. The legs were also. Something was pressing on him from left to right. Could it be the legendary ghost pressing on the bed? But soon, his face became darker than the night. Because he followed the sound of breathing and saw 2 familiar faces. The 2 bastards, Wei Lai and Shang Shu, suddenly got into his quilt at some point. And they hugged him on the left and right while sleeping. Both of them had a rather obscene expression on their faces. It seemed that these 2 perverts were suppressing him. Damn, my sweet dream. For a moment, he was so angry that he, a gentle man, burst into swear words. Hey hey, slurp. Snap. Without waiting for Rope Tree to say anything, Minato pulled out his hand and slapped him in the face. Hey, you bastard, if you want to be naughty, go back to your bed and be naughty. From this, it can be seen that Minato's resentment is quite big. Fuck, who dares to disturb this young master's sweet dream? Rope Tree cursed directly. But Minato was more angry than him. I beat you, what's the matter, do you want to go out and practice? Mirai was also angry. He was woken up by the noise, and suddenly he was furious, and kicked his feet hard. Stop making noise, get out of here and make noise. Bang, in an instant, Minato pushed Rope Tree and the other man and flew out of the bed. Not only that, Mirai kicked them with great force, and kicked them out of the tent. Minato. Rope Tree. The 2 stood up from the ground in a mess. The anger just now not only did not go out, but it became even bigger. The two of them looked at the future exposed by the collapse of the tent, and subconsciously looked at each other. Since he couldn't have a good dream, he couldn't have one either. Get him. Go. After saying that, the two rushed directly towards the future. No matter what, the future must be skinned today. In the next tent, Kushina and Rika were both awakened. They immediately put on their shoes and rushed out of the tent. They saw the future and the others wrestling with each other. The three of them were not fighting in a sparring match, but like street kids fighting. You pinch my neck, I bite your brother, a gangster-style fight. Their faces were covered with bruises, and even their eye sockets were black. It was obvious that they had used all their moves except for ninjutsu. For a while, people who were resting in other tents also came out to watch the fun. Stinky boy, I have tolerated you for a long time. Let's fight one-on-one if you can. If I fight you one-on-one, I will kill you today. Watching them fight more and more fiercely, especially Minato's eyes, which were all black. Obviously he was beaten. But Kushina was very distressed. She hurriedly pulled up her heels and rushed towards them, shouting loudly, "Stop fighting, stop fighting. If you keep fighting like this, something will happen." Looking at their posture, it was clear that one of them must die today. It would be better if she didn't shout. Once she shouted, Minato fought even harder. What could Mirai and Nawaka do? Of course, they would fight back more fiercely. After hanging around for a long time, Jiraiya and Orochimaru finally caught a lone ninja. Seeing each other's huffing appearance, Orochimaru and Jiraiya looked at each other and confirmed each other's intentions. It's him. This place is very remote and there are not many people around. If it were daytime, there would definitely be 4 or 5 rock ninjas active here, but now, they are all asleep. Immediately, one hand held a toad and the other hand held a white handkerchief. Silently touched the man. Hiss. Hey. I shouldn't drink so much at night, otherwise, I wouldn't have to get up at night. But, thinking of the relatives killed by the white monster, the pleasure in this person's heart was immediately covered by hatred. Damn Jinkraki, they should find a chain to lock them up and drive them like dogs. He cursed. Anyway, this is the curse he must do when he goes to the toilet. If it weren't for the third Tsuchigage's order that no one is allowed to cause trouble for the Jinkraki, he would definitely have to entangle 40 or 50 people and ask that person for an explanation. Of course, being cowardly is also one aspect. At this time, he smelled a smell on the tip of his nose. His brows slightly wrinkled. Alas, I've been getting angry recently. I don't need to see how yellow my urine is. Not only is it smelly, but it's also hard. I'll have to find a woman to help me get rid of my anger someday. Just as he was about to take back his little brother, a handkerchief covered his mouth like lightning. In an instant, the man was so scared that his face turned pale, even paler than the handkerchief covering himself. Before he could struggle violently, a feeling of dizziness hit him all over. The next moment, his whole body was as soft as mud, especially the hard part just now, which was now like a certain ice cream that would not melt, very elastic. Seeing this, Jiraiya immediately opened the mouth of the toad in his hand and put it in like a sack. A magical scene happened. The toad was the size of an ordinary fist, and even if its mouth was opened wider, it was only 2 fingers wide. But this 2-finger-wide mouth swallowed the rock ninja completely. It was swallowed alive. Just like the future when it swallowed the big rice bucket. After doing all this, Orochimaru looked around and then entered the toad's mouth. Jiraiya followed closely. Soon, there was no one here. Only a toad slowly jumped to a hidden place and hid. Chapter 348. In the toad's stomach. Orochimaru and Jiraiya looked at the person bound in the toad's stomach wall. They began their torture. Just when Orochimaru wanted to remove the gas illusion, Jiraiya hurriedly reached out to stop him. A strange smile spread across his lips. Let me do it. I have a torture method that I have been wanting to use for a long time. Seeing Jiraiya like this, Orochimaru didn't say much. He stretched out his hand to make a gesture of invitation and stood aside. Hee. Last time I saw rope tree panic, I thought of this torture technique, and it finally came in handy today. So he made seals with both hands. Clone technique. Bang! The next moment, a figure exactly like Jiraiya suddenly appeared. Jiraiya didn't use the most realistic shadow clone, because it was completely unnecessary. And his clone technique is different from others. The ninja in front of him was fed a secret drug by Orochimaru to restrict his chakra flow. With his attainments in the clone technique, it was enough to fool him. So he controlled the clone and turned into another rock ninja. His face was a common face, that is, if you look at him, you will feel that he is very familiar and someone you have seen before. But you just can't remember where you have seen him. The kind of face that will soon be forgotten. Then the gas illusion was released. The captured rock ninja gradually woke up from the coma. Where am I? You're awake, don't worry, you are in the toad's stomach, as long as you tell me what you want to know I will let you go. Hearing this familiar and unfamiliar voice, the rock ninja shuddered in fear. He suddenly raised his head and looked forward. When he saw the other party's obscene smile, he was completely dumbfounded. Fuck, Jiraiya, the hero of Konoha? How come you are here? Jiraiya smiled and took out a book that was circulated in the black market. There were 2 big characters on it, torture. It was a book about teaching people how to torture. After reading the first torture method, he said with a smile, those are not your concern. I have some questions. I wonder if you are willing to answer them. Hearing this, the rock ninja came back to his senses from the shock and horror, and his face became unusually ugly. I was caught. I have to face torture. I'm so scared, what should I do? Waiting online. Don't even think about it, I won't say a word. He decided to bear it first and see if he could bear it. If not, it would not be too late to expose it. And now that he is exposed, he will have no secrets to speak of, and he might be killed. The most important thing is that he saw the book in Jiraiya's hand. He had also read this book, and at first he was thinking about joining the interrogation department, so that he wouldn't have to fight on the front line. So he had read all the books about torture, and he memorized this book directly at that time. I still remember the contents of it now. First, itching torture. As the name suggests, it is to use feathers and other soft things to tickle the sensitive parts of the tortured person. This move will make the tortured person cry and laugh, which is extremely uncomfortable, and it may even make the ninja laugh to death. Second, the tiger bench. This is a kind of physical torture without blood. It is shaped like a long bench, and a wooden stake will be erected at a 90-degree angle on one side of the bench. When executing the sentence, the prisoner's upper body will be tied to the stake, and the lower body will be tied to the bench. Then bricks will be gradually added to the prisoner's heels. This is to achieve the purpose of interrogation. This move is torture for ordinary ninjas. Because this move not only compresses the prisoner's ligaments, but also his knee joint bones. In serious cases, the patient may even suffer fractures and become disabled for life, unless a medical ninja comes to the rescue. Third, the goat punishment. Fourth. Seventh, the beauty trap. Eighth. And what allowed him to persevere was one of the punishments, called the beauty trap. I have been in this barren place for many days, and I am very angry. I wanted to find a woman to cool off someday. Now that I have been caught, I might as well do it today. And there are only 6 punishments ahead. Hold on, as long as you get through it, the beauty will come. If he serves me well by then, he might tell them what they want to know. Come on, use all the punishments. If I frown, I will not be called Hahan. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows. Oh, young man, you are quite tough, then I will help you. As he said that, he stripped off Hahan's clothes. Danzo came with a dark face. He had just finished processing the documents and was about to have a good sleep without being disturbed by the 3rd generation, but he was woken up by his subordinates. It was said that Uchiha Namikaze Minato and Senju Nawaki were fighting. The fight was so fierce that no one around could persuade them. Especially the girl named Uzumaki Kushina, who was yelling stop fighting and wanted to help, but was kicked out by the people inside. She was so anxious that she screamed on the spot. Hearing this, Danzo was almost scared to death. He had never experienced the tailed beast rebellion before, so he didn't think it was a big deal. It was only from the intelligence that he learned that the tailed beasts of the family are rampaging again, and many ninjas have died. How was the post-war treatment? But in the previous battle, he watched the white giant beast rushing back and forth from a distance. Every move could kill a large group of rock ninjas. Although he was happy to see it, the fear in his heart also increased several times accordingly. This is the real horror of the tailed beasts. That power, even if all the people of the route came together, it would not be enough for them to step on it to death. Even if Orochimaru and the other 3 ninjas came together, they would probably not get any benefit. So he now attaches much more importance to Kushina than before. But he is more relieved that Tsunade is by her side. Take me there. He immediately put on his clothes and shoes, and must not let Kushina run away. By the way, won't Tsunade and the others stop it? The root ninja knelt on the ground, very respectful, and heard him say, I don't know, our people didn't find Lady Tsunade. Hearing this, Danzo paused. Where's Jiraiya? We didn't find him either. What about Orochimaru? Danzo's face didn't look good. Tsunade and Jiraiya were not in the camp, what were they doing? Why didn't even he know? Our people haven't gone there yet, but the place where Uchiha and the others fought was right at the door of Lord Orochimaru's tent. He hasn't come out to persuade them for such a long time. We suspect that he is not in the tent either. That's why they came to disturb Danzo. Hearing this, Danzo's face suddenly turned cold. The three ninjas were not in the camp, and the disciples of the three ninjas fought. Why is there a strong smell of conspiracy here? But he thought about it and realized that he had reached a cooperation with Orochimaru, so there was no need for the three ninjas to pit him. Let's go and take a look. Yes. When Danzo arrived, the fight had already become stagnant. Mirai hugged Minato tightly, and his legs were tightly around Rope Tree's waist. Rope Tree held Mirai's nostrils tightly with one hand, and grabbed Minato's hair with the other hand. His legs also locked Minato's neck. Minato held Rope Tree's legs with both hands, and bit Rope Tree's calves viciously. His legs were clamped around Mirai's waist. In the fight just now, it was originally agreed that the two of them would work together to beat up Mirai. But during the fight, Minato was punched by Rope Tree. The dark circles on his eyes were caused by him. So Minato beat him up in anger. Look, the friendship was overturned, and the three of them wrestled together. Rope Tree, you are really promising. You even dared to kick Kushina. I will bite you to death today. The man couldn't move, but Minato's mouth was not idle. He bit his tongue and spoke incoherently. It was this foot that kicked Kushina just now, which made him feel so distressed. Hearing this, Rope Tree subconsciously looked at Kushina, and saw a clear footprint on his chest, and immediately felt embarrassed. I'm sorry, Kushina, I didn't mean it. After apologizing, he looked at the future fiercely. If you hadn't dodged just now, how could I have kicked Kushina? Hearing this, the future was speechless. I'm not an idiot. You hit me, why can't I dodge? Looking at the fight on the field, the trend of the fight that was about to go from fist to flesh turned into a quarrel. Danzo was a big shot. Chapter 349. You are the disciples of the three ninjas after all, can you please have some shame? It's so embarrassing to fight like this. If I were them, I would have rubbed my buttocks and hit myself with a piece of tofu to avoid being embarrassed. As he said this, he looked at the tent, which was extremely dark inside. His heart became more and more solemn. Where is your teacher? Where did he go? Hearing this, the onlookers were stunned and looked at each other. I was so engrossed in watching the show that I forgot where this was. Before, I only knew that some people said they were going to find Tsunade-sama, and some people were going to find Jiraiya-sama, but no one said they were going to find Orochimaru-sama. So much so that they thought Orochimaru-sama was still in their tent. Oh, right, where is teacher Orochimaru? The future few people were stunned for a moment, and their strength could not help but relax a little. They all turned their heads to look inside the tent. They have been fighting for so long, and the noise was so loud. This kind of tent is only one-way soundproof, the sound inside can't be transmitted, but the sound outside can be transmitted. Teacher Orochimaru can definitely hear it, but why doesn't he come out to stop it? Thinking of this, the three of them put down their hands at the same time. Teacher Orochimaru, are you there? For a moment, everyone's attention was shifted to the tent. Danzo waited for a moment, and when no one answered, he led people into the tent directly, followed by the 5 little ones of the future. Then they were all stunned. The tent was empty, and there was a letter on the table. It said, "From the future." Danzo didn't give the letter to the future, but opened it in front of him. The little ones didn't care about the people around them and the obstruction of the root ninjas, and they went directly to Danzo and stretched their necks to read it. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and I have decided to attack the rock ninja base tonight and make the tailed beasts riot. If the operation goes well, we will be back tomorrow morning. If the operation fails, I think we can delay until then. If you see this letter, please give it to Lord Danzo immediately and ask him to send troops to rescue us. After reading it, the faces of the 6 people present were extremely wonderful. Especially the 5 of them in the future. The teachers are not in the tent, and they don't even know any of them. Damn it. Danzo's face is also very ugly. Damn it, it's okay for me to be shameless, but as a teacher, I am so eccentric and didn't tell me in advance. Especially that dead old man is even more hateful. He squeezes himself every time. It can be said that he has been doing the work of a Hokage these days, but he is a small elder. How can he be repaired? These masters and apprentices are the most annoying. Underscore. Shang Shu's face finally returned to normal color, and he subconsciously asked, why did the teacher ask us to transfer it? Can't you tell us in advance? No one responded. This is wrong no matter how you respond. At this time, Shang Shu also realized that there seemed to be something wrong with his words. The reason why the teacher didn't say this was that he was worried that spies would know about this and the operation would fail. For a moment, everyone looked at Danzo. Danzo took a deep breath. He gritted his teeth and said to the people behind him, the whole camp is blocked, and all the responsible persons are summoned to the main account for a meeting. Quick, immediately, right now. Dog dog dog. After saying that, the several root ninjas behind him flashed and disappeared in an instant. At this time, Danzo leaned on his crutches and walked out of the door with a gloomy face. Soon, there were only 5 people left here. Minato asked, what should we do? He looked at the future. He admired the future's intelligence. The other friends all looked at the future. Seeing that he was slow to speak, Rope Tree took the lead in expressing his opinion. We must go to support the teachers. This made the future look at him speechlessly. You tell me how to support. After that, he pointed in the direction of the Rock Ninja. His face was quite ugly. The Rock Ninja has twice as many troops as ours. Linghua and I can't exert our full strength. If we meet ninjas of the level of Toranashuk and Yue Yugui again, how can you tell us to fight? Rope Tree was unhappy. You yelled at me. Why did I yell at you? This is common sense. Can't you use your brain? The future has a headache. Really, he has never seen such a stupid person. Xiao Chun is much smarter than him. Damn it, you're just yelling at me. That's just unreasonable. Forget it, think whatever you want. Well, I was too lazy to argue. He just left these harsh words and turned back to Lu on the bed. He packed up his combat equipment. Although he couldn't use the Sharingan, he still had his sword. And after these consecutive battles, his progress was quite encouraging. As long as he fought a few more battles, he might be able to reach 20%. Once he could activate the next small goal, his consumed energy might be restored. Then he could be wild again. Seeing that Nawake was about to take action, Minato hurriedly stepped forward and stopped him. Brother, not that, not that. Mirai is right, there are only 5 of us, whether we can rescue Orochimaru and the others depends on Konoha's intention. But don't worry, Danzo is a good man, he will definitely not sit idly by. Otherwise, he wouldn't have blocked the entire camp to prevent information leaks, and he would not have called a meeting of all the camp leaders. Hearing this, Nawake's face looked better. Seeing this, Minato hurriedly said, well, maybe we will set off soon, let's get ready. Okay. Rope Tree glanced at Mirai's back, then looked at Minato, I'll give you a favor today and not bother him. Humph, if Minato didn't help you, do you think you can beat me? Mirai retorted unceremoniously. Rope Tree immediately retorted, who did Minato help in the battle just now? If he didn't help you, I could have directly suppressed you with my physical fitness. After the two finished speaking, they paused for a moment, then turned their heads and looked at Minato. It's all your fault. Minato, iota underscore. Okay, it's all my fault, it's my fault. Really, if these two perverts didn't suddenly run to his bed in the middle of the night, hugged him, and laughed weirdly. How could he not be angry? Under normal circumstances, they would just hug. Anyway, we are all boys, and there will be no sparks. The problem is that I am dreaming a beautiful dream that is rare in 10 years, but before the critical moment, I was interrupted by the obscene laughter of these two people. Damn. It's not a big deal if I don't think about it, but now I am getting angrier and angrier. I turned my head immediately, not bothering to pay attention to the Rope Tree and others, and went to pack up my own combat supplies. The people watching the excitement around me all left. They are not like the 5 people in the future. They are non-staff members with a very high degree of freedom. They must obey orders. Everyone who saw Danzo's face just now understood one thing, that is, something big is going to happen next. So they all hurried back to organize the combat supplies. Only Rika and Kushina were left in the field. Rika is still fat. Although it is far from the tonnage before, it is not much different from the fat man of the Akimichi clan. So many people just glanced at her, curious about how she lost weight, and then focused their attention on the three people fighting. After all, little girls are not as good as watching a fight. Rika-chan, let's get ready. Yes. For a moment, the camp came alive, and countless people were ready to go out to support. No one would think that Elder Danzo would dare to sit back and watch the three ninjas fall into isolation and helplessness. After all, Elder Danzo is a good man. Sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, orders were issued from the camp. Let the perception ninjas go first to find the traces of Orochimaru and the others. The rest of the people, half of them will stay to guard the camp, and the other half will follow Danzo to the rock ninja position. They are not going to fight, but to save people. So the troops are elite, not numerous. Hearing the order passed by the messenger to others, the only thing forgotten was the future and the five of them. Rope Tree and the others were a little at a loss. Future, what should we do? Minato asked subconsciously. Even Rope Tree squinted at him, wanting him to come up with an idea. After thinking for a while, Mirai said, let's follow the main force and head towards the rock ninja camp. We are all summoners of the three holy places, so maybe we can find out the whereabouts of the teacher and the others. At that time, we can also send this support force to rescue them. Okay. The friends immediately agreed with his idea. This made Ryoma, who was hiding in the dark, narrow his eyes. What an interesting little brat. He was originally following the order of Elder Danzo to pass on the instructions for them to follow the departure, but he didn't expect to hear their conversation before he arrived. This saved him a lot of words. Finally, he looked at the five people and turned back. Chapter 350. 1 hour before they set off in the future. In the toad's stomach. Hun was exhausted and fainted. 6 punishments, each of which was torture, he never thought that he could bear them all. He looked at Jiraiya, a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes, hee. Cough cough cough. He wanted to laugh, but he couldn't catch his breath, and was choked by saliva, which made him cough violently. After coughing for a long time, he felt better, and then looked at Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and others again. What other punishments are there? Go on, if I frown, I will be sorry for the name my father gave me. Who? Oh my god! I finally got to the beauty trap. It's not easy. After this punishment, I will confess. If he didn't know there was a beauty trap, he would have confessed as early as the first move. Seeing him being so tough and saying such tough words, Orochimaru frowned slightly. Jiraiya, can you do it? We don't have much time. If they don't get back in the morning, they will definitely find their letter in the future, and then Danzo will bring people to support them. That movement will easily be noticed by the rock ninja, and then all the previous efforts will be wasted. Hearing this, Jiraiya's cheeks twitched a little. He looked at the book in his hand, his face dark. I know that this kind of torture method that is everywhere is not very useful at all. As he said, he burned it with fire. Seeing this scene, Hun's heart also burned. He looked at the dust that turned into ashes and fell from Jiraiya's hands in a daze. A bad premonition burst out from the bottom of his heart. The development of things seems to be going astray. Jiraiya waved his hand at Orochimaru and said, the several kinds of punishments just now are knowledge from books. Although it was beyond my expectation that he had no tricks, it was acceptable. Next, I will use my trump card. As he said this, he looked at the clone beside Hun. He did not use the punishment just now on the clone, and the clone was still in a coma, which made Hun subconsciously think that after all the punishments were used on him, Jiraiya would shift the target to his teammates. Or, after he gave out the information, Jiraiya would wake up the people around him and use punishment to interrogate the information. Then compare whether what they said was consistent. If it was inconsistent, it could be confirmed that they were lying. So he did not suspect that there was any problem with his teammates beside him. For more novels, 46414, join, https://discord.gg/xxcast. Sure enough, when Jiraiya woke up his teammate, he asked a few questions, and the teammate was quite powerful. He didn't say anything, and if he said anything, he would curse out loud, which seemed to be tougher than him. Seeing this scene, Han felt wronged and anxious. Jiraiya, Jiraiya, why don't you use the next punishment, maybe you will confess. Damn it! Damn it, the previous 6 punishments were in vain. Hey, you guy, you are more tough than your teammates. Jiraiya looked at his clone rock ninja and said with a headache. Clone technique is one of the 3 low-level body techniques, and many ninjas don't like to use it. Because it can only confuse the enemy, and it will dissipate after a little damage, which is useless. But in Jiraiya's hands, he has almost played clone technique to the feeling of shadow clone. It has a physical body, can speak, has temperature, and can think independently, but its ability to withstand blows is extremely poor. There is no improvement. And when facing the pupil technique ninja and the perception ninja, the opponent will see through it at a glance. But it can be used to confuse the enemy. Just like now. The clone rock ninja looked at Han beside him, slightly surprised, and then encouraged, it turns out to be you, it seems that I am not the only one who was caught, you are also caught. Han was stunned for a moment, the other party's tone seemed to be very familiar with him. The problem is that he has no impression of this person at all. As if seeing his confusion, the clone rock ninja frowned and said, don't you know me? Back then, the damn guy of the 5-tail went berserk, and it was me who saved you. Hearing this, Han's favorability towards him immediately increased by 70% to 80%. Just based on the word damn, he said, he is one of us. Oh, I remember, it turned out to be you, I still have to thank you for your rescue, otherwise, I would have died. At that time, he was indeed affected by the 5-tail, and then he bumped into someone, so he didn't have much injury. But he didn't remember who he bumped into. After all, it was so chaotic at the time that he had no time to look around. Now that he thought about it, the more he looked at his companion, the more familiar he felt. This seemed to be the person he bumped into. Jiraiya interrupted their reminiscence. With a strange smile, he approached the clone rock ninja with his hands in the posture of milking dragon claw hand. Hehe, since you are so tough, I think my torture method is useless to you. In this case, killing you seems to be too easy for you. The clone rock ninja was quite domineering. He didn't even look at Jiraiya and snorted coldly, no matter what method you use to interrogate me, I tell you, I'm not afraid. The worst thing is death. 18 years later, I am still a hero of rock ninja. Han didn't know what Jiraiya felt, but he looked at his companions, and a trace of guilt gradually appeared in his eyes. He actually thought about confessing just now. It was really wrong. He didn't deserve to be a rock ninja at all. Brother, good job, we can't reveal the secret of the rock ninja even if we die. Jiraiya interrupted the rock ninja clone without waiting for him to speak. At the same time, he made 5 seals with his hands and pressed them on the head of the rock ninja clone. Want to die? Not that easy. Ninjutsu, frog transformation technique. After saying the name of the ninjutsu, Jiraiya kindly explained, this is a technique that permanently changes the human body. It can turn the victim into an ugly toad forever, and he will never be able to use chakra in his life. Hearing this, the rock ninja clone hurriedly showed a look of fear and terror. It was a huge contrast to his previous toughness. He hurriedly begged for mercy, no, 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 Master Jiraiya, I'm willing to say it, please don't turn me into a toad. Han was stunned. Is this still the tough brother just now? Why is he so scared? However, when he thought about turning into a toad, an ugly toad, for the rest of his life, he shuddered instantly. So scary. If it were him, he would definitely peed. After thinking about it from his own perspective, it seemed reasonable that his companion would be scared. Hehe. It's too late. You'll be a toad for the rest of your life. You can only eat insects forever. If you get on a female toad, people will kick you away subconsciously because people are afraid of the pus on the toad's body. I'm also afraid that I will be splashed with pus and become as ugly as a toad. No, I don't want it. The clone rock ninja hurriedly wailed for mercy. Bang! In an instant, his wailing disappeared. There was only a cloud of white smoke on the spot. When the white smoke dissipated, there was only a fist-sized toad left. Seeing this scene, Han was shocked on the spot. At this time, Jiraiya turned his head and looked at him. He laughed strangely, hehe. It's your turn, kid. Seeing Jiraiya's hand gradually approaching him, Han was so scared that his eyes popped out. His teeth were trembling. Even the bottom quickly became wet and warm. He had just peed before. But Han could no longer feel these, his pupils shrank like needles. His expression was full of fear. In his sight, there was only that big hand, which was like a demon, exuding a terrifying aura, and was approaching him little by little. It was this hand that turned his companion into an ugly toad just now. Once he was touched by it, he would become a toad like his companion. Oh! No, no, absolutely not, even if he died, he would not become a toad. In an instant, the intense fear instantly sobered him up. Don't, Master Jiraiya, I'll tell you everything. Jiraiya looked at him and shrugged, it's too late. No, 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 it's not too late at all. Ask me, I'll tell you everything, I won't hide anything. Besides, you turned me into a toad, so your previous torture was in vain. He said a lot in one breath, and his breath was full of desire to survive. I don't know which words touched Jiraiya, he really stopped. Seeing this scene, Han finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he has been saved. Then I'll ask. Ask, ask, ask. Just ask, I won't hide anything. Han nodded like a rattle. Name. Han. Age. 28. Gender. Han. He must be blind. How could he not see my strong body? Jiraiya's expression suddenly became impatient. He emphasized his tone. Gender. Male. Length. Han. What length? What the hell is this? He was a little confused, not knowing what length Jiraiya was asking about.